William Henry Chamberlin. America's Second Crusade. Introduction. There is an obvious and painful gap between the world of 1950 and the post-war conditions envisaged by American and British wartime leaders. The negative objective of the war, the destruction of the Axis powers, was achieved, but not one of the positive goals set forth in the Atlantic Charter and the Four Freedoms has been realized. There is no peace today, either formal or real. Over a great part of the world, there is neither freedom of religion nor freedom of speech and expression. Freedom from fear and want is not an outstanding characteristic of the present age. The right of national self-determination, so vigorously affirmed in the Atlantic Charter, has been violated on a scale, and with a brutality seldom equaled in European history. The full irony of the war's aftermath finds expression in the growing dependence of American foreign policy on the cooperation of former enemies Germany and Japan, three countries on whose behalf Americans were told the war was being waged. Poland, Czechoslovakia, and China are now in the camp of this country's enemies, so far as their present governments can achieve this purpose. Much light has been thrown on World War II by the memoirs and papers of such distinguished leaders and statesmen as Winston Churchill, Cordell Hull, Harry Hopkins, Henry L. Stimson, and James F. Oldsmith. A note of self-justification, however, almost inevitably intrudes in the recollections of active participants in such a momentous historic era. It requires a mind of rare insight and detachment to recognize in retrospect that premises which were held as articles of faith during the war may have been partly or entirely wrong. My book is an attempt to examine without prejudice or favor the question why the peace was lost while the war was being won. It puts the challenging questions which are often left unanswered, perhaps even unthought of, by individuals who are deeply identified emotionally with a crusading war. I should like to express gratitude to the following individuals for their kindness in discussing events and issues of the war with me: Mr. Charles E. Bolin and Mr. George F. Kennan of the State Department, Mr. A. Young Wow, A. Burrell, former Assistant Secretary of State, General William Donovan, former head of the OSS, Mr. Alan W. L. Dulles, OSS representative in Switzerland, former ambassadors Joseph C. Rue, William C. I. Bullitt, and Arthur Bliss Lane. I hasten to add that no one of these gentlemen is in the slightest degree responsible for the views expressed in this book. In fact, I know some of them would disagree sharply with some of the conclusions expressed here. However, they have all contributed to clarifying in my own mind the picture of America's Second Crusade which is herewith presented. William Henry Chamberlin. Cambridge, Massachusetts, May 3, 1950. 1. The First Crusade. Americans, more than any other people, have been inclined to interpret their involvement in the two great wars of the 20th century in terms of crusades for righteousness. General Eisenhower calls his memoirs Crusade in Europe, and the mural paintings in the Wider Memorial Library at Harvard University show the American soldiers of World War I as chivalrous knights, fighting for the freedom of wronged people. They bear the inscription, "Happy those who with a glowing faith in one embrace clasped death and victory. They crossed the sea, crusaders keen to help the nations battling in a righteous cause." This was how the war appeared from the beginning to a minority of Americans who felt close emotional ties with Great Britain and France. There were politically and socially less influential German-American and Irish-American minorities with opposed sympathies. The majority of the American people were inclined to follow President Wilson's appeal to be neutral in fact as well as in name, to be impartial in thought as well as in action. The tradition of dissociation from Europe's wars was strong. It was only gradually that the United States was sucked into the vortex. Despite the president's intellectual sympathy with the British and French political systems, as contrasted with the German. There is evidence that Woodrow Wilson, until he felt his hand forced on the unrestricted submarine warfare issue, sincerely desired to keep America out of the world conflict. His imagination was fired by the hope of playing a leading disinterested role at the peace conference. He saw the advantage of keeping one great power outside the ranks of the belligerents, capable of playing the part of mediator. The president was not an absolute pacifist, but his scholarly training had given him a strong sense of the inevitable brutality and frequent futility of resorting to force in disputes between nations. He became increasingly attracted by the vision of an international organization capable of maintaining peace. Shortly after the sinking of the Lusitania, Wilson risked criticism at home and abroad by saying, "There is such a thing as a man being too proud to fight. There is such a thing as a nation being so right that it does not need to convince others by force that it is right." On two subsequent occasions, he voiced sentiments that were truly prophetic, in the light of the Crusade's disillusioning aftermath. Addressing the Senate on January 22, 1917, he pleaded for a peace without victory. Victory would mean peace forced upon the loser, a victor's terms imposed upon the vanquished. It would be accepted in humiliation, under duress, at an intolerable sacrifice, and would leave a sting, a resentment, a bitter memory upon which terms of peace would rest, not permanently, but only as upon quicksand. Only a peace between equals can last. Only a peace, the very principle of which is equality and a common participation in a common benefit. And on the very eve of his appeal to Congress for a declaration of war, Wilson privately poured out his doubts and fears to Frank Cobb, editor of the New York World. Looking pale and haggard, the president told the editor he had been lying awake for nights, thinking over the whole situation, trying in vain to find an alternative to war. When Cobb observed that Germany had forced his hand, Wilson refused to be consoled. He said, "America's entrance would mean that we would lose our heads along with the rest and stop weighing right or wrong. It would mean that the majority of the people in this hemisphere would go war mad, quit thinking and devote their energies to destruction. It means an attempt to reconstruct a peacetime civilization with war standards, and at the end of the war, there will be no bystanders with sufficient power to influence the terms. Once lead this people into war, and they'll forget there ever was such a thing as tolerance." For a man to be led by what he considers irresistible necessity to follow a course of action from which he anticipates no constructive results is one of the highest forms of tragedy. It was such a tragedy that brought Wilson sleepless nights before his call to arms on April 2, 1917. America in 1914 had no political commitments to either group of belligerents, but its foreign trade interests were immediately and sharply affected. Each side went far beyond previous precedents in trying to cut off enemy supplies with slight regard for neutral rights. The Allies dominated the surface of the seas. They could not establish a close blockade of German ports, the only kind which was legitimate under international law. But they could, and did, sweep German shipping from the seas. And they stretched the rights of search and seizure and the definition of contraband far beyond previous rules and standards. The American State Department filed sharp protests against seizures of American cargoes, but received little satisfaction. One reason why the remonstrances received little attention was the extreme Anglophile attitude of the American ambassador in London, Walter Hines Page. Sir Edward Grey, British Foreign Minister, reports that Page, after reading a dispatch contesting the British right to stop contraband going to neutral ports, offered the following postscript: "I have now read the dispatch but do not agree with it. Let us consider how it should be answered." Sir Edward's reaction is understandable. The comfort, support, and encouragement that Page's presence was to the Secretary for Foreign Affairs may be imagined. The purpose of the blockade, according to Winston Churchill, who unconsciously anticipated a slogan of World War II, was to enforce unconditional surrender. Germany is like a man throttled by a heavy gag. You know the effect of such a gag. The effort wears out the heart, and Germany knows it. This pressure shall not be relaxed until she gives in unconditionally. The German reply to the Allied blockade was a new naval weapon, the submarine. These undersea craft soon developed unforeseen power as destroyers of merchant shipping. As a wag remarked, Britannia rules the waves, but Germany waves the rules. The German government on February 4, 1915, after vainly protesting against the rigors of the blockade, declared the waters surrounding the British Isles a war zone, in which every enemy merchant ship was liable to destruction. Neutral ships were also warned of danger in entering this zone. The submarine was a more visible and provocative weapon than the blockade, although Secretary of State Bryan, a staunch pacifist, professed to see little difference between the prize court and the torpedo. Submarine attacks cost lives and created headlines. Cargoes seized by British warships merely became the subject of lawsuits. A crisis in American-German relations followed the sinking of the British liner Lusitania off the coast of Ireland on May 7, 1915. The ship was carrying munitions and was not convoy. Over 1,100 passengers, including 128 American citizens, lost their lives. There was an almost unanimous cry of horror and indignation in the American press. But there were few voices in favor of going to war. There was a strongly phrased note of protest. But tension gradually eased off as there was no repetition of tragedy on the scale of the Lusitania's sinking. The submarine issue came sharply to a head after the British cross-channel steamer Sussex was torpedoed, with the loss of some American lives, in the spring of 1916. Wilson informed the German government, unless it abandoned present methods of submarine warfare against passenger and freight carrying ships, the government of the United States can have no choice but to sever diplomatic relations with the German Empire altogether. Faced with this clear-cut alternative, the German government yielded. It consented not to sink merchant ships without warning and without taking precautions to save lives. It tried to link this concession with a suggestion that the United States should hold Great Britain responsible for observing international law in the matter of the blockade. The American government refused to admit any connection between these two issues. As Germany offered no further comment, the dispute was settled, for the moment, with a diplomatic victory for Wilson. But the danger remained that submarine warfare would be resumed whenever the German government might feel that its advantages would outweigh the benefits of American neutrality. And the President had now committed the United States to a breach of relations in the event of a renewal of submarine attacks against non-military shipping. This consideration lent an element of urgency to Wilson's efforts to find a basis for mediation. In the light of later events, there can be little doubt that a negotiated peace on reasonable terms in 1915 or 1916 would have been incomparably the happiest possible ending of the war. Such a peace would probably have saved the fabric of European civilization from the fearful shocks of communism and Nazism. But foresight does not seem to have been the gift of any of the men who occupied the seats of power in the warring countries. Winston Churchill, writing in a sober mood between the two great wars, in both of which he played a leading part, summed up the mood of the belligerent leaders, which he fully shared, in the following eloquent and somber passage. Governments and individuals conformed to this rhythm of the tragedy, and swayed and staggered forward in helpless violence, slaughtering and squandering on ever-increasing scales, till injuries were wrought to the structure of human society, which a century will not efface, and which may conceivably prove fatal to the present civilization. Victory was to be bought so dear as to be almost indistinguishable from defeat. It was not to give even security to the victors. The most complete victory ever gained in arms has failed to solve the European problem or to remove the dangers which produced the war. 1. During the years when American mediation was possible, the Germans were clearly ahead on the war map. They had overrun Belgium and northeastern France before the Western Front sagged down in bloody stale. They had crushed Serbia and pushed the Russians far back from the pre-war frontier. Romania's entrance into the war in 1916 was followed by swift defeat. On the other hand, the blockade was contracting their supplies of food and raw materials, and Germany and its allies faced a coalition of powers with a larger aggregate population and much more extensive natural resources. It would therefore have been advantageous for Germany to conclude peace on terms that gave some recognition to its military successes. The Allies, on the other hand, based their hopes on wearing Germany and Austria down. Peace talks would have been embarrassing to them for two reasons. Morale would have been adversely affected, and annexationist ambitions, which would have scarcely stood the test of impartial neutral moral judgment, such as the Sykes-Picot Agreement of May 16, 1916, for the partition of Asia Minor between Russia, France and Britain, would have come to light. So all the mediation feelers of Wilson and his confidential advisor, Colonel E. M. House, came to nothing. Wilson and House favored the Western powers against Germany, although they were not such extravagant British partisans as Page. They distrusted militarist influences in Germany. They felt a sense of affinity between British and American conceptions of law, government, and morality. Their mediation would have been distinctly friendly to the Allies. This is evident from the so-called House-Gray Memorandum of February 1916, the most concrete result of House's journeys abroad and correspondence with Sir Edward Grey and other British leaders. This document, drawn up by Grey and confirmed by House, with Wilson's approval, reads as follows. Colonel House told me that President Wilson was ready, on hearing from France and England that the moment was opportune, to propose that a conference should be summoned to put an end to the war. Should the Allies accept this proposal, and should Germany refuse it, the United States would probably enter the war against Germany. Colonel House expressed the opinion that, if such a conference met, it would secure peace on terms not unfavorable to the Allies, and, if it failed to secure peace, the United States would probably leave the conference as a belligerent on the side of the Allies. If Germany was unreasonable, House expressed an opinion decidedly favorable to the restoration of Belgium, the transfer of Alsace and Lorraine to France, and the acquisition by Russia of an outlet to the sea. Though he thought that the loss of territory incurred by Germany in one place would have to be compensated by concessions to her in other places outside Europe, if the Allies delayed accepting the offer of President Wilson, and if, later on, the course of the war was so unfavorable to them that the intervention of the United States would not be effective. The United States would probably disinterest themselves in Europe and look to their own protection in their own way. Here was indeed a venture in high politics. Wilson was willing to commit America to participation in a European war unless Germany consented not only to give up its conquests, but to surrender Alsace-Lorraine, which had been an integral part of the German Empire for more than 40 years. The American offer, although politely registered, was never accepted. The Allies wanted a knockout victory and did not wish to tie their hands by accepting outside mediation, however friendly. They probably reckoned that America would be forced into the war ultimately because of the submarine issue, and like the Germans, they were inclined to underestimate America's military potential. Long before America entered the war, its economy was being bolstered and sustained by huge Allied war orders. As the British and French ran short of means of payment, they floated loans of more than $1.5 billion on the American market, largely through the agency of the House of Morton. Lend-lease was not thought of, but the economic aspects of the periods which preceded American involvement in the two great wars were remarkably similar. Depression gave way to boom. There was unlimited demand for the products of the steel and other heavy industries. Prices of farm products were kept at high levels. This swollen and one-sided war trade built up a tremendous economic stake in Allied victory. An emotional stake was also being built up, partly by deliberate propaganda, partly by the instinctive sympathy of influential groups in America with Britain and France. The task of British propaganda was greatly eased by the general disposition to accept it at face value, with little critical examination. The best Allied propagandists were perhaps not the professionals, but the amateurs, men like Ambassador Page, who unconsciously and completely absorbed and mirrored the British viewpoint. There were thousands of Americans of this type in less distinguished positions, professors, writers, publicists, clergymen, who acted in all good faith and were all the more effective in influencing public opinion for this reason. Moreover, Britons, in this war as on other occasions, were the most effective spokesmen for their country's cause, because of their national gift of restraint and understatement. This made it easy for them to identify more or less convincingly British interests with the requirements of reason, logic, and morality. By contrast, German publicity efforts, heavily handicapped by the severance of direct cable communication between Germany and the outside world, seemed clumsy, bumbling, and heavy-footed, and generally fell on skeptical ears. Later, during the intellectual hangover that followed the wartime emotional debauch, there was perhaps too much emphasis on paid propagandists and on deliberate falsifications. To be sure, some German atrocities that never occurred obtained wide popular circulation, and some ruthless measures which every army of occupation would probably have employed to suppress irregular sniping were represented as peculiarly bestial acts which only Huns could commit. The superheated temper of a part of public opinion could be gauged from the following comment of Henry Watterson, veteran editor of the Louisville Courier-Journal, on the letter of a correspondent who pointed out, in connection with the case of Edith Cavell, that the United States had once hanged a woman, Mrs. Moore Surratt, on still more dubious evidence. This insensate brute is equally disloyal to his country and his kind, assuming him to be a man and not an animal, and at the same time, he is as ignorant as he is treasonable. There was a good deal of scare propaganda in the magazines and in the movies. Popular magazines published serial stories describing German hordes trampling over American soil. There were some attempts by German and Austrian agents to stir up and exploit labor discontent in factories and to interfere with munitions production for the Allies. Supplied with information from the alert British intelligence service, the State Department requested the recall of the Austrian ambassador, Dr. Konstantin Dumba, and of the German military and naval attaches, Captains von Papen and Boyet. The extent of German subversive activity was considerably magnified in the public imagination. There were repeated fearful predictions of a hidden army of German reservists who would rise and fight for the fatherland. No such army ever materialized, even after America entered the war. Despite the strong economic and propaganda pulls toward a pro-Ally orientation, there was little popular demand for American entrance into the war. At the very time when House was working out his mediation formula, with its strong suggestion of American intervention, there was considerable support in Congress for the Gore-McLemore resolution, warning Americans not to travel on ships belonging to belligerent nations. This anticipated the spirit of the neutrality legislation of the 30s. Strong White House pressure was employed to get this resolution tabled. Foreign policy was not a clear-cut issue in the election of 1916. The German Americans were inclined to regard Wilson as pro-British. It was the difficult task of the Republican candidate, Charles E. Hughes, to capitalize this discontent and at the same time to keep the support of a bellicose wing of the Republicans, of whom Theodore Roosevelt was the principal spokesman. Undoubtedly, the slogan, "He kept us out of war," helped Wilson win one of the most closely contested elections in American history. But the president, in contrast to his successor in 1940, gave no sweeping, again and again and again, pledge to the voters. He stood on the warning which he had given to the German government on submarine warfare. The sands of time for effective American mediation were running out as the pressure of the German military and naval leaders for resumption of undersea war became more intense. Wilson was considering a peace appeal when the German Chancellor Bethmann Hollweg anticipated him with a note expressing willingness to enter a peace conference. This note, dispatched on December 12, 1916, was non-committal as to term. A week later, Wilson made his last effort for the peace without victory, which he later described to the Senate as the only peace that could be enduring. He addressed a note to all the belligerent powers, asking them to state their peace terms. The Germans maintained their reserve. The Allies, indignant at being called on to lay their cards on the table, sent a joint reply which slammed, bolted, and barred the door to any prospect of negotiated peace. Besides the evacuation of all invaded territory, with indemnities, they called for the restitution of provinces or territories wrested in the past from the Allies by force or against the will of their populations, the liberation of Slavs, Romanians, and Czechs from foreign domination, the enfranchisement of populations subject to the bloody tyranny of the Turks, the expulsion from Europe of the Ottoman Empire. Such terms could only be imposed on defeated enemies. There was also a strong annexationist flavor in the German conditions, which were published late in January. These included a frontier which would protect Germany and Poland strategically against Russia, restitution of France under reservation of strategic and economic changes of the frontier and financial compensation, restitution of Belgium under special guarantee for the safety of Germany, restitution of colonies in the form of an agreement which would give Germany colonies adequate to her population and economic interest. All prospect of a peace in which the United States might have played a mediating role disappeared on January 31, 1917, when Germany announced the resumption of unlimited submarine warfare. The naval and military leaders had convinced the Kaiser that they possessed sufficient submarine strength to cut the lifeline of British communication. This German decision was not irrational. The figures of sinking soon rose to formidable heights. But in retrospect, the calculated breach with the United States was a fatal blunder. It is very doubtful whether the United States would have entered the war actively without the submarine provocation. Wilson said to House, as late as January 4, 1917, "There will be no war. This country does not intend to become involved in this war. We are the only one of the great white nations that is free from war today, and it would be a crime against civilization for us to go in." The Russian Revolution occurred on March 12, a few weeks after the fateful German decision. One of its consequences was to eliminate Russia from participation in the war. The Russian front crumbled during 1917 and early in 1918. Germany was able to impose the Peace of Brest-Litovsk on the Soviet government, which had come into power on November 7, 1917. Now it is highly doubtful whether Britain, France, Italy, and the smaller allies, deprived of Russia's vast manpower and receiving only economic aid from the United States, could have won a decisive military victory. The war would probably in this case have ended either in a German victory or in a stalemate, with Germany perhaps making some concessions in the West, but expanding on a large scale in the East. The German leaders, however, did not anticipate the good fortune that was awaiting them in the East. They decided to stake everything on the submarine card. Wilson promptly broke off diplomatic relations. Then there was a pause, a period of waiting for some overt act. Sir Cecil Spring Rice, the British ambassador in Washington, was praying for the destruction of an American ship with American passengers. Lloyd George, the new British Prime Minister, was trying to ensure America's entrance into the conflict by subtler methods. No one, as he told Page, could have so commanding a voice at the peace conference as the president. The president's presence at this conference, Lloyd George suggested, was necessary for the proper organization of the peace. These were just the considerations that were most likely to appeal to Wilson's self-esteem and to his sincere belief that he might deserve well of his country and of the world by laying the foundations of a new international order with safeguards against war. The president, however, showed no disposition to rush the country into war. He was influenced by the doubts which he had confessed to Cobb. The pace of events was hastened by the revelation on February 24 that German Foreign Secretary Zimmermann had proposed, in the event of war with the United States, a treaty of alliance with Mexico on the following basis: make war together, make peace together, generous financial support, and an understanding on our part that Mexico is to reconquer the lost territory in Texas, New Mexico, and Arizona. Japan was also to be invited to adhere to this pact. From a moral standpoint, Zimmermann's proposal is indistinguishable from the territorial bribes with which the Allies induced Italy and Romania to enter the war. But in view of Mexico's military weakness, the proposal was extremely stupid and helped to speed up the development of American war psychology. Despite the stubborn filibuster of a minority of anti-war senators, a little group of willful men, as Wilson called them, the government hastened to arm American merchant ships. By April 2, there had been enough overt acts to induce Wilson to ask Congress for a declaration of war. America's war aims were described in the following glowing and abstract terms in the peroration: "We shall fight for the things which we have always carried nearest to our hearts, for democracy, for the right of those who submit to authority to have a voice in their own governments, for the rights and liberties of small nations, for a universal dominion of right by such a concert of free peoples as shall bring peace and safety to all nations and make the world itself at last free." The crusading note was further emphasized by such phrases as, "We have no quarrel with the German people. We have no feeling towards them but one of sympathy and friendship. The world must be made safe for democracy." Opposition voices were heard in the debate on the war resolution. Senator Robert M. La Follette delivered a 4-hour speech attacking the idea that this was or could be a war for democracy, suggesting that true neutrality would have kept the United States out of the war. Senator George Norris spoke of the enormous profits of munitions manufacturers, steel brokers, and bond dealers, and cried out, "We are about to put the dollar sign upon the American flag." 6 senators and 50 representatives voted against the declaration of war. Most of them were from the Middle West, where pro-life feeling was less pronounced than it was in the East and the South. By becoming involved in a European war, a fateful departure was made in American policy. Giving up our historic limited goal of protecting this hemisphere against foreign aggression, we were committing ourselves to an ambitious crusade with such alluring but vague objectives as making the world safe for democracy and making the world itself at last free. One reason for growing skepticism about the success of this crusade was Wilson's inability to inspire the majority of his countrymen with enthusiasm for, or even understanding of, his great design for future world peace. One wonders how many Americans carefully studied the 14 points laid down by the President as America's peace aims, or the supplementary statements of principle which amplified these points. 3. The main principles of Wilsonism were government by consent of the governed, national self-determination, an end of secret treaties, a non-vindictive peace, and an association of nations strong enough to check aggression and keep the peace in the future. The mood that developed in wartime America did not make for intelligent popular support of Wilson's aims. The nation had not been involved in a major foreign war within the memory of a living man. It went on a prodigious emotional debauch. American soil had not been invaded, and the immediate cause of the conflict, the right to carry on one-sided trade with one set of belligerents, was not an ideal trumpet call for martial action, as Wilson's ideals. To the average man, were too abstract and rarefied to serve as fighting slogans. The builders of national morale concentrated on building up belief in the supreme wickedness of the Hun, for whom unspeakable was one of the mildest adjectives in general use. 4-minute men rushed about the land, selling war bonds and hate with equal vigor. Their favorite peroration was, "I'd compare those Huns with snakes." Only that would be insulting the snakes. Some pastors found relief from previously repressed lives by shouting dramatically, "I say God damn the Kaiser, and I'm not swearing either. No. No. Yeah." Pittsburgh banned Beethoven to the greater glory of democracy. Sauerkraut became Liberty Cabbage. Producers of films and stories with stock Teutonic villains reaped a rich harvest. Some professors went just as war-mad and said just as foolish things as the extreme German nationalists, whose chauvinistic boastings were held up to deserved ridicule. All this did not create a hopeful background for a just and reasonable peace. It was significant that when the president, toward the end of the war, made one of his more serious and statesmanlike addresses, the audience perversely applauded all the more trivial cliches and remained indifferent to his more original and fruitful ideas. By the autumn of 1918, the breaking point in the world's struggle had come. America had proved more than an adequate substitute for Russia. The number of American troops on the Western Front increased from 300,000 in March 1918 to 2 million in November. Half-starved and exhausted by the blockade, repulsed in the last desperate attempts to break through on the Western Front in France, Germany faced the prospect of ever-increasing American reinforcements and of continually increasing American supplies. Ludendorff, who shared with Hindenburg the command of the German armies, urged the civilian government to appeal for an armistice on October 1. The German Chancellor, Prince Max of Baden, in agreement with the Austrian government, appealed to Wilson on October 5 for an armistice on the basis of the 14 points. There was a widespread clamor in America for unconditional surrender, but Wilson kept the negotiations in progress. When the armistice was finally signed, it was on the basis of the 14 points and subsequent public declarations of Wilson, with one reservation and one elucidation. Lloyd George reserved for future discussion, point 2, providing for freedom of the seas. And it was agreed between Colonel House, Wilson's representative in Paris, and the Allied leaders that restoration of invaded territory should mean that compensation will be made by Germany for all damage done to the civilian population of the Allies and their property by the forces of Germany by land, by sea, and from the air. That there was a recognized obligation on the part of the Allies to make the peace treaty conform to the 14 points and to Wilson's other statements is evident from the wording of a reply to a German protest against the peace terms in May 1919. The U.N. Allied and associated powers are in complete accord with the German delegation in their insistence that the deal basis for the new negotiation of the USU Treaty of Peace is to be found in the correspondence which immediately preceded the signing of the armistice on November 11, 1918. Wilson did not obtain Allied endorsement of his peace conditions without a severe diplomatic struggle behind the scene. Colonel House went so far as to intimate that if the 14 points were not accepted, the negotiations with Germany would be wiped off the slate, and America might then conclude a separate peace with Germany and Austria. 4. This firm tone led to satisfactory results in this instance, but it was seldom employed when the practical details of the settlement were being worked out. The hope of far-sighted liberals in America and in Europe that Wilson's principles would be the foundation of a just and lasting peace could never have been achieved for several reasons. Wilson's prestige was weakened, first of all, when he issued an ill-advised appeal for the return of a Democratic Congress in 1918. The Republicans were successful in the election, and Wilson's influence was lessened in the eyes of European statesmen accustomed to the system of government by a cabinet responsible to Parliament. Another tactical error was Wilson's failure to appoint a single active representative Republican as a member of the commission to negotiate the peace. The 5 members were Wilson House, Secretary of State Robert Lansing, General Tasker Bliss, and Henry White, a Republican who had lived much of his life abroad and carried no special weight in the councils of his party. It was probably a mistake on Wilson's part to have attended the conference personally. He would have wielded greater power and influence from Washington, and Paris was an unfortunate choice for the seat of the conference if reconciliation rather than vengeance was to be the keynote of the peace. France had suffered much in the war, and in the Paris atmosphere, everyone was afraid of being reproached with pro-Germanism. As Harold Nicholson, a young British diplomat who viewed the proceedings with a keen and critical eye, remarked, "Given the atmosphere of the time, given the passions aroused in all democracies by the 4 years of war, it would have been impossible even for supermen to devise a peace of moderation and righteousness." 5. Old-fashioned secret diplomacy is open to criticism. But one reason why the Congress of Vienna, meeting after the convulsions of the Napoleonic Wars, succeeded far better than the Conference of Versailles was the freedom of the statesmen there from the influence of popular passion. The chief representatives of the European allies, Lloyd George, Clemenceau, Orlando, knew they faced the danger of being swept away by a storm of popular reproach if they did not hold out for the maximum in territory and indemnity. So the cards were heavily stacked against a peace treaty that would reflect the 14 points and Wilson's other principles. If the president, amid the terrific strain of Paris, had time to take a cool historical view of what was going on, he must have felt the rightness of his earlier preference for a peace without victory. It is to his moral credit that he sometimes fought hard for his principles. But Wilson's support of his ideals was erratic, inconsistent, and on balance, ineffective. The president was uncompromising in rejecting Italian claims for Fiume and Dalmatia, but he acquiesced without a struggle in a still more flagrant violation of the right of self-determination: the assignment to Italy of the solidly German-Austrian South Tyrol. In general, this principle was stretched to the limit whenever it would work to the disadvantage of the defeated powers, and disregarded when it would operate in their favor. So there was no self-determination for 6.5 million Austrians, the majority of whom wished to join Germany, or for 3 million Sudeten Germans, who did not wish to become citizens of a Czechoslovak state, or for other ethnic minorities belonging to the defeated powers. The Treaty of Versailles was especially disastrous on the economic side. It embodied 2 inconsistent principles: revenge and rapacity, the desire to make Germany helpless, and the desire to make Germany pay. The completely unrealistic reparations settlement was to contribute much to the depth and severity of the world economic crisis 10 years later. This crisis, in turn, was a very important factor in bringing Adolf Hitler into power. Many of Germany's economic assets, her colonies, her merchant marine, her foreign holdings, her gold reserves, were confiscated. Under the terms of the treaty, Germany lost about 10% of its territory and population, 1/3 of its coal, and 3/4 of its iron ore. At the same time, it was saddled with an enormous and at first undefined reparations bill, far in excess of any sum ever collected after any previous war. This bill was finally fixed by the Reparations Commission at $32 billion. French Finance Minister Klotz who was later appropriately committed to a lunatic asylum, had at first proposed a figure of $200 billion, 200 times the indemnity exacted from France after the Franco-Prussian War. Germany could only hope to pay this tribute, which under the later Dawes and Young plans was set at annual payments of about $500 million, by developing a permanent large uncompensated surplus of exports over imports. There were two insoluble dilemmas in this attempted financial settlement. First, a weak Germany could not produce such a surplus, while a strong Germany would be inclined to balk at payment. Second, the only feasible method of transferring wealth on this scale, the use of German labor and material on reconstruction projects, was ruled out. And, in times of unemployment and failing demand, foreign countries were unable or unwilling to purchase German goods on a scale that would make possible the desired surplus of exports over imports. 6. One of the many dragon's teeth sown by the Treaty of Versailles was Article 231, which read, "The Allied and associated governments affirm, and Germany accepts the responsibility of Germany and her allies for the causing all the loss and damage to which the Surma on board of the Allied and the associated governments and their nationals have 1,000,000 been subjected as a consequence of the war imposed upon them by the aggression of Germany and her allies. This linked up Germany's obligation to pay reparations with a blanket self-condemnation to which almost no German could have honestly subscribed. In the objective retrospect of post-war years, few students of the subject in Allied and neutral countries upheld the proposition that Germany was solely responsible for the outbreak of World War I. There were differences of opinion about the degree of responsibility borne by Germany, Austria, Russia, and other belligerent powers. Fairly representative of the judgment of impartial scholarship is the opinion of Professor Sidney B. Fay of Harvard University. The conclusion of an exhaustive inquiry into the causes of the conflict. Germany did not plot a European war, did not want one, and made genuine, though too belated, efforts to avert one. It was primarily Russia's general mobilization, made when Germany was trying to bring Austria to a settlement, which precipitated the final catastrophe, causing Germany to mobilize and declare war. The verdict of the Versailles Treaty, that Germany and her allies were responsible for the war, in view of the evidence now available, is historically unsound. 7. By the time the Treaty of Versailles was cast in final form and imposed upon the Germans, scarcely a trace of the Wilsonian spirit remained. A bitter guy became current in Europe. It was said that Wilson deserved the Nobel Prize not for peace, but for mathematics, since he had made 14 equals 0. It is interesting to note the judgment of a well-known British participant in the peace discussions who sympathized with Wilson's ideals. The economist John Maynard Keynes, in his Economic Consequences of the Peace, London Macmillan, wrote, "The treaty includes no provisions for the economic rehabilitation of Europe, nothing to make the defeated Central Empires into good neighbors, nothing to stabilize the new state of Europe, nothing to reclaim Russia, nor does it promote in any way a compact of economic solidarity amongst the Allies themselves." Wilson was partly reconciled to the sacrifice of his ideals of political and economic justice by the hope that the newly formed League of Nations, with the United States as a member, would be a force for reform and reconciliation. This hope was not fulfilled. The president experienced his final tragedy when, after his nervous and physical breakdown, the Versailles Treaty, in which the League Covenant had been incorporated, failed to win ratification in the Senate. There was an unbreakable deadlock between the president's insistence that the covenant be accepted with, at most, minor changes and Senator Lodge's insistence on strong reservation. A majority was not to be had for either proposition, and the United States remained outside the League of Nations. 8. The submarine remained a permanent weapon of warfare against merchant shipping. For every injustice the Treaty of Versailles redressed, it created another, equally flagrant and disturbing to future peace. The Chinese failure, a full, they, new, and enlarged states in Eastern and Southeastern Europe, to band together in a close, voluntary federation, created an unhealthy fragmentation of the European economy and made it easier for Nazi and communist careers of conquest to retell our time to a way. The greatest failure of all was in making the world safe for democracy. Communism and fascism, not democracy, were the authentic political offspring of World War I. There remains the argument that America, by taking part in the war, had frustrated a German design for world conquest. But this design looked less and less convincing as high-powered war propaganda receded into the shadows. The contention that the British and French fight was our fight did not convince Wilson's confidential advisor House even in the first weeks after the end of hostilities. Discussing this question in his diary on January 4, 1919, House observes, "I, for one, have never admitted this. I have always felt that the United States was amply able to take care of herself, that we were never afraid of the Germans, and would not have been afraid of them even if France and England had gone under." 9. The ghostly tramp of imagined German legions marching through the streets of American cities may have frightened a few nervous Americans in 1915 and 1916. But by 1933, most Americans would probably have agreed with the sentiments expressed by William Allen White in a thoughtful Armistice Day editorial. 15 years ago came the armistice, and we all thought it was to be a new world. It is, but a lot worse than it was before. 10 million men were killed, and many more maimed, $50 billion worth of property destroyed, the world saddled with debts. And for what? Would it have been any worse if Germany had won? Ask yourself honestly. No one knows. Is this old world as safe for democracy as it was before all those lives were lost? 10. By no standard of judgment could America's first crusade be considered a success. It was not even an effective warning. For all the illusions, misjudgments, and errors of the First Crusade were to be repeated, in exaggerated form, in a Second Crusade that was to be a still more resounding and unmistakable political and moral failure. Despite the repetition of military success, Wilson's blueprint for peace, the 14 points set forth in an address to Congress January 8, 1918. 1. Open covenants of peace, openly arrived at, after which there shall be no private international understandings of any kind, but diplomacy shall proceed always frankly and in the public view. 2. Absolute freedom of navigation upon the seas, outside territorial waters, alike in peace and in war, except as the seas may be closed in whole or in part by international action for the enforcement of international covenants. 3. the removal so far as possible of all economic barriers, and the establishment of an equality of trade conditions among all the nations consenting to the peace and associating themselves for its maintenance. 4. Adequate guarantees given and taken that national armaments will be reduced to the lowest point consistent with domestic safety. 5. Following May. A free, open, minded and absolutely impartial adjustment of all colonial claims, based upon a strict observance of the principle that in determining all such questions of sovereignty, the interests of the populations concerned must have equal weight with the equitable claims of the government whose title is to be determined. 6. Evacuation of all Russian territory and such a settlement of all questions affecting Russia as will secure the best and freest cooperation of the other nations of the world in obtaining for her unhampered and unembarrassed opportunity for the zone's independent determination of Occident, her own political development, and an national's policy, and assure her of a sincere welcome into the society of free nations under institutions of her own choosing, and more than a welcome assistance also of every kind that she may need and may herself desire. The treatment accorded Russia by her sister nations in the months to come will be the acid test of their goodwill, of their comprehension of her needs as distinguished from their own interests, and of their intelligent and unselfish sympathy. 7. In Belgium, the whole world will agree, must be evacuated and restored, without any attempt to limit the sovereignty which she enjoys in common with all other free nations. No other single act will serve as this will serve to restore confidence among the nations in the laws which they have themselves set and determined for the government of their relations with one another. Without this healing act, the whole structure and validity of international law is forever impaired. All French territory should be freed, and the invaded portions restored, and the wrong done to France by Prussia in 1871, in the matter of Alsace-Lorraine, which has unsettled the peace of the world for nearly 50 years, should be righted, in order that peace may once more be made secure in the interest of all. 9. A readjustment of the frontiers of Italy should be effected along clearly recognizable lines of nationality. 10. The peoples of Austria-Hungary, whose place among the nations we wish to see safe, safeguarded, and assured, should be accorded the freest opportunity of autonomous development. 11. Romania, Serbia, and Montenegro should be evacuated. Occupied territories restored. Serbia accorded free and secure access to the sea, and the relations of the several Balkan states to one another determined by friendly counsel along historically established lines of allegiance and nationality, and international guarantees of the political and economic independence and territorial integrity of the several Balkan states should be entered into. 12. The Turkish portions of the present Ottoman Empire should be assured a secure sovereignty. But the other nationalities which are now under Turkish rule should be assured an undoubted security of life and an absolutely unmolested opportunity of autonomous development. And the Dardanelles should be permanently opened as a free passage to the ships and commerce of all nations under international guarantees. 13. An independent Polish state should be erected which should include the territories inhabited by indisputably Polish populations, which should be assured a free and secure access to the sea, and whose political and economic independence and territorial integrity should be guaranteed by international covenant. 14. A general association of nations must be formed under specific covenants for the purpose of affording mutual guarantees of political independence and territorial integrity to great and small states alike. Further points in President Wilson's address to Congress, February 11, 1918, that each part of the final settlement must be based upon the essential justice of that particular case, and upon such adjustments as are most likely to bring a peace that will be permanent. That peoples and provinces are not to be bartered about from sovereignty to sovereignty as if they were mere chattels and pawns in a game, even the great game, now forever discredited, of the balance of power. Every territorial settlement involved in this war must be made in the interest and for the benefit of the populations concerned, and not as a part of any mere adjustment or compromise of claims among rival states. That all well defined national aspirations shall be accorded the utmost satisfaction that can be accorded the without introducing new or perpetuating old elements of discord and antagonism that would see the likely in time to break the peace of Europe, and, consequently, a full the South world. Statements in Wilson's New York City address, September 27, 1918. The impartial justice meted out must involve no discrimination between those to whom we wish to be just and those to whom we do not wish to be just. It must be a justice that plays no favorites and knows no standard, but the equal rights of the several peoples concerned. No special or separate interest of any single nation or any group of nations can be made the basis of any part of the settlement which is not consistent with the common interest of all. There can be no leagues or alliances or special covenants and understandings within the general and common family of the League of Nations. And, more specifically, there can be no special, selfish, economic combinations within the United League, and no employment of any form of economic boycott or exclusion, except as the power of a full economic penalty by exclusion from the markets of the world may be vested in the League of Nations itself as means of discipline and control on held. 1 Winston Churchill, The World Crisis, New York, Scribner, 1929, 22122. This passage could serve even better as an epitaph for the Second World War than for the First. To Walter Millis, The Road to War. Boston, Houghton, 1935, p. 401. 3. The 14 points and other essential items in Wilson's peace program are printed at the end of this chapter. 4. See the intimate papers of Colonel E. M. House, Boston, Houghton, 1926, IV, 165 20. 5. Peacemaking, 1919, Boston, Houghton, 1933, p. 72f. 6. For this same economic reason, inability or unwillingness of the United States to accept large quantities of European exports, the war debts of the European allies to the United States were unpayable. 7. Origins of the World War, New York, Macmillan, 1930, pp. 552, 554, 55. 8. A certain school of thought is inclined to attribute most of the world's interwar troubles to the fact that the United States and the Soviet Union, until 1934, were outside the league. But these two powers have been charter members of the United Nations, without producing world harmony. 9. The intimate papers, etc. 5. The 268. 10. The autobiography of William Allen White, New York, Macmillan, 1946, p. 640. 2. Communism and Fascism, Offspring of the War. When World War I was at its height, it must have seemed probable that the victor would be either the Kaiser or the leaders of the Western powers. But the true political winners from that terrific Holocaust were three men who were little known, even in their own countries, when hostilities began. There was a Russian revolutionary living in obscure poverty in Zurich. There was an Italian radical socialist who turned ultranationalist during the war. There was a completely unknown German soldier, an Austrian by birth, who wept tears of bitter rage when he heard the news of defeat as he lay gassed in a hospital. The names of these men were Vladimir Ilyich Lenin, Benito Mussolini, and Adolf Hitler. Wilson proclaimed democracy as the objective of the war, and his conception of democracy was derived from Anglo-Saxon liberalism. Its bases were freedom of speech and press, freedom of election and organization, and the right of those who submit to authority to have a voice in their own governments. The demons to be slain, in the view of the Wilsonian Crusaders, were autocracy and militarism. These abstractions were personified in uniformed and bemedaled monarchs, entitled aristocrats, so long as they were not British, in the pomp and pageantry of old-fashioned empires. Tsarist Russia was not an appropriate partner in a crusade for democracy, but Tsarism fell just before America entered the war. There was a Japanese emperor whose subjects revered him as a god in the Allied camp, but no one said much about him. The war dealt a mortal blow to the three great empires which had dominated Europe east of the Rhine. The Tsar and his family were slaughtered in a cellar in the Ural town of Ekaterinburg. The Austrian Empire disintegrated as its many peoples flew apart. The Kaiser took refuge in the Netherlands. All the new states on the European map, Poland, Czechoslovakia, Finland, Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia, were republics. But although hereditary monarchies certainly lost as a result of the war, liberal democracy just as certainly did not win. On the contrary, the war begat a new type of plebeian dictatorship, which may most conveniently be called totalitarianism. There were certain differences between the two main forms of the totalitarian state, communism and fascism. Both owed their existence to the despair, brutalization, and discarding of old economic forms and moral restraints which were associated with the war. Along with this common origin, these twin offspring of the First World War possessed a more important bond. Starting from differing philosophic bases, they developed truly remarkable similarities in practice. There is infinitely more in common between communism and fascism than there is between either system and liberal democracy. The connection between war and revolution was most direct and obvious in Russia. The downfall of the Tsar was at first greeted in the Allied capitals. It was hopefully regarded as a revolt against the pro-German influences at the court, as an assurance that the war would be prosecuted with more vigor. But events soon disproved these hopes. The weak provisional government, a combination of liberals and moderate socialists, which at first replaced the old regime, could neither direct nor restrain the vast disruptive forces which had been let loose. Respect for order and authority disappeared. Russian conditions became more and more anarchical. The peasants swarmed over the estates of the large landowners, pillaging manor houses and dividing up the land among themselves. There was a gigantic mutiny in the huge Russian army. The soldiers began by debating orders and refusing to attack. Then, refusing to fight at all, they deserted in hordes. Finns, Ukrainians, Caucasians, and other non-Russian peoples clamored for independence. The factory workers started with demands for less work and more pay. They advanced to the point of seizing factories and driving away owners and unpopular foremen. A master of practical revolutionary tactics, V.I. said. Lenin guided and took advantage of all these forces of upheaval. Years before, he had written, "Give us an organization of revolutionaries, and we will turn Russia upside down." In less than 8 months after the overthrow of the Tsar's rule, Lenin's organization, the Bolshevik, later renamed the Communist Party, was strong enough to lead a successful coup d'etat against the crumbling provisional government. A Republic of Soviets was proclaimed, based on the principle of the dictatorship of the proletariat, or manual working class, and dedicated to the ideal of world communist revolution. The Soviets were elected bodies of workers, soldiers, and to a smaller extent of peasants, which sprang up in spontaneous, haphazard fashion all over the country after the revolution. Delegates were elected in factories and military units, and at first could be freely recalled. After the communists became entrenched in power, elections to the Soviets became an empty formality. Supreme authority in every field was in the hands of the ruling Communist Party. Lenin is said to have remarked half-jokingly that there could be any number of parties in Russia, on one condition: the Communist Party must be in power, and all the other parties must be in jail. This was an excellent description of Soviet political practice. The world had witnessed the birth of a new kind of state, based on the unlimited power of a single political party. This party regarded itself as an elite, required a period of probation for applicants for membership, and deliberately kept this membership restricted. Events followed a different course in Italy. Yet, the political result was similar in many respects. There had been a good deal of ferment and unrest in Italy after the war, with strikes, riots, stoppages of essential services. The Italian communists and some of the socialists dreamed of setting up a revolutionary dictatorship on the Soviet model. But they were anticipated and defeated by an ex-socialist, Benito Mussolini, who had become the evangel of another armed doctrine. This was fascism. Communism was based on the economic teachings of Karl Marx, as interpreted by Lenin and by Lenin's successor, Joseph Stalin. Fascism was a much more personal and eclectic type of theory, worked out by Mussolini after he had broken with socialism. Contrary to a general impression, Mussolini was not a conservative or an upholder of the status quo. The type of state which gradually evolved in Italy after the fascist march on Rome of October 29, 1922, was a break with Italy's political past. The fascist order emphasized the supremacy of the state over the individual. It tried to solve the clash of interest between capital and labor by making the government supreme arbiter in economic disputes. Fascism organized, indoctrinated, and drilled the youth, praised the martial virtues, gave the workers an organized system of free entertainment, tried to dramatize every economic problem in terms of a struggle in which every citizen must be a soldier. Had there been no war, it is very unlikely that fascism, a creed which was alien to the easygoing and skeptical Italian temperament, would have conquered Italy. Many of Mussolini's closest associates were veterans who disliked socialism and communism, wanted some kind of social change, and were attracted by Mussolini's energetic personality and nationalist ideas. The Italian leftists played into Mussolini's hands by plunging the country into a state of chronic disorder, not enough to make a revolution, but enough to reconcile many middle-class Italians to Mussolini's strong-arm methods of restoring order. The gap between war and revolution was longest in Germany. Hunger and inflation made for civil strife in the years immediately after the end of the war. There were left-wing uprisings in Berlin and Munich and the Ruhr. There were also right-wing extremist movements against the Republic. By 1924, however, physical conditions had improved, and it seemed that a period of political stability had set in. Germany was admitted to the League of Nations. The Pact of Locarno, under which Great Britain and Italy guaranteed the existing Franco-German frontier, seemed to offer a prospect of eliminating the historic Franco-German feud. But the hurricane of the world economic crisis, following the lost war and the inflation, which had ruined the German middle class, paved the way for the third great European political upheaval. This was the rise to power of Adolf Hitler and his National Socialist, or Nazi, party. Of the three revolutionary success stories, Hitler's was the most remarkable. Both Lenin and Mussolini were men of political training and experience, but Hitler had absolutely none. There seemed to be nothing to mark him out among the millions of soldiers who had worn the field gray uniform and fought through the war. It would have seemed improbable fantasy if anyone had predicted that this completely unknown soldier would become the absolute ruler of Germany, set out on a Napoleonic career of conquest, and immolate himself in Wagnerian fashion after leading his country to the heights of military power and to the depths of collapse and complete defeat. But in Hitler's case, the factual record eclipsed the wildest fictional imagination. Germany, in years of severe crisis and heavy unemployment, was responsive to a man who gave himself out as a wonder worker, a savior. Hitler was a passionate, rapt, almost hypnotic orator in a country where there was little impressive public speaking. The very obscurity of his origin lent a romantic appeal. Perhaps the secret of his attraction lay in his apparent sympathy and affection. Sentimental as it was, and combined also with less obvious mistrust and scorn. His deceptive sympathy for the plight of the unemployed and the suffering made an impression quite unlike that made by the normal type of sober, stolid German politician, especially in such a period of despair and bitterness. Consequently, Hitler exerted a powerful attraction on the German masses, who ordinarily took little interest in politics. Hitler knew how to appeal to German instincts and prejudices. The ideal of the powerful state had always been popular. Hitler promised a Third Reich, more glorious than the two which had existed earlier. Interpretations of history in terms of race have long possessed a wide appeal in Germany. Hitler vulgarized and popularized the teachings of Teutonic race theorists, like the Germanized Englishman, Houston Stewart Chamberlin. Anti-Semitism had been strengthened in Germany after the war by two developments. Many leaders of communist and extreme leftist movements, Rosa Luxemburg, Leo Jogashes, Kurt Eisner, to name a few, were of Jewish origin. Many Jews of Eastern Europe, fleeing from pogroms and unsettled conditions, had migrated into Germany. Some of these East European Jews took an active part in the speculation which was rampant in Germany because of the unstable currency and the shortage of commodities. Of course, these two groups, the political extremists and the speculators, had nothing whatever to do with each other, but Hitler exploited both in building up for his audiences a picture of the Jew as simultaneously a conscienceless exploiter and profiteer, and a force for the subversion of national institutions. Like the other modern revolutionaries, Lenin and Mussolini, Hitler profited from the weakness and division of his opponents. The German Republic was born in a time of misery, defeat, and humiliation. It never captured the imagination or the enthusiastic loyalty of the German people. The German labor movement might have been a bulwark against the Nazi onslaught, but it was split between the Social Democrats and the Communists. The latter, on orders from Moscow, concentrated their fire on the Social Democrats, not on the Nazis. They were acting on the highly mistaken calculation that Hitler's victory would be followed by a reaction in favor of communism. Whether Hitler reflected the will of the German people or whether they were victims of his dictatorship is often debated. No sweeping, unqualified answer can be accurate. That the Nazi movement appealed to a strong minority of the Germans is indisputable. Hitler got 37% of the votes cast in the election of 1932, when the rule of law prevailed and all parties were free to state their case. The Nazis got a somewhat higher proportion, about 44%, of the votes cast in the election of March 4, 1933. This made it possible for Hitler to come into power with a small parliamentary majority, since the German nationalists, who were then in alliance with the Nazis, polled enough votes to ensure this result. This election, however, could not be considered free. Terror was already at work. The Communists had been made scapegoats for the burning of the Reichstag building. Nazi brown shirts were beating and intimidating political opponents. Once Hitler had clamped down his dictatorship, there is no means of determining how many Germans professed to support him out of enthusiasm. How many? Because it was distinctly safer not to be marked down as disaffected. The idea that all, or a great majority, of Germans were lusting for war is not borne out by objective study of the facts. Up to the outbreak of World War II, Hitler persisted in publicly professing his devotion to peace. His favorite pose was that of the veteran soldier who knew the horrors of war and never wished to experience another. This attitude was designed to deceive his own people, as well as the outside world. Many Germans hoped to the end that there would be no war. Foreigners who were in Germany at critical periods before the outbreak of war, and even at the time of Germany's greatest military success in 1940, were often impressed by the apathy, the absence of any signs of popular enthusiasm. It is sometimes represented as a proof of deep incorrigible depravity in the German character that the average German seems to feel little sense of war guilt. But it is doubtful whether the average Italian spends much time beating his breast in repentance for the misdeeds of Mussolini. Should the Soviet regime be overthrown, the average Soviet citizen would feel little sense of personal responsibility for the horrors of the Soviet slave labor camps. One of the most demoralizing effects of totalitarianism in any form is its tendency to paralyze the individual's feeling of personal moral accountability. The state is so powerful, the individual so weak, that the typical, almost inescapable reaction is one of helplessness. Nazism, like communism and fascism, was an ironical product of the war that was fought in the name of democracy. The hard core of Hitler's following was recruited among men who, in their hearts, had never been demobilized, who could never adjust themselves to civilian life. A great part of Hitler's appeal was to feelings associated with the lost war, the inflation, the economic hardships of the post-war period. Communists and fascists may be inclined to dispute the essential kinship of these two systems, but it would be difficult to deny that the following 10 characteristics are very important politically, economically, and morally. They may be listed as follows. 1. The all-powerful and supposedly infallible leader. These three plebeian dictators, Hitler, the unknown soldier, Stalin, the son of a drunken cobbler, a hunted political rebel in Tsarist times, Mussolini, whose father was a radical village blacksmith, have reveled in clouds of sycophantic incense which would have been too strong for the nostrils of Tsar or Kaiser. Son of the entire world is one of the many epithets of Oriental adulation which have been lavished upon Stalin. The personal power of these modern dictators has been far greater than that of any crowned ruler of modern time. They have been subject to no check or limit in law or public opinion. 2. The single ruling party. Under communism, fascism, and Nazism, only the single ruling party has been permitted to exist legally. Parliaments in the Soviet Union, Germany, and Italy became mere rubber stamps for the registration of the party decisions. Voting under totalitarian regimes is virtually unanimous and altogether meaningless. No voice of independent criticism is ever heard. 3. Government by a combination of propaganda, terrorism, and flattery of the masses. All three dictatorships developed very powerful methods for molding the minds of the peoples under their rule. The Soviet, Nazi, and fascist citizen, subject would be a more accurate word, has been enveloped in a cloud of state-directed propaganda. From the cradle to the grave, the idea is drummed into his head. Through the newspapers, the schools, the radio, that he is living in the best of all possible worlds, that his highest glory and happiness are to be found in serving the existing regime, that the toiler, the worker, the peasant, by this very service becomes a peculiarly noble and exalted creature. Open counter-propaganda and free discussion are impossible. And for those individuals who were not converted, there was always the grim threat of the secret political police. This body changed its name, but never its character, several times in Russia, where it has been known at various times as the Cheka, the OGPU, the NKVD, the MVD. The Gestapo in Germany and the OVRA in Italy fulfilled the same functions. The citizen under totalitarianism enjoys not the slightest defense against the arbitrary violence of the state. He can be seized, held in prison indefinitely, sent to a concentration camp, tortured, killed, all without the publicity which would inspire in some resistors the spirit of martyrdom. More than that, his family is exposed to reprisals if he falls into disfavor. A Soviet law, published in the spring of 1934, authorizes the banishment, to remote parts of Siberia, of the relatives of a Soviet citizen who leaves the country without permission. Totalitarian secret police organizations habitually employ threats against relatives as a means of extorting confessions. 4. Exaltation of militarism. Every Soviet family, school, or political organization is in duty bound to instill in the Soviet youth from the earliest age those qualities necessary to the Red Soldier: military spirit, a love of war, endurance, self-undue, reliance, and boundless loyalty, italics supplied. This statement appeared in Komsomolskaya Pravda, official organ of the Soviet Union of Communist Youth, on May 21, 1941. One of the reasons for abolishing coeducation in Soviet elementary schools was to give boys an earlier start on military training. The names of Hitler and Mussolini will always be associated with glorification of war. Hitler wrote in Mein Kampf, "What the German people owes to the army may be summed up in one word, namely, everything." Drills, marches, and parades became second nature to the German and Italian youth. 5. Full government control of labor power and of the national economy. In this field, the original methods of the totalitarian regimes varied, but the end result was strikingly similar. Communism started out as a violent social revolution, expropriating all kinds of private property from which profit was derived and confiscating almost all private wealth. After 3 decades, it has evolved into a system under which a communist managerial class, much better paid than the average Soviet citizen, and with many perquisites of office, runs the state-owned factories, mines, railways, banks, and other enterprises, including the collective farms. Under fascism and Nazism, owners of property were usually not directly expropriated except in Germany for racial reasons. But they were subjected to so many curbs and regulations designed to combat unemployment, to increase military output, to make German and Italian industries self-sufficient, that the employer became little more than a managing director for the state or the ruling party. The scope of state ownership under Nazism and fascism was extended, and state interference and regulation became almost unlimited. Labor was organized, regimented, and propagandized in very similar fashion under all three regimes. All went in heavily for much publicized social benefits to workers, insurance schemes, vacations with pay, free sports and entertainments. All took away from the workers the right to form independent unions and to strike. The labor movement in Russia was run by communists, in Germany by Nazis, in Italy by fascists. What this meant was that the interest of the individual worker always came second to the supposed interest of the state and the policy of the ruling party. 6. Widespread use of slave labor. This is a natural and logical consequence of the communist-fascist belief that the individual has no rights which the state is bound to respect. Nazi-imposed forced labor came to an end with the military collapse of Germany in 1945. Some 6 or 7 million workers, the majority recruited under some degree of compulsion and segregated in special barracks for wartime labor, were in German territory at that time. The majority of these uprooted human beings were sent back to their native countries. But over 1 million preferred the bleak and precarious life of the DP camp to the prospect of living in the Soviet Union or in the post-war communist states of Eastern Europe. Slave labor in Russia began on a large scale when about 1 million families of kulaks, or richer peasants, were dispossessed in the drive for collective farming in 1929 and 1930. A large number of these kulaks, men, women, and children indiscriminately, were thrown into freight cars and shipped off to timber camps and new construction enterprises. Other groups swelled the numbers of this huge forced labor system. Among these were dissatisfied nationalists in the Ukraine and other non-Russian regions, communists who had been purged, persons suspected of foreign contacts and of too active religious sympathies. Later, slave laborers were recruited from other sources. There were mass roundups and deportations from eastern Poland and the Baltic states and other regions occupied by the Red Army. There were considerable numbers of German and Japanese war prisoners. Some minor Soviet republics, the Volga German, Crimean Tatar, Kalmyk, and some administrative districts in the Caucasus, were dissolved during the war because the people were not considered loyal to the Soviet regime. Many of their inhabitants were sent to forced labor concentration camps. So a vast network of slave labor reservations, which no independent foreign investigator has ever been allowed to visit, mostly located in northern Russia and Siberia, developed under the direction of the political police. Serious students of the subject estimate that there may be 8 or 10 million human beings in the Soviet labor camps. 1. The conditions of the food, housing, and sanitation, and the excessive overwork are appallingly inhuman. According to the testimony of a number of individuals, Russians and foreigners who have escaped or who have been released. Mortality is very high. The methods of punishment make Negro slavery in the United States before the Civil War seem almost humane. 7. Hostility to religion. Dictatorships which set themselves above all restraints, which arrogate to themselves the privilege of trampling on all human rights, are inevitably hostile to any form of belief in a transcendent moral law with divine sanction. The modern dictator's first demand on his subjects is unconditional obedience. The totalitarian state recognizes no distinction between what is due to God and what is due to Caesar. It claims all as Caesar's portion. Communism is based on the dogmatic atheistic materialism of Karl Marx. The Soviet government has persecuted all forms of religion, and considerable numbers of priests, mullahs, and rabbis have all been sent to concentration camps. A few were sentenced after show trials. Many more were disposed of by the simpler method of arrest and administrative banishment. And the price which the greatly weakened Orthodox Church pays for the greater tolerance which it has enjoyed since the war is complete subservience to the political demands of the state. Many churchmen, both Catholics and Protestants, were thrown into Nazi concentration camps. Had Hitler won the war, the churches would probably have faced a still more difficult future, as is evident from the diaries of Goebbels. A somewhat easier modus vivendi was worked out between church and state in Italy. But in Italy also, there were repeated conflicts between the fascist state and the Catholic Church over the question of education, and active members of Catholic social groups were often singled out for persecution. 8. A primitive tribal form of chauvinist nationalism. Devoir to GDVU. Hitler and Mussolini made a national superiority complex the very basis of their creeds. The Nazi master race theory has repeatedly been denounced and parodied. Soviet communism preached, and still preaches, a doctrine of international revolution, to be accompanied by an abolition of racial and national distinction. But communist theory and Russian practice have become more and more divergent. Stalin, perhaps impressed by the successes of his rival dictators with their nationalist propaganda, has been cultivating a form of Russian master race delusion. This takes the form of announcing that some unknown or little-known Russian has anticipated almost every important discovery in natural science, exploration, and military development. Foreign literature, music, art, and science are systematically belittled merely because they are foreign and non-communist in inspiration. 9. The cultivation of fear, hatred, and suspicion of the outside world. These were the three stock themes of the Nazi propaganda master, Joseph Goebbels, and of his counterparts in the Soviet Union and in Italy. Privations which are the natural and inevitable result of guns, instead of butter, economic policies, and of bureaucratic blundering, are attributed to the wicked designs and conspiracies of foreign powers. The propaganda machines are adept in conjuring up demons to serve as scapegoats. Jews in Germany, for instance, Trotskyites, saboteurs, grovelers before the West in Russia. Normal free contacts with foreign countries are discouraged and forbidden. This policy has been carried to its greatest extreme in Russia. Few foreigners are admitted to that country, and they find themselves under constant police surveillance. Foreign non-communist newspapers are not sold, and Russians may not receive them. A unique recent decree, which goes beyond anything in the Nazi and fascist record in this field, flatly prohibits intermarriage between Russians and foreigners. Soviet wives of foreigners in most cases have not been allowed to leave Russia. It has become increasingly dangerous for Russians to associate with foreigners. Because Germany and Italy are in a less isolated geographical position, Hitler and Mussolini never imposed such a complete blackout on foreign contacts. But there was a constant attempt by Nazi and fascist propagandists to cultivate a spirit of bellicose suspicion of foreigners as spies. Under all three dictatorships, it was stock procedure to represent independent foreign journalists as malicious slanderers. 10. Perhaps the most ominous common trait of the totalitarian creeds is an almost paranoid conviction of world-conquering mission. Belief that the Russian Revolution is only the first step toward a communist revolution that will encompass the entire globe is the very essence of Lenin's and Stalin's teaching. In his book, Problems of Leninism, which has in Russia all the authority which Hitler's Mein Kampf possessed in Nazi Germany, Stalin quotes with approval the following statement by Lenin. It is inconceivable that the Soviet Republic should continue to exist for a long period side by side with imperialist states. Ultimately, one or the other must conquer. Meanwhile, a number of terrible clashes between the Soviet Republic and the bourgeois states are inevitable. Hitler's idea of Teutonic racial destiny is an equivalent of Stalin's and Lenin's faith in the messianic role of the proletariat and the international revolutionary communist movement. Both communism and Nazism created fifth columns, the communists far more numerous and better organized, and thereby contributed one of the great divisive and subversive forces of modern time. And Mussolini boasted that, if every century has its peculiar doctrine, there are 1,000 indications that fascism is that of the 20th century. An additional common trait of the Soviet and Nazi branch of totalitarianism is the capacity and willingness to commit atrocities. The full sense of the much abused word on a scale that makes the most ruthless and oppressive governments of the deal 19th century seem positively humanitarian. The Nazi slaughter of millions of Jews during the war would stand on a lonely pinnacle of state-inspired criminality, if it were not for the much less publicized horrors which must be laid to the account of the Soviet regime. First of these was the liquidation of the kulaks as a class, officially decreed in March 1930. Under this procedure, hundreds of thousands of peasant families, whose only crime was that they were a little more prosperous than their neighbors, were stripped of all their possessions and impressed into slave labor. There were no gas chamber executions of kulaks, but many perished as a result of overwork, underfeeding, and maltreatment. Second was the man-made famine in the Ukraine and the North Caucasus in 1932-33. This was not an unavoidable natural disaster. It was a deliberate reprisal inflicted by the government on the peasants because of their failure to work enthusiastically in the collective farms. Several million people perished in this famine. This is reflected in subsequent Soviet census reports for the Ukraine. I can testify from personal observation that a death rate of 10% was normal in the very wide area affected by the famine. Death by starvation is slower and perhaps more painful than death by asphyxiation. Third was the establishment of a vast system of slave labor as a normal feature of the Soviet economy. This system is far more cruel than was serfdom in Russia before its abolition in 1861, or slavery in the United States before Abraham Lincoln issued the Emancipation Proclamation, just because it is completely dehumanized. An individual master might be kind or capriciously indulgent, but a secret police organization dealing with people who are assumed to be enemies of the state is certain to employ the methods of Simon Legree without stint or variation. This is confirmed by the unanimous testimony of the Poles who were sent to slave labor camps, assembled in the dark side of the moon, New York. Scribner, 1947, and by such records of personal experience as Jerzy Glicksman's Tell the West, New York, Gresham Press, 1948, and Vladimir Chernovin's I Speak for the Silent, Boston. Hale and Flint, 1935, and many others. A good deal of nonsense has been written about the Soviet regime as a riddle, a mystery, an enigma, and whatnot. But there is no secret about the underlying philosophy of communism. The Communist International was surely the most open conspiracy to promote violent revolution ever organized. It is true that Soviet propaganda and Soviet censorship created some confusion about the character and methods of Soviet rule, but only in the minds of people who really in their hearts wished to be fooled. The volume of evidence that Soviet communism shared with Nazism, the 10 common traits which have been listed, was overwhelming and was certainly available to any statesman who cared to give serious study to the problem. Soviet behavior after the war is sometimes referred to in Western countries in accents of hurt disillusionment. But this behavior was completely in line with basic communist philosophy. It could have been, doubtless was, predicted down to the smallest detail by anyone with a reasonable background of Soviet experience and study. Before America's Second Crusade was launched, two things were, or should have been, crystal clear. First, there was no moral or humanitarian reason to prefer Soviet conquest to Nazi or Japanese conquest. Second, from the cold-blooded standpoint of American political interest, one center of aggressive expansion in Moscow would not be more desirable than two centers in Berlin and Tokyo. The organizers and eulogists of America's Second Crusade completely overlooked both these points. They chose to wring their hands in easily predictable frustration after the inevitable consequences of helping the Soviet Union achieve vast territorial and political expansion unfolded in relentless sequence. Oh, one Sheng. The fullest and most informative treatment of this subject in English is Forced Labor in Soviet Russia by David Dolan and Boris Nikolaevsky. New Haven, Yale University Press, 1947. 3. The Collapse of Versailles. It was the announced purpose of the Treaty of Versailles to replace the state of war by a firm, just, and durable peace. But the peace settlements with Germany and its allies were neither firm, nor just, nor durable. A century elapsed between the end of the Napoleonic Wars and the next general European conflict. But there were only 2 decades of uneasy armistice between the First and Second World Wars. The Treaty of Versailles might be called too mild for its sternness, and too stern for its mildness. The negotiators at Versailles fell between the two stools of a peace of reconciliation and an utterly ruthless Carthaginian destruction of Germany as a major power. German public opinion could not be expected to accept willingly the mutilation of the country's eastern frontier, the placing of millions of Sudeten Germans under undesired Czech rule, the inconvenient corridor which separated East Prussia from the rest of Germany, the obligation to pay tribute to the victorious powers almost until the end of the century, and what was generally believed to be in Germany the war guilt lie. At the same time, Germany was left strong enough to cherish some hope of redressing its position. It remained the most populous country in Europe after Russia. The people were homogeneous. There were no dissatisfied minorities of any consequence within the shrunken frontiers. Germany possessed important assets: scientific knowledge, industrial development, a national capacity for hard and disciplined work. And the great coalition which had brought about German downfall in the war had disintegrated. America was becoming more and more disillusioned with the fruits of its First Crusade. Russia's ties of alliance with France and Great Britain had been severed by the Bolshevik Revolution. Italy had gone its own way under fascism. There were, to be sure, French alliances with the new and enlarged states of Eastern Europe, with Poland and Romania, Yugoslavia, and Czechoslovakia. Still more important, Germany during the 20s and early 30s was effectively disarmed. It was on these bases, French armaments and alliances and German disarmament, that the new continental balance of power reposed. For more than a decade after the end of the war, Europe's fate was in the balance. An act of generous, imaginative leadership on the part of Britain and France, looking to some form of European union, might have strengthened moderate forces in Germany and saved the situation. Narrow nationalism dominated the scene. Between Germany and Russia, stretching from the Arctic to the Mediterranean, was a belt of 13 small and medium-sized sovereign states: Latvia, Estonia, Lithuania, Poland, Czechoslovakia, Austria, Hungary, Yugoslavia, Romania, Bulgaria, Greece, and Albania. The very existence of many of these states was only possible because such powerful nations as Germany and Russia were knocked out at the same time. Germany by military defeat, Russia by revolution. The continued independence of the states in this area and their economic advantage called for some form of regional federalism. But old national antipathies and petty local interests were so strong that almost nothing was achieved in this direction. The hopes of liberals, especially in Great Britain and in the smaller countries, which the witty Spaniard, Salvador de Madariaga, described as consumers of security, were focused on the League of Nations. But this body failed to develop the independent authority which would have been required in order to maintain peace. Its membership was never universal. The United States and Russia, among the great powers, were absent from the beginning. By the time the Soviet Union was admitted to the League in 1934, Germany and Japan had given notice of withdrawal, and the Soviet Union's participation in the League came to an end when it was expelled in 1939 after launching an unprovoked attack on Finland. The League never possessed the physical means to check aggression. It possessed no army, no police force. It was not a league, in any true sense of the word, just as the United Nations have never been really united. Its members were divided by clashing interests. It could not be, and was not, any stronger than the national policies of its leading members. So it is not surprising that it failed to meet one big test after another. When Japan upset a complicated and precarious status quo in Manchuria in 1931, the League proved unable to cope with the subsequent crisis. It protested and remonstrated. Japan left the League and kept Manchuria. Events took a similar turn when in 1935, Italy started an old-fashioned colonial war against Ethiopia, one of the few remaining independent areas in Africa. The League, under the reluctant prodding of the British government, itself prodded by British public opinion, imposed half-hearted sanctions aimed at Italian exports. Two steps that would have led to a clear showdown, the closing of the Suez Canal and the stopping of Italy's vital oil imports, were not taken. Italy conquered and kept Ethiopia, and left the League. When World War II broke out, the League took no action at all. The European members which hoped to remain neutral did not wish to provoke the wrath of Germany by pronouncing judgment. The last flicker of the League's moral influence was the expulsion of the Soviet Union. The experience of the League disproved several optimistic assumptions of its advocates. Contradictions of interest and policy, such as always arise among sovereign states, could not be banished by grouping a number of nations in a so-called league. Nor were governments inclined to go on a hue and cry against an offender, to assume a risk of war on account of acts of aggression in remote parts of the world, not very different from many which had been committed in the past. If the League was too weak to maintain existing frontiers against violence, its usefulness was further impaired, because it was never used as a forum for discussion of means of peaceful change. Article 19 of the League Covenant suggested this possibility. The Assembly may from time to time advise the reconsideration by members of the League of Treaties which have become inapplicable and the consideration of international considerations whose continuance might endanger the peace of the world. But Article 19 was never invoked. The League never became an instrument for promoting those policies of freer trade and migration which would have eased the tensions making for dictatorship and war. With the League impotent, the maintenance of European peace became a matter of old-fashioned national diplomacy. Between 1933 and 1939, there was an amazing shift in the European balance of power. When Adolf Hitler became Chancellor in March 1933, German military power was inferior to British and French. The German army was restricted to 100,000 men and was denied aircraft and tanks. There had been some small evasions of the Versailles limitations on arms, but these were not important until the Nazi regime got into full swing with its rear armament. The Rhineland was demilitarized. A foreign army could have marched deep into German territory without encountering troops or fortifications. The French alliances with Eastern European countries created a partial ring around Germany. Moreover, Germany was suffering from severe industrial paralysis and mass unemployment. These were the consequences of the world economic crisis for a country that was thickly populated and highly industrialized. What a change occurred in 6 years! The initiative had passed into the hands of Nazi Germany. Britain and France were on the defensive. Massive rearmament had helped to create full employment in Germany, although at the price of some shortages and a curtailment in living standards for the more well-to-do. The French alliances had crumbled. Germany, as events would soon prove, was far and away the strongest land military power on the continent. How had this upset in the European balance of power come about? It was a remarkable example of how ruthless and unscrupulous audacity on one side could prevail against half-hearted, irresolute fumbling on the other. From the standpoint of power politics, Hitler made only one conspicuous blunder during this period, and this was quickly retrieved. A group of Austrian Nazis attempted a coup d'état in Vienna on July 25, 1934. They seized government offices and assassinated the Prime Minister, Engelbert Dollfuss. But the conspirators were not strong enough to get full control of the government. Mussolini mobilized forces on the Brenner Pass. The Italian dictator was not yet ready to accept a common frontier with Germany. Realizing that he was not yet strong enough to risk war, Hitler hastily dissociated himself from the Austrian adventure. He removed the German minister in Vienna, who had compromised himself with the conspirators, repudiated any complicity in the uprising, and removed the Austrian Legion, a force of Austrian Nazi émigrés, from its suspicious proximity to the Austrian frontier. The Austrian question was then shelved for several years. After Hitler came into power, the Polish ruler, Marshal Józef Pilsudski, is credibly reported to have sounded out France on the possibility of a preventive war designed to overthrow the Nazi regime. The French were unresponsive, and Pilsudski lost much of his faith in the value of the French alliance. One of Hitler's first diplomatic objectives was to weaken the links between France and the states of Eastern Europe. So, in his first talks with Polish diplomats, he was careful to emphasize German respect for Polish nationalism, German willingness to accept the status quo on such thorny questions as Danzig and the Polish corridor. Pilsudski's disillusionment with France played into Hitler's hands. One of the first successes of Nazi diplomacy was the signing of a 10-year pact with Poland. Each government renounced the use of force against the other and affirmed the intention to settle directly all questions of whatever nature which concern their mutual relations. 1. Until the spring of 1939, Hitler, Göring, Ribbentrop, and other Nazi leaders tried to keep Polish confidence alive by stressing publicly and privately their pacific intentions toward Poland and their anti-Bolshevism. Typical of this tendency was the conversation of Göring with the Polish commander-in-chief, Marshal Śmigły-Rydz, in Warsaw on February 16, 1937. 2. Göring was profuse in his assurances that Hitler was committed to a policy of rapprochement with Poland and of irreconcilable anti-communism. This sounded all the more reassuring in Polish ears because the pre-Hitler German governments had never been willing to conclude with Poland and Eastern Locarno, accepting the new borders in the east as in the west. Moreover, there had been close secret relations between the Reichswehr and the Red Army. German technical advisors had assisted the development of the Soviet aviation industry. In return, German officers were permitted to experiment in Russia with weapons forbidden under the Versailles Treaty. All this was well known to the Poles, who were always afraid of a new partition of their country between its powerful neighbors. Later, after the German military position had become much stronger, there were at least 3 strong German hints that Poland should join in a combination with Germany against the Soviet Union. 3. Ribbentrop proposed to the Polish ambassador in Berlin, Lipski, that Danzig should be reunited with Germany, and that an extraterritorial railway and motor road should be built across the corridor. In return for these concessions, Germany would be willing to guarantee the existing frontier and to extend the German-Polish non-aggression pact for 25 years. Ribbentrop also suggested a joint policy toward Russia on the basis of the Anti-Comintern Pact. When the Polish Prime Minister, Colonel Joseph Beck, visited Hitler in Berchtesgaden on January 5, 1939, the Führer emphasized the complete community of interest between Poland and Germany as regards Russia, and added that every Polish division engaged against Russia was a corresponding saving of a German division. Finally, Ribbentrop, in talking with Lipski on March 21 in 1939, argued that Germany, by defeating Russia in the last war, had contributed to the emergence of the Polish state. Ribbentrop also, according to Lipski, emphasized that obviously an understanding between us would have to include explicit anti-Soviet tendencies. So there is some reason to believe that Hitler's decision to destroy Poland in agreement with the Soviet Union was a reaction to the British guarantee extended to Poland on March 31, 1939. Up to that time, it had been Nazi policy to offer Poland the role of a satellite ally in an ultimate move against the Soviet Union, the kind of role that was later assigned to Hungary and Romania. The history and the present map of Europe might have been greatly altered if Poland had accepted this suggestion. But Beck adhered to a middle line. He refused to take sides with Germany against the Soviet Union, as he refused to take sides with the Soviet Union against Germany. He feared equally the embraces of both his neighbors. With Poland immobilized, and with the Soviet Union weakened by the vast purges which eliminated many leading political and military figures between 1935 and 1938, Hitler could feel that his rear in the East was safe. Then he commenced to slip off, one by one, the restraints on Germany's freedom to arm at will. His method was simple, but effective. He confronted Britain and France with a succession of accomplished facts. Invariably, he followed each new step toward rearmament, or later, toward territorial expansion, with assurances of his devotion to peace. The standard French and British reaction was simple but ineffective. It was limited to verbal protests and appeals to the increasingly impotent League of Nations. Hitler won a legal minor victory in the Saar plebiscite of January 13, 1935. This small but highly industrialized region, rich in coal, had been detached from Germany and placed under League of Nations administration by the terms of the Versailles Treaty. There was to be a plebiscite after 15 years, with three choices: return to Germany, annexation by France, or continuation of League rule. About 90% of the Saarlanders who participated voted for return to Germany. The Third Reich gained territory and prestige. Hitler launched a frontal attack on the Versailles system when he announced the creation of a German Air Force on March 9, 1935, and the restoration of compulsory military service a week later. Here was an issue on which the Western powers could have made a stand without much risk. German rearmament had not advanced far enough to support a war. But nothing of consequence happened. Representatives of Britain, France, and Italy met at Stresa in northern Italy and came to an agreement to oppose unilateral repudiation of treaties, which may endanger the peace of Europe. The British and French were so concerned about obtaining Mussolini's signature to this paper formula that they failed to admonish the Italian dictator about his obvious intention to invade Ethiopia. And in June, Great Britain came to a naval agreement with Germany providing that the German Navy should not exceed 1/3 of the British. Even after he had obtained a free hand in rearming on land, on sea, and in the air, Hitler still faced an obstacle inherited from the Treaty of Versailles. Germany was forbidden to build fortifications or maintain troops in a wide demilitarized belt along its western frontier. So long as this arrangement remained in force, the vital Ruhr and Rhineland industries were vulnerable to a swift invading thrust from France. The demilitarization of the Rhineland was endorsed by the Treaty of Locarno, of which Britain and Italy were co-guarantors. Hitler decided to challenge this last limitation. He sent troops into the Forbidden Area on March 7, 1936. The official excuse for this action was the Franco-Russian military alliance, which had been negotiated by Pierre Laval, of all unlikely individuals, and which was on the eve of ratification in the French Parliament. In an effort to soften the shock of this action, German Foreign Minister von Neurath proposed to the signatories of the Locarno Treaty a 25-year non-aggression pact, with demilitarization on both sides of the Franco-German frontier, limitation of air forces, and non-aggression pacts between Germany and its eastern and western neighbors. Nothing ever came of this suggestion. Hitler later declared that the sending of troops into the Rhineland was one of the greatest risks he had ever taken. It is highly probable that immediate French military action would have led to the withdrawal of the German troops, perhaps to the collapse of the Nazi regime. But France was unwilling to move without British support. Britain was unwilling to authorize anything that savored of war. There was a general feeling in Britain that Germany was, after all, only asserting a right of sovereignty within its own borders. Hitler had brought off his great gamble, and the consequences were momentous. The French lost confidence in Britain. The smaller European countries, seeing that Hitler could tear up with impunity a treaty concluded with the two strongest Western nations, lost confidence in both. There was a general scuttle for the illusory security of no alliances and no binding commitment. It was now possible for Germany to bar and bolt its western gate by constructing the Siegfried Line and to bring overwhelming pressure to bear in the east as soon as its military preparations were sufficiently advanced. Hitler's success in the Rhineland was possible because Mussolini had changed sides. Britain, with France as a very reluctant associate and the smaller European powers following along, had committed the blunder of hitting soft in response to the invasion of Ethiopia. Faced with this challenge, the British government could have chosen one of two logical courses. It could have reflected that Mussolini was a desirable friend in a Europe overshadowed by Hitler, that colonial conquest was not a novelty in British history, and let events in Ethiopia take their course. Or it could have upheld the authority of the League by imposing sanctions that would have hurt, such as closing the Suez Canal and cutting off Italy's oil imports. Unfortunately, the British people were in a schizophrenic mood. They wanted to vindicate international law and morality, but they were averse to the risk of war. As Winston Churchill put it later, with caustic clarity, the Prime Minister had declared that sanctions meant war. Secondly, he was resolved there must be no war. And thirdly, he decided upon sanctions. The feeble sanctions imposed by the League irritated Mussolini without saving Ethiopia. The foundations of the Berlin-Rome axis were laid. There was a similar absence of clear-headed logic in solving the far more important problem of how to deal with Hitler. Up to March 1936, German remilitarization could have been stopped without serious bloodshed. There was still sufficient military preponderance on the side of the Western powers. What was lacking was the will to use that power. The French had been bled white in the preceding war. When I was driving with French friends in Paris, one of them objected to taking a route that would lead past the Gare de l'Est. So many of my friends went there as soldiers and never returned from that frightful war, she said. It was a wrench to lose the protection of the demilitarized Rhineland. But once that was lost, there was a strong and not unnatural French impulse to sit tight behind the supposedly impregnable Maginot Line, to concentrate upon the French overseas empire, and to forget about Eastern Europe. The psychological climate in Britain was also favorable to steps of expansion on Hitler's part which were short of war. Disillusionment with the results of World War I contributed to the spread of pacifist sentiment. A resolution against fighting for king and country in any cause won a majority of votes in the Oxford Union, a debating club of the intellectual elite, and the British belatedly suffered from an uneasy conscience about the Treaty of Versailles. Many of the German demands would have been reasonable if they had not been made by a paranoid dictator and would-be conqueror, like Hitler. The principle of self-determination did make a case for the absorption into Germany of a solidly German-speaking Austria, and also of the Sudeten Germans, who lived in a fairly compact area in western Czechoslovakia. The reparation settlement foreshadowed in the Versailles Treaty was hopelessly unworkable for reasons which have already been set forth. Equality and limitation of armaments was a fair general principle. It was a psychological tragedy that Hitler took by force and unilateral action many things which reasonable German statesmen like Stresemann and Brüning had been unable to obtain by peaceful negotiation. French and British policy was hard and inflexible when it should have been generous and conciliatory, when there was still an opportunity to draw Germany as an equal partner into the community of European nations. This policy became weak, fumbling, and irresolute when in the first years of Hitler's regime, firmness would have been the right note. After 1936, there was little prospect of stopping Hitler without a war which was likely to be disastrous to victors as well as vanquished. There was still, however, an excellent chance to keep the free and civilized part of Europe out of this war. One can never speak with certainty of historical might-have-beens. But, on the basis of the available evidence, the failure of Britain and France to canalize Hitler's expansion in an eastward direction may reasonably be considered one of the greatest diplomatic failures in history. Hitler had written in Mein Kampf, "We terminate the endless German drive to the south and west of Europe and direct our gaze towards the lands in the east. We finally terminate the colonial and trade policy of the pre-war period and proceed to the territorial policy of the future." But if we talk about new soil and territory in Europe today, we can think primarily only of Russia and its vassal border states. 5. Violinen. That Hitler was treacherous, mercurial, and unpredictable is true. But there are many other indications that his program of conquest was eastward, not westward in orientation. His overtures to Poland for joint action against the Soviet Union have been noted. Without superior naval power, the prospects of conquering Great Britain or holding overseas colonies in the event of war were slight. Much less was there any likelihood of a successful invasion of the American continent. Walby and Tarmashid escaped. Even after the Nazi archives were ransacked, no concrete evidence of any plan to invade the Western Hemisphere was discovered. Although loose assertions of such plans were repeated so often before and during the war that some Americans were probably led to believe in the reality of this non-existent design. Hitler showed little interest in building a powerful surface navy. A former American officer who had opportunities to observe German military preparations in the years before the war informed me that the character of training clearly indicated an intention to fight in the open plains of the East, not against fortifications in the West. Emphasis was on the development of light tanks and artillery. There was little practice in storming fortified areas. Two among many unofficial overtures which Germany addressed to Great Britain in the pre-war years indicate that Hitler's political ambitions were in the East, not in the West. Hermann Göring, after entertaining the British ambassador to Germany, Sir Neville Henderson, at a stag hunt in his hunting lodge at Romontene, suggested that there should be an agreement between Germany and England limited to 2 clauses. Germany would recognize the supreme position of Great Britain in overseas affairs, and would place all her resources at the disposal of the British Empire in case of need. Great Britain would recognize the predominant continental position of Germany in Europe, and undertake nothing to hinder Germany's legitimate expansion. 6. About the same time, Joachim von Ribbentrop, German ambassador in London, offered a virtually identical suggestion in a conversation with Winston Churchill. Germany was willing to underwrite the British Empire. It wanted a free hand in Eastern Europe. Churchill expressed his conviction that the British government would never accept these terms. Ribbentrop said abruptly, "In that ease war is inevitable." Churchill replied with a warning. "Do not underrate England. She is very clever. If you plunge us all into another great war, she will bring the whole world against you like Exik last time." So there was an alternative to the policy which the British and French governments followed after March 1939. This alternative would have been to write off Eastern Europe as geographically indefensible, to let Hitler move eastward, with the strong probability that he would come into conflict with Stalin, especially in the light of the Soviet aggressive expansion that has followed the war. This surely seems the sanest and most promising course Western diplomacy could have followed. Critics of this realistic policy of letting the totalitarian rulers fight it out to their heart's content object that Hitler might have won a quick victory in the East and then turned against the West. But both these assumptions are very hypothetical. The Nazi war machine might just as probably have bogged down indefinitely in Russia, and there is no convincing evidence that the conquest of Western Europe, much less of overseas territory, was an essential part of Hitler's design. It is certainly hard to see how, either on a short-range or a long-range view, a decision to give Hitler a free hand in the East would have worked out more disastrously for the Western powers than the policy which was actually followed. From every standpoint, military, political, and psychological, it would have been far more advantageous if Hitler's first blows had fallen on Stalin's totalitarian empire, not on Britain, France, and the small democracies of the West. A new element of strife and tension was introduced into the European scene by the outbreak of civil war in Spain in 1936. The victory at the polls of a left-wing Popular Front coalition was followed by a period of disorder with many political assassinations and burnings of churches. Spanish conservatives rebelled under the leadership of General Francisco Franco. This civil war soon acquired an international character. Germany and Italy sent aid in men and supplies to Franco. Soviet airplanes and tanks with Soviet soldiers appeared on the side of the government. Volunteer, anti-fascist units, largely under communist leadership, were recruited in various European countries and sent to Spain. Britain and France tried to steer a neutral course of non-intervention. The prestige of Hitler and Mussolini rose further when the Civil War ended with the victory of Franco in 1939, after much destruction and many acts of ruthless cruelty committed by both sides. Meanwhile, the European structure established at Versailles had been shaken to its foundations. By 1938, Hitler felt strong enough to move outside his own frontiers. His first and easiest objective was his native country, Austria. Since the murder of Dollfuss in the summer of 1934, Austria had been governed by a conservative dictatorship headed by Dr. Kurt Schuschnigg, Dantal, or Dio, Cartano Visiwan, Diberntor. There were two considerable dissatisfied groups in Austria, the local Nazis and the Social Democrats, who had been politically suppressed since 1934. Austria was a solidly German-speaking country, and there was much suffering from economic stagnation. This was especially true in Vienna, once the capital of an empire of 50 million people, now the chief city of a mountain republic with some 7 million inhabitants. There was an economic as well as a sentimental case for the union of Austria with Germany. Hitler summoned Schuschnigg to Berchtesgaden, stormed at him, and induced him to admit Nazis to his cabinet. A last flicker of independence on Schuschnigg's part, a decision to hold a plebiscite on the question of maintaining Austria's independence, brought a threat of German military action. Schuschnigg resigned on March 11, and his successor, the Nazi Sissencourt, invited German troops to enter Austria. The familiar machine of propaganda and terror began to roll. A Nazi-organized plebiscite resulted in a vote of more than 99% for Anschluss. A witty Italian political exile once described Mussolini's attitude toward Hitler as that of a cat who had given birth to a tiger. The Italian dictator no longer felt able to oppose the German frontier on the Brenner. The Western powers only offered feeble and unconvincing protests against the absorption of Austria. This absorption meant the encirclement of long, narrow Czechoslovakia by German territory on three sides. A serious international crisis soon developed over the fate of some 3 million people of German origin, who lived in the so-called Sudetenland area of northern and western Czechoslovakia. These Sudeten Germans had not wished to be Czech citizens in the first place, but their protests were ignored by the peacemakers of Versailles. Although the Czech record in treatment of national minorities was better than the East European average, there was discrimination against the Sudeten Germans in state employment, and this cause of discontent was aggravated by the impact of the world economic crisis. There was much unemployment in the glass and pottery industries, in which many Sudeten Germans were employed. Moreover, the Third Reich exerted a magnetic influence upon German national minorities. A considerable number, although by no means all of the Sudeten Germans, followed the leadership of Konrad Henlein, organizer of a Sudeten Nazi party. A storm blew up in May 1938. Unfounded rumors of a German mobilization along the Czech frontier, accompanied by some disorders in the Sudeten area, led to a partial mobilization in Czechoslovakia. France intimated readiness to fulfill its treaty of alliance with Czechoslovakia if German troops should cross the border. Lord Halifax, the British Foreign Secretary, warned the German ambassador that Great Britain might not stand aloof in the Franco-German War, which would follow an invasion of Czechoslovakia. Hitler for the moment accepted the rebuff, but only to spring more effectively later. He decided to make October 1, 1938, the deadline for Operation Green, which called for military action against Czechoslovakia. 8. Meanwhile, opinion in Britain and France was confused and divided. The military key to Eastern Europe had been thrown away when Hitler was permitted to fortify the Rhineland. Poland and Hungary had territorial ambitions of their own at the expense of Czechoslovakia. The attitude of Russia was uncertain. France and Britain had no means of directly aiding Czechoslovakia, and the prospect of another war was terrifying, with chaos and communism as the most probable victors. So there was a strong impulse in London and Paris to seek peaceful means of adjusting the controversy. Lord Runciman, a British elder statesman, went to Prague as head of an unofficial mission of inquiry. From far-reaching autonomy, which Czechoslovak President Beneš slowly and reluctantly agreed to concede, the demands of the Sudeten Germans gradually expanded to secession and union with Germany. The climax of the crisis was reached in September. The London Times opened the door to territorial readjustment when it suggested in a much-quoted editorial of September 7. It might be worthwhile for the Czechoslovak government to consider whether they should exclude altogether the project, which has found favor in some quarters, of making Czechoslovakia a more homogeneous state by the secession of that fringe of alien populations who are contiguous to the nation with which they are united by race. Hitler delivered a speech at the Nuremberg Nazi rally on September 12, which was raucous and militant, but fell short of being an ultimatum. Sporadic fighting broke out in the Sudetenland, and Henlein, moving to Germany, for the first time demanded reunion with the Reich. The French cabinet was divided, and Prime Minister Daladier was eager for some British lead in mediation. It was in this situation that Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain decided to fly to Hitler's mountain retreat at Berchtesgaden and discuss the question directly. The upshot of the 3-hour conversation was that Hitler consented to refrain from military action, which had been set for the end of the month, while Chamberlain would discuss with his cabinet ways and means of applying the principle of self-determination to the case of the Sudeten Germans. The question of whether to fight or yield was threshed out at top-level conferences of French and British government representatives on September 18 and 19. These conferences, in Chamberlain's words, were guided by a desire to find a solution which would not bring about a European war and, therefore, a solution which would not automatically compel France to take action in accordance with her obligations. The result was a decision to transfer to the Reich areas in which the Sudeten Germans were more than 50% of the population. This solution was rather brusquely imposed upon President Beneš in Prague. The French Foreign Minister, Georges Bonnet, was especially emphatic in pressing for Czechoslovak acceptance. One snag was one encountered when Chamberlain went to the Rhineland resort of Godesberg for a second meeting with Hitler and found the latter insistent upon an immediate German military occupation of his regions, where the Sudeten Germans were more than half of the German population. Hitler also refused to participate in the proposed international guarantee of the new Czechoslovak frontier until the claims of the Polish and Hungarian minorities had been satisfied. The Czechoslovak government at first refused to accept Hitler's Godesberg demands, which went beyond the Anglo-French plan that had been reluctantly accepted in Prague. Several days of extreme tension followed. The British Navy was mobilized. The German army was poised to strike against Czechoslovakia at 2 o'clock on the afternoon of September 28. Almost at the last moment, the French government made an offer which went far to meet Hitler's demands, and Mussolini requested a postponement of the German mobilization. Chamberlain had intimated his willingness to come to Berlin for further discussion. Chamberlain announced on the afternoon of September 28 to the House of Commons, grave in face of the threat of imminent war, that Hitler had invited him, together with Daladier and Mussolini, to a conference in Munich on the following afternoon. There was an outburst of tremendous, almost hysterical enthusiasm. There had been little desire to die for a questionable boundary decision in Eastern Europe. Agreement was quickly reached at Munich. Hitler got substantially what he wanted. There were a few face-saving concessions, such as the establishment of an international commission to supervise the evacuation of the Sudetenland. But in the main, Germany wrote its own terms. Chamberlain returned from Munich satisfied that he had done right in averting war. He had induced Hitler to sign with him a joint declaration that the Munich Agreement and the Anglo-German Naval Accord symbolized the desire of our two peoples never to go to war with each other again. Upon his arrival in London, Chamberlain told the cheering crowd which welcomed him, "I believe it is peace in our time, and so it might have been, if the British government had been willing to disinterest itself in Eastern Europe, leaving that area as a battleground to Hitler and Stalin." But what for Chamberlain was an end was for Hitler a beginning. The Munich settlement was capable of being interpreted in two ways. It could have been understood as a final renunciation by Britain and France of interest and concern in Eastern Europe. This was how Hitler chose to understand it. Or it could have been taken as a final settlement of German territorial claims in Europe. There was an atmosphere of precarious peace in Europe for a few months after Munich. German Foreign Minister von Ribbentrop came to Paris and signed with French Foreign Minister Georges Bonnet a declaration of friendship and mutually pacific intentions on December 6. In the text of this declaration, there was nothing very striking, but there is reason to believe that Bonnet, in private talks, gave Ribbentrop to understand that France was disinterested in Eastern Europe. Ribbentrop asserts that Bonnet accepted his argument that the French military alliances with Poland and Czechoslovakia were remains of the Versailles Treaty, which Germany could no longer endure. He also alleges that the French foreign minister did not contradict the statement that Czechoslovakia must now be regarded as being within the German sphere of influence. 9. Of course, this is an ex parte statement of Ribbentrop and was later contradicted by Bonnet. But a disinterested observer, the Polish ambassador to France, Jules Lukasiewicz, offers some confirmatory evidence. Lukasiewicz, in a report to the Polish Ministry of Foreign Affairs, dated December 17, 1938, reports a conversation with Bonnet, who admitted telling a German intermediary that he regretted the French alliances with Poland and the Soviet Union. Characterizing Bonnet as a person of weak character who adapted himself to whomever he talked with last, Lukasiewicz continues, France therefore remains paralyzed and resignedly confined to adopting a defeatist attitude towards everything that is happening in Central and Eastern Europe. France does not consider anything of positive value except an alliance with England, while an alliance with ourselves and the USSR is considered more of a burden. 10. It is understandable that Hitler, in view of the atmosphere in France and Chamberlain's acceptance of his demands at Munich, hoped that he would encounter little resistance in the West to further expansion in the East. But his next move produced the challenge from London, which, after further diplomatic sparring and a final German resort to arms, led to the Second World War. Taking advantage of a separatist movement in Slovakia, Hitler in March 1939 proceeded to swallow up the shrunken remains of Czechoslovakia. The new Czechoslovak president, Dr. Emil Hácha Beneš, had resigned and left the country, was summoned to Berlin, plied with drugs to sustain his failing heart, and put under strong pressure to accept a German protectorate over Bohemia and Moravia. Slovakia was permitted to set up an independent administration and became a German satellite state. Chamberlain's first reaction to this development was moderate. He spoke in Parliament of disintegration of Czechoslovakia from within and declared that no British guarantee of the country's frontiers could apply in such a situation. He took a much more militant line, however, in a speech at Birmingham on March 17, accusing Hitler of having taken the law into his own hands. Chamberlain declared that any attempt to dominate the world by force was one the democracies must resist, and that Britain would take part to the uttermost of its power in resisting such a challenge if it were made. Chamberlain's shift of attitude was apparently attributable to a combination of causes. His Foreign Secretary, Lord Halifax, was prodding him to take a stronger line. There was a rising tide of protest against appeasement in Parliament and in the country. The Birmingham speech heralded a striking shift in British foreign policy. Hitherto, the British government had been extremely cautious about making firm commitments to defend any part of Europe east of the Rhine. Now it began to toss guarantees about with reckless abandon, and with little regard for its ability to implement these guarantees if they were put to the test. Very fateful was the decision to guarantee Poland against attack on March 31, 1939. This was the climax of 10 days of feverish and complex negotiations. The last chance for Poland to align itself with Germany against the Soviet Union, perhaps receiving compensation in the East for concessions to Germany on the issues of Danzig and the corridor, disappeared when two talks between Ribbentrop and the Polish ambassador to Germany, Józef Lipski, ended in hostile deadlock. These talks took place on March 21 and March 26. Colonel Beck on March 23 rejected a British proposal for a consultative pact directed against German aggression, with Great Britain, France, the Soviet Union, and Poland as signatories. With very good reasons, as past and future events proved, Beck distrusted Soviet designs as much as German. His counter-suggestion was a bilateral Anglo-Polish agreement. Chamberlain announced his willingness to accept this when he told the House of Commons on March 34. As the House is aware, certain consultations are now proceeding with other governments, in order to make perfectly clear the position of His Majesty's government in the meantime. Before these consultations are concluded, I now have to inform the House that during that period, in the event of any action which clearly threatened Polish independence, and which the Polish government accordingly considered it vital to resist with their national forces, His Majesty's government would feel themselves bound at once to lend the Polish government all support in their power, They have given the Polish government an assurance to this effect. I may add that the French government have authorized me to make it plain that they stand in the same position in this matter as do His Majesty's government. So Britain and France drew a line along the irregular frontier of Poland and challenged Hitler to step over it. The weakness of this challenge was that the Western powers were no more able to help Poland directly than they would have been able to help Czechoslovakia 6 months earlier. The veteran statesman David Lloyd George put his finger on the fragility of the guarantee when he said in Parliament after the government's announcement, "If war occurred tomorrow, you could not send a single battalion to Poland." Lloyd George added, "I cannot understand why, before committing ourselves to this tremendous enterprise, we did not secure the adhesion of Russia." But this was more easily said than done. A hopeless dilemma was involved in any practical attempt to implement the guarantee to Poland. That country was not able to resist the German attack successfully with its own strength. But it was impossible to obtain Soviet aid on terms compatible with Poland's sovereignty and independence. The devious course of Soviet diplomacy, leading up to the bombshell of the Soviet-German Pact, fully justified the reflections of Neville Chamberlain, expressed in a private letter of March 26. "I must confess to the most profound distrust of Russia. I have no belief whatever in her ability to maintain an effective offensive, even if she wanted to. And I distrust her motives, which seem to me to have little connection with our idea of liberty, and to be concerned only with getting everyone else by the ears. Moreover, she is both hated and suspected by many of the smaller states, notably by Poland, Romania, and Finland. Did American influence contribute to this British decision to take a step which, as Winston Churchill, himself a vehement critic of Munich, remarks in retrospect, meant in all human probability a major war?" 11. Churchill further comments on this decisive step on the British road to war. "Here was decision at last, taken at the worst possible moment and on the least satisfactory ground, which must surely lead to the slaughter of tens of millions of people." 12. The evidence on the Roosevelt administration's pre-war dealings with Britain and France is by no means all available. But in the documents published in the German White Paper, the Polish ambassador to France, Łukasiewicz, is credited with a report of an interesting conversation with American ambassador William C. Bullitt on March 24. Łukasiewicz expressed discontent with what he considered a trend in British policy to expose Poland to the risk of war without making adequate commitments or taking suitable preparedness measures. Said Łukasiewicz, "It is as childish as it is criminal to hold Poland responsible for war or peace. A great deal of blame for this falls on England and France, whose insensate or ridiculously weak policy has provoked the situation and events which are now transpiring." 13. Bullitt, according to Łukasiewicz, was so much impressed by this reasoning that on the following day he informed the Polish diplomat that he had used his special powers to request Joseph P. Kennedy, ambassador in London, to present these considerations to Chamberlain. Bullitt at this time was in high favor with Roosevelt and enjoyed the privilege of special access to the president by telephone. How he used his influence may be judged from records of other conversations included in the documents the Germans claim to have found in the archives of the Polish Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The Polish ambassador in Washington, Jerzy Potocki, is credited in these same documents with the following summary of part of a long conversation with Bullitt on January 16, 1939, when the latter was about to return to Europe. "It is the decided opinion of the President that France and Britain must put an end to any sort of compromise with the totalitarian countries. They must not let themselves in for any discussions aiming at any kind of territorial changes. They have the moral assurance that the United States will leave the policy of isolation and be prepared to intervene actively on the side of Britain and France in case of war. America is ready to place its whole wealth of money and raw materials at their disposal." 14. Lukasiewicz is credited with reporting Bullitt as saying to him in February 1939, "One can foresee right from the beginning the participation of the United States in the war on the side of France and Britain. Naturally, after some time had elapsed after the beginning of the war." 15. It is improbable that the expansive Bullitt concealed these opinions in his talks with French and British officials. 16. And these opinions, coming from a man known to possess the president's confidence, would naturally have carried considerable weight. We do not know whether or how far this or that step of British and French policy was influenced by representations or hints from Washington. It seems safe to say that the whole direction of Anglo-French policy would probably have been different if the occupant of the White House had been known as a firm and sincere opponent of American involvement in European wars. The code name for the German attack on Poland was Case White.Tal. The first direction for planning this operation, with September 1 as the suggested date, was issued by General Keitel, Hitler's chief of staff, on April 3rd, 3 days after the announcement of the British guarantee to Poland. A visit to London by Colonel Beck was followed by an Anglo-Polish communiqué of April 6, announcing that the two countries were prepared to enter into an agreement of a permanent and reciprocal character to replace the present temporary and unilateral assurance given by AMG to the Polish government. The alliance foreshadowed in this statement was only drawn up in final form on August 23rd, the eve of the outbreak of war. There was little the British government could have done to give reality to its guarantee. But even that little was not done. After leisurely negotiations, a very modest credit of £8 million for the purchase of munitions and raw materials was arranged in July. Only a small part of the goods ordered under this credit ever reached Poland. The Poles were no more fortunate in their French allies than in their British. The Polish War Minister, General Kasprzycki, arrived in Paris in May to work out the practical application of the Franco-Polish alliance. He received an assurance from General Vuillemin, commander of the French Air Force, that the French Air Force can from the outset act vigorously with a view to relieving Poland. He also signed a protocol with the French commander-in-chief, Marshal Gamelin, promising a French offensive in force against Germany, to begin on the 16th day after the French mobilization. 17. Neither of these promises was kept. Meanwhile, a scheme for crushing Poland in the jaws of a totalitarian nutcracker was already in process of development. Hitler delivered a defiant speech on April 28, denouncing both the German-Polish Declaration of Amity of 1934 and the Anglo-German Naval Agreement. Still more significant in this speech was the omission of any hostile reference to the Soviet Union. The rapprochement between the Nazi and Soviet Leviathans, stimulated by the British guarantee to Poland, had already begun. A further hint of this trend ensued on May 3rd, when Maxim Litvinov was abruptly replaced as Commissar for Foreign Affairs by V.M. Molotov. Litvinov, as Soviet spokesman in the League of Nations, had identified himself for years with a crusading attitude against fascism and aggression. 18. He had argued that peace is indivisible. How far the Soviet government would have backed up Litvinov's eloquence is open to question. It was good Leninist strategy to take advantage of divisions in the camp of the imperialist and capitalist powers. If war had broken out on some such issue as Ethiopia, Spain, or Czechoslovakia, there is a strong probability that the Soviet Union would have behaved exactly as it acted when war broke out over Poland in 1939. It might have been expected to bow itself out of the conflict and look on with satisfaction while its enemies destroyed each other. However, Litvinov was at least a symbol of anti-fascism. He was also a Jew. On both counts, he was distasteful to the Nazis. His dismissal was an indication that an important shift in Soviet foreign policy was in the making. As early as March 1939, Stalin had publicly intimated his willingness to come to an understanding with Germany. Addressing the Congress of the Communist Party, he said, "The fuss raised by the British, French, and North American press about the Soviet Ukraine is characteristic. It looks as if the object of this suspicious fuss was to raise the ire of the Soviet Union against Germany, to poison the atmosphere and provoke a conflict without any visible grounds for it." 19. Here was a hint that Hitler could hardly misunderstand. Stalin was representing as an unworthy intrigue of the Western powers the suggestion that Germany might be interested in detaching the Ukraine from Russia, a charge which had been made in the treason and sabotage trials of the Trotskyites not very long before. A deal with Germany about Eastern Europe was being offered. And on April 17th, the very day when the Soviet government was openly proposing a triple alliance with Great Britain and France, 20, the Soviet ambassador in Berlin, Merkulov, made a secret tentative overture for Soviet Nazi rapprochement. Calling on the German Secretary of State, von Weizsäcker, Merkulov let drop the following very broad hints. Ideological differences of opinion had hardly influenced the Russian-Italian relationship, and they did not have to prove a stumbling block with regard to Germany either. Soviet Russia had not exploited the present friction between Germany and the Western democracies against us, nor did she desire to do so. There exists for Russia no reason why she should not live with us on a normal footing. And from normal, the relations might become better and better. 21. 3 clear and positive impressions emerge from study of the tangled, complex, and still incomplete diplomatic record of the months before the war. There is the tragic futility of the British and French efforts to square the circle, to obtain Soviet cooperation against Germany without sacrificing the independence of Poland and the Baltic states. There is the curious combination in Hitler of flexibility with violence, reflected in his willingness to put aside temporarily his strongest emotion, anti-communism, in order to disrupt the coalition which was being formed against him. Finally, there is the truly Machiavellian cunning of Stalin, carrying on 2 sets of negotiations at the same time, an open set with Great Britain and France, a secret set with Germany. Stalin gave the Western powers just enough encouragement to put pressure on Hitler to complete the coveted deal, which would give the Soviet Union a share in the spoils of Eastern Europe and leave it outside the impending war. Stalin also included Poland in his web of deception. The Soviet Deputy Commissar for Foreign Affairs, Potemkin, paid a special visit to Warsaw on May 10 and assured the Polish government that it had nothing to fear from Russia in case of a German attack. On the contrary, Poland could count on Russian friendliness and supplies of munitions and other war materials. 22. In retrospect, there is nothing enigmatic or mysterious in Stalin's policy in 1939. It was plainly designed to achieve, and did achieve, a thoroughly logical goal from the communist standpoint: war for the capitalist world, peace with opportunities to expand territorially and build up militarily for the Soviet Union. Like Lenin, Stalin had always regarded war as a factor favorable to communist revolution. He told the 17th Congress of the Communist Party in 1934 that a new imperialist war will surely turn loose revolution and place in jeopardy the very existence of capitalism in a number of countries, as happened in the case of the First Imperialist War. 23. The inevitability of war and the close relation between war and social revolution are themes which recur over and over again in the writings and speeches of the Soviet dictator. 24. This viewpoint does not imply that Stalin would gamble the existence of his own regime by precipitating a conflict in which the Soviet Union would be involved. But from Stalin's standpoint, war between the democracies and the fascist states was a most desirable development. The promotion of such a war is the key to the understanding of the tortuous Soviet policy in the spring and summer of 1939. Neville Chamberlain was as eager to preserve capitalism as Stalin was to destroy it. But he had got into a vulnerable position by his hasty and considered guaranteed to Poland, which was followed in April by similar unilateral guarantees to Greece and Romania. He was constantly being prodded by critics like Churchill and Lloyd George, who pointed out the importance of Soviet military operation, apparently without appreciating the impossible moral and political price which would have to be paid for this coup operation. Efforts to induce the Soviet government to join in an anti-Hitler pact continued despite Chamberlain's strong personal suspicions of Soviet motives and intentions. A Foreign Office official, Mr. William Strang, went to Moscow in June to reinforce the efforts of the British and French ambassadors, Sir William Seeds and M.A. Paul Nagar. But Soviet methods of discussion were evasive and dilatory. The heart of the difficulty was in two Soviet demands: that the Red Army should enter Poland and that the Baltic states should be guaranteed against direct or indirect aggression, regardless of their own desires in the matter. Whether the Soviet Union would have entered the war even if its demands had been granted is doubtful. But it was politically and morally impossible to accede to these demands, for this would have amounted to conceding to Stalin that very right of aggression against weaker neighbors, which was the ostensible cause of fighting Hitler. Such glaring inconsistencies may be tolerated in war, as the records of the Tehran and Yalta conferences testify. But the coercion of friendly powers to part with sovereignty and territory was impossible in time of peace. As Chamberlain said in Parliament on June 7, "It is manifestly impossible to impose a guarantee on states which do not desire it." The showdown with Poland occurred after the Soviet government, continuing its cat-and-mouse tactics, had consented to open military conversations with Great Britain and France. These conversations were admirably calculated to impress on Hitler the necessity of coming to a speedy and definite agreement with Russia. The Soviet representative in the conversations, Marshal K. Voroshilov, raised the question of the passage of Soviet troops across Poland on August 14. He abruptly declared that unless this was agreed on, further military negotiations would be impossible. The French put pressure on Beck to yield, but without success. Beck flatly told the French ambassador, Léon Noël, "This is a new partition which we are asked to sign." The Polish premier expressed doubt whether the Soviet troops, once installed in eastern Poland, would take an effective part in the war. And on the night of August 19, Beck summed up his position with finality to Noël. "This is a question of principle for us. We neither have nor wish to have a military agreement with the Soviet Union. We concede to no one, under any form, the right to discuss the use of any part of our territory by foreign troops." 25. On the same day, August 14, when Voroshilov presented his demand for the passage of Soviet troops across Polish territory, von Ribbentrop addressed to Molotov a suggestion for close German-Soviet cooperation. The nature of the imminent Soviet-German non-aggression pact was foreshadowed in the following sentences. "The Reich government is of the opinion that there is no question between the Baltic and the Black Seas which cannot be settled to the complete satisfaction of both countries. Among these are such questions as the Baltic Sea, the Baltic area, Poland, southeastern questions, etc." Ribbentrop also foreshadowed the character of Nazi and Soviet propaganda for the next 2 years. The capitalistic Western democracies were represented as the unforgiving enemies both of National Socialist Germany and of the USSR, trying to drive the Soviet Union into war against Germany. Finally, Ribbentrop proposed to come to Moscow to set forth the Führer's views to Herr Stalin. 26. Molotov's general reaction to this proposal was favorable, but he showed a disposition to delay the final agreement. It was apparently after Stalin intervened to speed up the procedure that Molotov on August 19 handed to the German ambassador in Moscow, von Schulenburg, the draft of a non-aggression pact. This was to be valid only after a special protocol, covering the points in which the high contracting parties are interested in the field of foreign policy, was signed. 1. Ribbentrop flew to Moscow, and the sensational German-Soviet pact was signed on the night of August 23rd. This was an occasion of revelry for Stalin, Ribbentrop, and Molotov. Their conversation ranged over a wide variety of subjects, including Japan, Turkey, Great Britain, France, the anti-Comintern Pact. Ribbentrop, still smarting from the failure of his diplomatic mission in London, remarked that England was weak and wanted to let others fight for its presumptuous claim to world domination. Stalin eagerly agreed with this sentiment, but offered the reservation that, despite its weakness, England would wage war craftily and stubbornly. Stalin proposed the following toast to the Führer. "I know how much the German nation loves its Führer. I should therefore like to drink his health." Molotov raised his glass to Stalin, declaring that it had been Stalin who, through his speech in March of this year, which had been well understood in Germany, had brought about the reversal in political relations. 27. Apart from Stalin's speech and Merkelov's overture on April 17, there was another important milestone on the road to the Soviet-Nazi pact. The Bulgarian minister in Berlin, Dragunov, called at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs on June 15, and repeated the contents of some remarks which the Soviet chargé d'affaires, Astakov, had made to him on the preceding day. Astakov, in a burst of highly calculated indiscretion, had informed Dragunov that the Soviet government was vacillating between three policies: the conclusion of a pact with Great Britain and France, a further dilatory treatment of the pact negotiations, and a rapprochement with Germany. It was this last possibility which was closest to the desires of the Soviet Union. 28. If Germany would conclude a non-aggression pact, the Soviet Union would probably refrain from concluding a treaty with England. The sincerity of the Soviet government in inviting military conversations in Moscow later in the summer may be judged from these backdoor assurances, given in Berlin in June. The published Soviet-German treaty bound each side not to attack the other and not to lend support to any grouping or third power hostile to the other partner. Its specified duration was 10 years. But more important than the published treaty was a strictly secret protocol. This divided up a large part of Eastern Europe between the two signatories. Germany's share was to be Poland up to the line of the rivers San, Niru, and Vistula, together with Lithuania. The Soviet Union received a free hand in Finland, Estonia, and Latvia, and Germany declared itself disinterested in Bessarabia, which the Soviet Union claimed as a former Russian province, from Romania. The eastern part of Poland was also to be part of the Soviet share of the spoils. Later, this division was modified. The Soviet Union took Lithuania, while Germany obtained a larger slice of Poland. The plebeian dictators, Hitler and Stalin, had revived in more brutal form the partition and annexationist policies of their crown predecessors, Frederick the Great and Catherine Today. The executions and mass deportations of slave labor, which characterized both Nazi and Soviet occupations of Poland, far exceeded in cruelty and in the number of people affected anything recorded of the 18th century partitions of Poland. The announcement of the Soviet-Nazi agreement sounded like a crack of doom in London and Paris. To thoughtful observers, it was clear that Poland's chances of survival, dim even when the threat was only from Germany, had almost vanished when its two mighty neighbors were leagued in what was soon to prove a pact of mutual aggression against that unfortunate country. The British government, however, had gone too far to back down. The Anglo-Polish Treaty was rushed to final ratification on August 25. Hitler and Ribbentrop doubted to the end that Britain and France would stand firm. Ribbentrop's attitude was made clear at a meeting between him and Count Ciano, the Italian foreign minister, at Salzburg on August 11th. Ribbentrop disclosed to the dismayed Ciano that war with Poland was imminent. But he insisted that Britain and France would remain neutral and backed his opinion with a bet of a suit of old armor against an old Italian painting. He never paid the bet. Ciano, never an enthusiast for the German connection, had reluctantly signed the so-called Pact of Steel, an alliance between Germany and Italy in May 1939. But Schiano received the impression from Ribbentrop that Germany did not propose to precipitate war for several years. 29. After wavering in a state of agonized uncertainty between such conflicting impulses as desire for loot and martial glory, fear of German wrath, and realistic consciousness of Italian military weakness, Mussolini decided to stay out of the war for the time being. He informed Hitler in a letter of August 25 that it would be better if Albania did not take the initiative in military activities in view of the present situation of Italian war preparations in the human spirit of all these who gave birth to a tiger. He plaintively reminded Hitler that war had been envisaged for after 1942 and that at that time PNZI would have been ready on land, on sea, and in the air. The last days of August 1939 resembled the last days of September 1938. There was the same atmosphere of imminent war. Diplomatic activity was on a 24-hour basis. There were appeals for peace from Washington. There were exchanges of letters between Hitler and Chamberlain, between Hitler and Daladier. But this time the end was war, not accommodation. Hitler, in communications to Chamberlain of August 23 and August 25, repeated his willingness to support the British Empire and repudiated any idea of westward expansion. But he insisted that the problems of Danzig and the corridor must be solved. When Sir Neville Henderson saw von Ribbentrop at midnight on August 30, the latter produced a lengthy document which, according to Henderson, he read out to me in German, or rather gabbled through to me in a tone of the utmost scorn and annoyance. 30. The document was a 16-point program for settling the issues of Danzig and the corridor. Among other things, the proposals called for a plebiscite of the inhabitants of the area who had lived there before World War I, and for German and Polish rights of communication, regardless of the outcome of the plebiscite. These proposals in themselves were not unreasonable, but they were presented in a fashion that indicated neither expectation nor desire for discussion on equal terms. Ribbentrop said the proposal was already outdated because Poland had not immediately sent an envoy with plenipotentiary powers, as Hitler had demanded in his last communication to Henderson on August 29. Goering apparently made a last-minute attempt to dissuade Hitler from launching the war. Helmuth Wohltat, one of Goering's economic subordinates, had obtained in London from Sir Horace Wilson and Robert Hudson, two of Chamberlain's associates, suggestions for a plan of Anglo-German amity. Goering believed this plan was sufficiently hopeful to be worth trying out. But Ribbentrop's influence was predominant with Hitler, and Ribbentrop was bent on war. Goering was almost driven out of the Führer's presence when he presented his plea for caution and delay in the last days before the outbreak of war. 31. The German offensive against Poland was launched in the early morning of September 1. British and French declarations of war against Germany became effective on September 3. Two sentences in Neville Chamberlain's announcement of the state of war to the House of Commons are worth recalling. This is a sad day for all of us, and to no one is it sadder than to me. Everything that I have worked for, everything that I have hoped for, everything that I have believed in during my public life has crumbled into ruin. Mused I. The note of melancholy was distinctly appropriate to the occasion. British and French statesmanship had been outmaneuvered by Soviet. What could easily have been a German thrust against the Soviet Union had been deflected against the West. The war would doom the Britain of economic freedom and private property in which Neville Chamberlain believed, and the maintenance of Poland's freedom and territorial integrity, the ostensible cause of fighting, would not be won, even though Hitler was to perish in the flaming ruins of his wrecked capital. Wah! 1 For the text of this pact, see Polish White Book, London Hutchinson, pp. 2021. 2. Ibid. pp. 36-38. 3. For fuller details, see Polish White Book, pp. 47, 53, 61. 4. The Gathering Storm, Boston Houghton, 1948, p. 175. 5. Mein Kampf, New York, Renault, 1940, p. 950. 6. See Failure of a Mission, by Neville Henderson, New York, Putnam, 1940, p. 88. This conversation apparently took place in 1937. 7. The Gathering Storm, p. 223. 8. See John Wheeler Bennett, Munich. Prologue to Tragedy, London, Macmillan, 1948, p. 61. 9. Wheeler Bennett, O.P. Tale, p. 308. 10. See the German White Paper, New York, Howell, Soskin, 1940, p. 27. This contains documents allegedly discovered in the Polish Ministry of Foreign Affairs after the German army occupied Warsaw. 11. The Gathering Storm, p. 346. 12. Ibid. p. 347. 13. pp. 51, 53. 14. Ibid. pp. 32, 33. I have been privately informed by an extremely reliable source that Potocki, now residing in South America, confirmed the accuracy of the documents, so far as he was concerned. 15. Ibid. pp. 43, 44. 16. I have been privately informed by a reliable source that an intimation conveyed to the British government through diplomatic sources that Roosevelt favored the adoption of conscription exerted considerable influence on the British decision to introduce this measure in the spring of 1939. 17. C. L. B. Naumier, Diplomatic Prelude, 1938 to 1939, London, Macmillan, 1948, pp. 457-60. 18. By a curious accidental irony, an English translation of Litvinov's speeches, entitled Against Aggression, appeared just as the Soviet Union had been expelled from the League of Nations for its aggressive attack on Finland. 19. See Henry Wolfe, The Imperial Soviets, New York, Doubleday Doran, 1940, p. 148. 20. See Nemier O.P. Sit, p. 154. 21. See Nazi-Soviet Relations, 1939 to 1941. Washington, U.S. Department of State, 1948, p. 22. The quotation is from a memorandum prepared by Weizsäcker on the basis of his conversation with Merkulov. 22. See Count E. Raczynski, The British-Polish Alliance, Its Origin and Meaning, London Melville Press, p. 19. 23. See Pravda for June 28, 1934. 24. For illustrative materials, see the article, Stalin on Revolution, by Historicus, in Foreign Affairs for January 1949. 25. See Namier, Diplomatic Prelude, pp. 206-9. 26. See Soviet-Nazi Relations, pp. 50-52-2i. 27. This is certainly an authoritative attribution of responsibility for the Soviet-Nazi pact. It proves beyond dispute that the pact was not a hasty improvisation in the face of imminent war, but a long-conceived design on Stalin's part. It is sometimes alleged that Stalin was justified in concluding the pact because Britain and France were trying to steer Hitler into attacking the Soviet Union. But there is not a shadow of concrete proof that the men responsible for conducting British and French policy tried to put such a design into effect. They would have deserved a much higher historical rating for intelligence and far-sightedness if they had endeavored to restrict war to the totalitarian part of the world. The Soviet government has published all the incriminating documents it could lay its hands on in this connection, but its case is weak. The Dirksen papers, for instance, merely show that a German unofficial envoy in London, Helmuth Volta, received from Sir Horace Wilson, Chamberlain's advisor on foreign affairs, and from Robert Hudson, of the Board of Trade, a vague outline of bases of Anglo-German friendship in the summer of 1939, and that von Dirksen, then German ambassador, had a non-committal talk with the British Foreign Secretary, Lord Halifax. See documents and materials relative to the eve of the Second World War. Dirksen paper. Moscow, Foreign Languages, Publishing House, 1948. Toy. 28 Nazi-Soviet Relations, p. 21. 29. The Ciano Diaries, 1939 to 1943. New York, Doubleday, 1946. pp. 77, 78, 84. 30 C. Neville Anderson, Failure of a Mission, p. 284 f. 31. I learned this in personal conversations with Woltott and one of his pre-war diplomatic associates, Erich Gritzbach, in Germany in 1949. 4. Debacle in the West. The British and French alliances with Poland brought only disaster and suffering to all the partners. The Polish army, courageous but poorly trained in methods of modern warfare and scantily supplied with tanks and airplanes, was overwhelmed by the invading Germans during the first weeks of September. The defense of Poland was handicapped by the irregular frontiers of the country, by the location of important industrial centers near the borders, and by the obstinate determination of the General Staff to defend every inch of the national soil. After knocking out the Polish Air Force in the first 24 hours of the offensive, the Germans developed a series of pincer movements with the armored columns. The chances of guerrilla resistance in the forests and swamps of eastern Poland disappeared when the Soviet government, by prearrangement with Germany, struck its blow at the Polish rear. The German ambassador to Moscow, von Schulenburg, reported on September 6, 1939, that the Soviet government was doing everything to change the attitude of the population toward Germany. Attacks on the conduct of Germany had ceased, and anti-German literature had been removed from the bookstores. However, as the ambassador noted in a moment of candor, the statements of official agitators to the effect that Germany is no longer an aggressor run up against considerable doubt. Molotov on September 9 telephoned his congratulations and greetings to the German government on the occasion of the entry of the German troops into Warsaw. The Polish capital actually held out for some time longer. The Polish ambassador to the Soviet Union, Grzybowski, was awakened at 3:00 a.m. by a communication from Molotov stating that the Polish state and its government had ceased to exist. Since the Soviet government could not view with indifference the fate of the Belarusian and Ukrainian population, it was directing the High Command of the Red Army to order troops to cross the frontier and to take under their protection the lives and property of the population of the Western Ukraine and Western Belarus. 2. Stalin on September 25 proposed a revision of the division of spoils agreed on a month earlier. He suggested that Germany should take a larger part of Poland up to the river, but in return, the Soviet Union should get Lithuania. This was acceptable to Berlin. Ribbentrop paid a second visit to Moscow and was received with festive honors and the playing of the Horst Wessel Lied. The new boundary in Poland was affirmed in a treaty which rejected the interference of third powers in the settlement. One of the most striking foreign comments on the Soviet Nazi honeymoon was a cartoon by David Lowe. It was entitled A Rendezvous in Poland and represented Stalin addressing Hitler as the bloody assassin of the workers. I presume, while Hitler greeted Stalin as the scum of the earth, I believe. In the background was the corpse of murdered Poland. The Kremlin quickly pressed on the governments of Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia treaties, providing for the establishment of Soviet naval and air bases in these countries. There was no interference with internal administration at this time. Molotov delivered a long report on foreign affairs to the Supreme Soviet, or Soviet Parliament, on October 31. It deserves attention for two reasons. It shows how far the Soviet government, which subsequently liked to assume the pose of being uncompromisingly anti-fascist, was willing to go in collaboration with Nazi Germany. And it is a striking illustration of how swiftly a totalitarian government can reverse the course of its foreign policy. In the past, the Soviet government had consistently professed the friendliest feeling for Poland and respect for Poland's independence and territorial integrity. Molotov struck a very different note. One swift blow to Poland, he said, first by the German army, and then by the Red Army, and nothing was left of this ugly offspring of the Versailles Treaty. Litvinov at Geneva had missed no opportunity to arouse a crusading spirit against fascist aggression, which was used as a basis of Soviet non-aggression pacts with its Western neighbors. All these pacts, with Poland, Finland, Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia, were violated in 1939 and 1940. Molotov poured cold water on such ventures in international idealism. We know, for example, he told the docile delegates of the Supreme Soviet that in the past few months such concepts as aggression and aggressor have acquired a new concrete connotation, a new meaning. Everyone would understand that an ideology cannot be destroyed by force, that it cannot be eliminated by war. It is therefore not only senseless but criminal to wage such a war for the destruction of Hitlerism, camouflaged as a fight for democracy. The war now, according to Molotov, was an imperialist war waged against Germany by Britain and France for fear of losing world supremacy. Hitler, seconded by Molotov, had made a peace offer on October 6. It was rejected, no doubt to the profound relief of the men in the Kremlin. An accommodation with the Western powers, which would have enabled Hitler to turn his full force eastward, would have been most unwelcome news to Stalin and Molotov. Nay, the Baltic area was to be Sovietized within less than a year. But Molotov assured his audience, "We stand for the scrupulous and punctilious observance of pacts on a basis of complete reciprocity, and we declare that all nonsense about Sovietizing the Baltic countries is only to the interest of our common enemies and of all anti-Soviet provocators." The next Soviet move to cash in on the spoils of the Stalin-Hitler deal was a blow at Finland. This attack was an unoriginal imitation of the German invasion of Poland, even down to such a detail as the conventional falsehood that Finland, with a population less than that of Moscow, had started an invasion of Russia. But the Finnish resistance was stubborn and, for a time, remarkably successful. Before the weight of Soviet numbers prevailed in March 1940, the war began on November 30, 1939. Almost 50,000 Red soldiers, by Molotov's own estimate, had perished. Only 737 Russians had been killed in the occupation of eastern Poland. German dead in the Polish campaign were a little over 10,000. The heroic Finnish stand against a country with almost 50 times Finland's population elicited general admiration in the Western world. In his drama, There Shall Be No Night, which extols the fight of free men against tyranny, Robert Sherwood laid the scene in Finland, and Winston Churchill devoted an oratorical purple patch to what he called this splendid northern race. Only Finland, superb, nay sublime, in the jaws of peril, Finland shows what free men can do. The service rendered by Finland to mankind is magnificent. If the light of freedom which still burns so brightly in the frozen north should be finally quenched, it might well herald a return to the Dark Ages, when every vestige of human progress during 2,000 years would be engulfed. 3. Alas, war-born enthusiasms are fickle and fleeting. A time would soon come when Sherwood would shamefacedly transfer the locale of his play to Greece, and when Churchill would help the Soviet Union to quench the light of freedom in Finland by hurling a declaration of war against that country. The only French contribution to the military relief of Poland was some petty skirmishing in the Saar. During the winter all was quiet on the Western Front. But debacle, swift and terrifying, came in the spring and early summer. The British mining of Norwegian waters on April 6, a breach of that country's neutrality, was immediately followed by a lightning German thrust against Denmark and Norway. Denmark was occupied with little resistance. A local fifth column of Nazi sympathizers, headed by Major Vidkun Quisling, cooperated with a German sea and air invasion of Norway. Allied counteraction was fumbling and ineffective. The long Norwegian coastline, important for submarine warfare, passed under German control. The decisive campaign in the West started on May 10th, when German armies poured into the Netherlands, Belgium, and Luxembourg. Within 6 weeks, Hitler's forces had achieved what the Kaiser's legions could not accomplish in 4 years. France, broken and prostrate, signed an armistice that amounted to a capitulation on June 23rd. A main cause of the swift disaster was the failure of the French High Command to take adequate account of the revolutionary change in the nature of modern warfare. The possibilities of the tank and the airplane were underestimated. Too much reliance was placed on the powerful forts of the Maginot Line, built along the most exposed part of the French eastern frontier. But the Germans did not attempt to storm the Maginot Line. They bypassed it, aiming their main blow through the rough country of the Ardennes forest. A fatally weak spot in the French line near Sedan was pierced, and German armored columns, almost unopposed, rolled on to the British Channel. Meanwhile, the British and some French forces, including the best armored divisions, had rashly abandoned their positions northwest of Sedan and had moved into Belgium to meet the German invasion there. Taken in the rear after the breakthrough at Sedan, their strategic position was hopeless. Most of the British and some French troops escaped in the memorable evacuation at Dunkirk, but at the price of losing their heavy equipment. The disaster at Dunkirk would probably have been even greater if the German armored units, on direct orders from Hitler, had not been restrained from pressing home the attack on the town during the days of the evacuation. Churchill believes that Field Marshal von Rundstedt was responsible for this oversight. Von Rundstedt insists that his hands were tied by Hitler's instructions. It may be that Hitler and his generals overestimated the power of resistance remaining in the French armies, which were still covering the line of the rivers Somme and Aisne. They may have wished to avoid heavy losses of armor in anticipation of hard battles to come. But there are indications of political motives in the slowing up of the drive against Dunkirk. At the time when the offensive against Dunkirk had been halted, on May 24th, Hitler talked with von Rundstedt, Army Group Commander, and with 2 key men on his staff, Sodenstern and Blumentritt. As the latter tells the story, Hitler then astonished us by speaking with admiration of the British Empire, of the necessity for its existence, and of the civilization that Britain had brought into the world. He said that all he wanted from Britain was that she should acknowledge Germany's position on the continent. The return of Germany's lost colonies would be desirable but not essential, and he would even offer to support Britain with troops if she should be involved in any difficulties anywhere. 4. Hitler's desire to preserve the British Empire was expressed on another occasion, and under circumstances which preclude the possibility that he was talking for propaganda effect, when the military fortunes of the Western powers were at their lowest ebb. When France had appealed for an armistice, von Ribbentrop gave the following outline of Hitler's attitude toward England in a strictly private talk with the Italian foreign minister, Count Cianon. Ribbentrop, said that in the Führer's opinion, the existence of the British Empire as an element of stability and social order in the world is very useful. In the present state of affairs, it would be impossible to replace it with another, similar organization. Therefore, the Führer, as he has also recently stated in public, does not desire the destruction of the British Empire. He asks that England renounce some of its possessions and recognize the fait accompli. On these conditions, Hitler would be prepared to come to an agreement. 5. However, Hitler, the 20th century Napoleon, found in Churchill a more implacable adversary than Pitt. There had been increasing dissatisfaction with the conduct of the war by the Chamberlain cabinet. Churchill, who had been First Lord of the Admiralty, assumed the office of Prime Minister on May 10, the day when the German offensive was unleashed. During the following weeks, defeat was piled on defeat, disaster on disaster. Churchill never wavered in his resolution to fight on regardless of the consequences of a bitter-end war. Among these consequences would be the tremendous impoverishment of his own country, the wrecking of much of the European continent through savage bombing, the bringing of Asia to the Elbe, in Churchill's own brilliant phrase, and, most ironical of all for Churchill as a great imperialist, the dissolution of much of the British Empire. Churchill's first concern was to keep France in the war. Even after the French armies had been hopelessly crushed, he hoped that a French government, taking refuge in one of the overseas possessions, would continue the struggle as an ally of Great Britain. But the collapse of French resistance advanced so fast that all Churchill's efforts were in vain, despite the active cooperation which he received from Roosevelt, a neutral only in name. The French government quit Paris and moved to Tours in an atmosphere of chaotic disorder on June 10. On the 14th, when the Germans entered Paris, there was a second government exodus to Bordeaux. Only one who, like the writer, lived through those tragic weeks in France can appreciate the prevailing sense of helpless confusion, the loss of all sense of connection between the government and the people. Bordeaux, normally a quiet, comfortable provincial town, was a bedlam, overrun with hordes of refugees, not only French, but Belgian, Dutch, and Central European fugitives from the Nazis. The spectacle of universal crumbling and disorganization must have weighed on the nerves of the harassed government leaders and tilted the scales in favor of acceptance of defeat. Churchill shuttled back and forth by air between London and Paris and Tours, trying to infuse his own bellicose spirit into the French cabinet. But France's military leaders, the venerable Marshal Pétain and General Maxime Weygand, who had succeeded the inept Gamelin after the fatal German breakthrough, knew they were beaten. As land soldiers, they underestimated the defensive possibilities of sea and air power. Knowing the British army was less trained than the French, they foresaw swift defeat for an England that would continue to fight. They saw no sense in continuing a futile slaughter, or rather a roundup by the Germans of enormous numbers of French prisoners. They raised their voices more and more insistently for an armistice. The Prime Minister, Paul Reynaud, was intellectually in favor of continuing the struggle from French overseas territory, but he lacked the fanatical fervor of a Clemenceau. The war had never been popular in France. Amid the ruin and havoc of defeat, the voices of those who had always considered it futile to die for Danzig gained ground. Just before he fled from Paris, Reynaud sent a message to Roosevelt, urging the president to state publicly that the United States would aid the Western powers by all means short of an expeditionary force. In language that sounded like a pale imitation of Churchill's own Elizabethan heroics, Reynaud declared, "We shall fight in front of Paris. We shall fight behind Paris. We shall close ourselves in one of our provinces 7 to fight, and if we should be driven out of it, we shall establish ourselves in North Africa to continue the fight and aim, if necessary, in our American possessions." Now, Churchill saw a chance to kill two birds with one stone, to keep France in the war and to draw the United States into the conflict. Roosevelt, in a speech at Charlottesville, Virginia, had characterized Mussolini's declaration of war on France as a stab in the back. Churchill, through the British ambassador in Washington, Lord Lothian, informed the president that he was fortified by the Charlottesville speech and urged that everything must be done to keep France in the fight. Roosevelt's reply to Reynaud on June 13 gave Churchill a thrill of encouragement. It was much more strongly worded than the American ambassador to Great Britain, Joseph P. Kennedy, a sincere opponent of American involvement in the war, and some State Department officials considered advisable. It read as follows: "Your message of June 10 has moved me very deep. As I have already stated to you and to Mr. Churchill, this government is doing everything in its power to make available to the Allied governments the material they so urgently require, and our efforts to do so still more are being redoubled. This is so because of our faith in and our support of the ideals for which the Allies are fighting. The fighting resistance of the French and British armies has profoundly impressed the American people. I am, personally, particularly impressed by your declaration that France will continue to fight on behalf of democracy, even if it means slow withdrawal, even to North Africa and the Atlantic. It is most important to remember that the French and British fleets continue in mastery of the Atlantic and other oceans. Also to remember that vital materials from the outside world are necessary to maintain all armies. I am also greatly heartened by what Prime Minister Churchill said a few days ago about the continued resistance of the British Empire, and that determination would seem to apply equally to the great French Empire all over the world. Naval power in world affairs still carries the lessons of history, as Admiral Darlan well knows. Churchill saw in this message 2 points which were equivalent to belligerence: a promise of material aid, which implied active assistance, and a call to go on fighting, even if the government were driven from France. The British Prime Minister rushed off a message to Reynaud suggesting that if France would remain in the field and in the war, we feel that the United States is committed beyond recall to take the only remaining step, namely becoming a belligerent in form as she already has constituted herself in fact. 9. But the next day brought disillusionment. Roosevelt, apparently feeling that he had gone too far, refused to permit the publication of his communication to Reynaud and emphasized that this message was not intended to commit and did not commit the United States to military participation. Churchill then tried to stimulate Roosevelt's willingness to take bellicose steps by painting a dark picture of what might happen if control of Britain should pass out of the hands of the present government. In that case, he warned, Britain might obtain easy terms by consenting to become a vassal state in Hitler's empire, and the United States might be confronted with a vast naval bloc, composed of the German, British, French, Italian, and Japanese fleets. In the light of subsequent events, this suggestion does not sound realistic. Although France was conquered, Hitler never made any use of the French Navy. The British Navy remained independent. The Italian Navy won few laurels, and Germany never came within measurable range of surface mastery of the oceans. Churchill's message failed to inspire any immediate action, but it furnished useful scare material for advocates of American intervention. The attempt to keep France in the war failed. An offer, hastily worked out by Churchill's War Cabinet, in consultation with the members of the French Economic Mission in England, Jean Monnet and René Pleven, and General de Gaulle, of an indissoluble union between Britain and France fell on deaf ears in Bordeaux. The harassed Reynaud resigned in favor of Marshal Pétain, who on June 17 pronounced the decisive words, "Il faut cesser le combat. Wandern on the hell." It was then merely a question of learning the armistice terms. These called for the occupation of the greater part of France, including the Channel and Atlantic coasts, together with demobilization and disarmament, although France was permitted to maintain an army of 100,000 men. The fleet was to be recalled to French ports, laid up, and dismantled under German supervision. Germany promised not to use French warships for military purposes. After the first stunning shock of defeat, the swiftest and most complete in the long series of Franco-German wars, Frenchmen were divided between three camps. The then little-known General Charles de Gaulle, denouncing the armistice from London, had only a few followers. At the other extreme were men like Pierre Laval, who argued that the best French hope of survival lay in adopting a pro-German and anti-British orientation and trying to win Hitler's favor. The position of Pétain, the new chief of the French state, was between these extremes. The aged marshal tried to save the French Empire, to alleviate the sufferings caused by the occupation and the food stringency, to substitute for the fallen Third Republic a conservative, paternalistic regime. It would be unfair to brand Pétain and the great majority of the French people who at this time accepted his leadership as traitors. As William L. Langer says, until November 1942, at least, the vast majority of patriotic Frenchmen felt they could serve best by staying in France. 10 France fell, but Britain stood. Whatever may be thought of the judgment of the British government in following policies, which led to such a political disaster as the Stalin-Hitler Pact, and to such a military debacle in Poland and in France, the heroism of the British people deserved and excited world-wide admiration. They stood alone and lightly armed against the greatest military power the continent had seen since the time of Napoleon. On June 18th, just after the French decision to surrender became known, Churchill pronounced the most famous of his many dramatic speeches, with the following ringing peroration: "The whole fury and might of the enemy must very soon be turned on us. Hitler knows that he will have to break us in this island or lose the war. If we can stand up to him, all Europe may be free, and the life of the world may move forward into the broad, sunlit uplands. But if we fail, then the whole world, including the United States, including all that we have known and cared for, will sink into the abyss of a new dark age made more sinister and perhaps more protracted by the lights of perverted science. Let us therefore brace ourselves to our duties, and so bear ourselves that, if the British Empire and its Commonwealth last for 1,000 years, men will still say this was their finest hour." Churchill was assiduous in seeking new allies to replace those who had failed. He was incessant in his appeals for more aid from the United States. He also turned to a less sympathetic and responsive source. He addressed a letter to Stalin on June 25th, describing the two objects of British policy as saving Britain and freeing the rest of Europe from German domination. Churchill expressed readiness to discuss fully with the Soviet government any of the vast problems created by Germany's present attempt to pursue in Europe a methodical process of conquest and absorption by successive stages. This overture fell on deaf ears. Stalin made no formal reply, but his informal reaction, set forth to the new British ambassador Sir Stafford Cripps, was flatly negative. Stalin told Sir Stafford that he saw no danger of the hegemony of one country in Europe, still less any danger that Europe might be engulfed by Germany. He had not discovered any desire on Germany's part to engulf European countries. Stalin further expressed the opinion that German military successes did not menace the Soviet Union and its friendly relations with Germany. These relations were not based on transient circumstances, but on the basic national interests of both countries. Molotov hastened to inform the German ambassador, von Schulenburg, of this rebuff to Britain. 11. The Soviet dictator had no intention of coming to the aid of Britain in its extremity. On receiving the news of the French collapse, Molotov summoned the German ambassador to his office and expressed the warmest congratulations of the Soviet government on the splendid success of the German armed forces. 12. The Soviet government had already shared in the partition of Poland. Now it began to gather in the other territorial spoils of its deal with Hitler. An ultimatum was sent to Lithuania on June 14, accusing that country and other Baltic states of military conspiracy against the Soviet Union. 1 or 2 border incidents were manufactured and Red Army troops moved in. Similar ultimatums were sent to Latvia and Estonia on the 16th. 3 Soviet troubleshooters, the term had literal as well as symbolic significance in this case, were rushed to the capitals of the occupied countries. Dekanizov to Kaunas, Vyshinsky to Riga, Zdanov to Tallinn. Elections on the familiar totalitarian pattern were held in July, and led to the selection of parliaments which were entirely subservient to the Soviet will. Pre-election propaganda did not call for absorption into the Soviet Union, but only for maintaining friendly relations with that country. There was therefore no plebiscite, not even a plebiscite under foreign occupation, on this issue. Soon after the tame parliaments assembled, they voted in favor of association with the Soviet Union. This request was quickly granted. Molotov gave a realistic account of the method by which annexation was accomplished when he reported to the Supreme Soviet. The Soviet government presented the demands you know of concerning changes in the governments of Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia, and dispatched additional Red Army units to those countries. You know the results of this step of the Soviet government. This was a time when Soviet actions were still appraised realistically in Western capitals. Sumner Welles, acting Secretary of State, summed up the American official reaction in the following statement of July 23. During these past few days, the devious processes were under the political independence and territorial integrity of the 3 small Baltic republics, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, were to be deliberately annihilated by one of their powerful neighbors, have been rapidly drawing to their conclusion. From the day when the peoples of these republics first gained their independence and democratic form of government, the people of the United States have watched their admirable progress in self-government with deep and sympathetic interest. The policy of this government is universally known. The people of the United States are opposed to predatory activities, no matter whether they are carried on by force or by the threat of force. They are likewise opposed to any form of intervention on the part of one state, however powerful, in the domestic concerns of any other sovereign state, however weak. The Soviet government on June 26, after some behind-the-scenes diplomatic parleying with Berlin, served a 24-hour ultimatum on Romania, demanding the cession of Bessarabia and northern Bukovina. Bessarabia was a pre-war Russian province with an ethnically mixed population which had been occupied by Romania in the confusion after World War I. Bukovina, where many of the inhabitants were of Ukrainian stock, had formerly been part of the Austro-Hungarian Empire and had never belonged to Russia. Germany had renounced interest in Bessarabia as part of the price of the Stalin-Hitler Pact. Bukovina, Molotov had first demanded the entire province, was an awkward new request for Ribbentrop. However, after persuading the Kremlin to limit its claim to the northern part of the province, Berlin advised the Romanian government to yield. Stalin now regained the old Russian frontier on the Baltic and at the mouth of the Danube. August and September were critical months for Britain. Hitler declared in a victory speech on July 19 that it had never been his intention to destroy or even to harm the British Empire, and made a general peace offer in the following words: "In this hour, I feel it to be my duty, before my conscience, to appeal once more to reason and common sense in Great Britain as much as elsewhere. I consider myself in a position to make this appeal, since I am not the vanquished begging favors, but the victor, speaking in the name of reason. I can see no reason why this war must go on." 13. This speech was followed by private diplomatic overtures through Sweden, the United States, and the Vatican. But Churchill was in the war with the objective, not of saving Britain from destruction and its navy from capture, but of destroying Nazi Germany and reconquering Europe. Lord Halifax, then Foreign Secretary, brushed aside what he called Hitler's summons to capitulate at his will. The British government had already given 2 demonstrations of its intention to stop at nothing, as Churchill puts it in his memoirs. When the French naval commander at Mers, El Kabir, in North Africa, refused to comply with a British demand to sink his ships or proceed under British convoy to a British or American port, the British warships opened a full-scale attack and sank or disabled most of the French ships, with a loss of over 1,000 lives. On the same day, July 3rd, the British seized French ships in British ports and interned those at Alexandria. The British also took the initiative in one of the most savagely destructive methods of modern warfare, the indiscriminate bombing of cities. This point was usually obscured by wartime passion and propaganda, but the evidence from British sources is strong. So Mr. J. Al. M. Anziu Spate, Principal Assistant Secretary to the Air Ministry, says in his work, Bombing Vindicated, "We began to bomb objectives on the German mainland before the Germans began to bomb objectives on the British mainland." That is a historical fact which has been publicly admitted. Yet, because we were doubtful about the psychological effect of propagandist distortion of the truth, that it was we who started the strategic offensive, we have shrunk from giving our great decision of May 1940 the publicity which it deserved. That surely was a mistake. It was a splendid decision. It was as heroic, as self-sacrificing, as Russia's decision to adopt her policy of scorched earth. A well-known British military commentator, Captain B. H. Littlehart, notes that the night bombing of London in September 1940 followed 6 successive British attacks on Berlin during the preceding fortnight, and observes, "The Germans were thus strictly justified in describing this as a reprisal, especially as they had, prior to our 6th attack on Berlin, announced that they would take such action if we did not stop our night bombing of Berlin." 15. When it became clear that the British government would not consider his peace proposal, Hitler gave orders for the preparation of a plan of invasion, known as Operation Sea Lion. The original D-Day was September 15. The German Navy proposed to establish a narrow corridor across the Channel, wall it in with minefields and submarines, and ferry the armored forces across in successive waves. The army leaders protested that they needed a wide range of coastline to attack than the Navy felt able to guarantee. Neither service was very optimistic about the prospects of Sea Lion. It was recognized that a preliminary condition of success was mastery of the air over southeastern England. This the Luftwaffe, in a series of fierce air combats during the last days of August and the first weeks of September, failed to achieve. Sea Lion was postponed several times and finally shelved indefinitely. Hitler's inability to surmount the narrow barrier represented by the British Channel is a sufficient commentary on the charlatan quality of alarmists who, before and during the war, represented a German invasion of North America as a serious possibility. By D1, had Hitler regarded Britain as his principal enemy, he would have found other means of striking, even though the plan of direct invasion was frustrated. Gibraltar and Suez, at opposite ends of the Mediterranean, were key communication points of the British Empire. Had Hitler given up or postponed his reckoning with Russia and concentrated his war effort in the Mediterranean area, the course of hostilities and the final issue of the war might have been different. But the Führer's enthusiasm was reserved for continental land operations. As he once told his naval chief, Admiral Erich Raeder, "On land, I am a hero, but at sea I am a coward." The Gibraltar Operation, somewhat vaguely conceived after the fall of France, was held up and never undertaken because the Spanish ruler, General Francisco Franco, was unwilling to let the Germans pass through Spain without greater economic aid and political concessions than Hitler was willing to give him. When Hitler met Franco at Hendaye, on the Franco-Spanish border, in October 1940, the Spanish dictator proved so obstinate in demanding and so evasive in conceding that Hitler later remarked that he would rather have 3 or 4 teeth drawn than go through such an experience again. 16 Mussolini's attempt to win Franco's consent to the German demands in February 1941 was equally unsuccessful. The German commander in North Africa, Field Marshal Erwin Rommel, was a brilliant tank specialist who ruined the reputation of several British generals, but he never received enough men or material to make possible a successful drive to Alexandria and Suez. After December 1940, Hitler was committed to the realization of a design of which he had always dreamed, the smashing of Soviet Russia. The dissolution of the Nazi-Soviet quasi-alliance lies outside the limits of the debacle in the West, but it will be briefly described here because it exercised a profound effect upon the military and political course of the war in which America would soon be involved. The situation which prevailed in Europe after the fall of France, with Hitler and Stalin as the masters of the continent, recalls the period between 1807 and 1812. At that time, Napoleon and Tsar Alexander I shared a similar domination in an equally uneasy and precarious alliance. Stalin followed Alexander's example by using the period of understanding to attack Finland and to strengthen the Russian position on the Danube. Some of the effusive congratulations exchanged between Moscow and Berlin recall the Tsar's expansive remark to the French ambassador Savary. "What is Europe? Where is it, if it is not you and we?" A new brand of ideological cement was improvised for this strange friendship of two systems which had formerly exchanged the bitterest abuse. German propaganda stressed the idea that Russia and Germany were young, revolutionary, proletarian countries, naturally leagued against the old, weary, decadent plutocracies of the West. Ribbentrop seems to have believed his own propaganda to some extent. He expressed favorable views of Stalin and his regime, not only in public statements, but in private talks with Mussolini and Chano di Tar. He believed that Stalin had become a nationalist, a somewhat delusive source of comfort to Western statesmen in a later phase of the war, and that Jews were being eliminated from high places in the Soviet administration. But the forces that made for rupture outweighed Ribbentrop's dream of lasting cooperation between Nazism and communism. Among these forces were Hitler's emotional hatred of Bolshevism, the Soviet tendency to procrastinate and drive hard bargains in diplomatic discussion, and the clash of German and Russian interests at the Dardanelles, so often a focal point of international rivalry. The first serious rift in Berlin-Moscow harmony occurred when Germany and Italy guaranteed the new shrunken frontiers of Romania in August 1940. Besides losing Bessarabia and northern Bukovina to the Soviet Union, Romania, under pressure from Berlin and Rome, had ceded part of Transylvania to Hungary. Molotov grumbled that Germany had not been altogether loyal in giving this guarantee without consulting Moscow. The shrewd Romanian ambassador in Moscow, Grigor Gavancu, reports the following acid interchange between Molotov and von Schulenburg. "Why have you given the guarantee? You know we had no intention to attack Romania." "That is just why we gave the guarantee," retorted the German diplomat. "You have often told us that you have no further claim on Romania. Our guarantee, therefore, can be no source of annoyance to you." This was already a far cry from the saccharine congratulations on the German victories in Poland and France. The definite turning point in Soviet-German relations, however, may be dated from Molotov's visit to Berlin in November. Representatives of Germany, Japan, and Italy had signed a tripartite pact in Berlin on September 27. This provided for Japanese recognition of the leadership of Germany and Italy in establishing a new order in Europe. Germany and Italy, in return, endorsed Japan's leadership in setting up a new order in Greater East Asia. Clause 3 was perhaps the most important item in this treaty. Germany, Italy, and Japan agree to assist one another with all political, economic, and military means when one of the three contracting powers is attacked by a power at present not involved in the European War or in the Chinese-Japanese conflict. Now, the only powers which might have fitted this definition were the United States and the Soviet Union, with the former a far more likely participant in intervention. Ribbentrop hoped that the Soviet Union could be fitted into the framework of the pact. As he told Shiano on November 4, 17, he wanted a political and economic pact based on mutual recognition of the territorial situation, on an undertaking by each party never to give aid to the enemies of the other, and on a broad collaboration and friendship clause. More than that, Ribbentrop wanted an agreement to direct Russian dynamism to the south. It was to be anti-British in character, and to aim at safeguarding the position of Afghanistan and Persia as far as possible. Italian dynamism, in Ribbentrop's conception, was to be channeled toward Mediterranean Africa and the Red Sea, German dynamism toward Equatorial Africa. Ribbentrop did not wish to discuss Balkan questions with the Soviet Union, and on this point he reckoned without Molotov. The Soviet foreign minister arrived in Berlin prepared for hard bargaining. When Hitler and Ribbentrop tried to allure him with visions of expansion in Asia, Molotov demanded a free hand in Finland and the right to give a guarantee to Bulgaria, which would bring that country into the Soviet sphere of influence. He also wanted to obtain an assurance against an attack in the Black Sea through the Straits, not only on paper but in reality, and believed the Soviet Union could reach an agreement with Turkey on this point. Hitler was cool to these hints of further Soviet expansion in the area of the Baltic and Black Seas. He declared flatly that there must be no war in Finland, and pointedly inquired whether Bulgaria had asked for the kind of guarantee Molotov suggested. So the general atmosphere of the November meeting in Berlin was chilly and negative. Molotov received for consideration the draft of a four-power treaty to be signed with Germany, Italy, and Japan. Soviet territorial aspirations were rather vaguely defined in this document as centering south of the national territory of the Soviet Union, in the direction of the Indian Ocean. 18. Molotov's response to this offer was given to Schulenburg on November 26. 19. The Soviet foreign minister was willing to sign the four-power treaty, but at a high price. He demanded withdrawal of German troops from Finland, a mutual assistance pact with Bulgaria, a base in Bulgaria for Soviet land and naval forces within range of the Straits, Japanese surrender of coal and oil concessions in Soviet North Sakhalin. Molotov also stipulated that the area south of Batum and Baku in the general direction of the Persian Gulf be recognized as the center of the aspirations of the Soviet Union. To this proposal, the German government returned only evasive and non-committal replies. The real answer was given on December 18, 1940. When Hitler issued a top-secret directive for the preparation of Operosa Barbarossa. 20. The nature of this directive was summarized in the first sentence. The German armed forces must be prepared to crush Soviet Russia in a quick campaign, Operation Barbarossa, even before the conclusion of the war against England. Romania and Finland, countries which had been despoiled of territory by the Soviet Union, were counted on as allies. The ultimate objective was to establish a defensive line against Asiatic Russia running approximately from the Volga River to Archangel. Then, in case of necessity, the last industrial area left to Russia in the Urals could be eliminated by the Luftwaffe. It was considered of decisive importance that the intention to attack should not be discovered. The vast preparations necessary to mount an offensive against Russia, however, could not be entirely concealed. In January 1941, the American commercial attaché in Berlin, Sam E. Woods, sent a confidential report based on information surreptitiously received from an anti-Nazi German in high position, outlining the plan of invasion. Undersecretary Wells, at the request of Secretary Hull, communicated this to the Soviet ambassador, Konstantin Omansky. 21. With his far-flung secret service, Stalin probably received similar information from other sources. German-Soviet relations remained outwardly correct during the first month of 1941. American and other foreign communists followed the party line dictated by the Stalin-Hitler Pact until the German attack actually took place. But as Germany overran the Balkans, the Soviet government indulged in a few verbal gestures of dissatisfaction. When Bulgaria adhered to the Tripartite Pact early in March 1941, and German troops moved into that country, Molotov expressed regret to Schulenburg that the German government deemed it obviously possible to take a course that involves injury to the security interests of the Soviet Union. 22. The Zenzel Soviet Ministry of Foreign Affairs published a statement disapproving the Bulgarian action. A more serious diplomatic brush occurred early in April. The Yugoslav government, which had subscribed to the Tripartite Pact, had been overthrown by a revolt from within. Germany was poised for the invasion of Yugoslavia. Molotov informed Schulenburg on April 4 that the Soviet government was signing a treaty of friendship and non-aggression with the new anti-German Yugoslav government. The German ambassador protested that the moment chosen for the signing of the treaty was very unfortunate. But Molotov persisted in his design and urgently requested the German government to do everything in its power to preserve peace in the Balkans. 23. The German reply was to launch a smashing and quickly successful offensive against Yugoslavia on April 6. The Soviet-Yugoslav Pact had no influence whatever on the course of events. It merely served as an embarrassing revelation of Soviet diplomatic weakness. From another direction, however, Stalin obtained some compensation for his failure to halt the German forward march in the Balkans. The conquest of Yugoslavia was soon followed by the occupation of Greece. He induced the volatile Japanese foreign minister, Yosuke Matsuoka, to sign a treaty of neutrality and non-aggression in Moscow on April 13. This was a first-rate disaster for the United States, just as the Soviet Nazi Pact had been a severe blow to France and Britain. Pearl Harbor was foreshadowed when Japan thus demonstratively ensured itself against Soviet pressure from the north, thereby freeing its hands for expansion to the south. Stalin was mainly concerned to assure Japanese neutrality in the event of a war with Germany, and it seems reasonable to assume that, with his belief in war as a midwife of revolution, the Soviet dictator viewed with complacent satisfaction the prospect that Japan would use up its energies against the United States and the European powers with colonial possessions in the Far East. The Romanian ambassador, Gafencu, sums up as follows some of the more far-reaching implications of the Soviet-Japanese Pact, which was to run for 5 years. Japanese action to the south would free Western Siberia from the Japanese menace, to some extent relieve China, hardly able to breathe in the Japanese embrace, embark Japan in a war with the United States that could only be fatal to Japan in the long run, reveal the weakness of the British Empire, drive the great masses of Central Asia to self-consciousness, and prepare the struggle for the liberation of Asia. 24. Italics supplied. Ah. A bizarre prelude to the attack on Russia was the flight to England of Rudolf Hess, one of Hitler's chief lieutenants. Hess had been aware of peace feelers, which Albrecht Haushofer, son of the famous geopolitician, had tried to put out to England. But his message, when he was arrested and interrogated after his arrival in England, was little more than a restatement of Hitler's earlier offers, to an accompaniment of hallucinations and hysteria, which bordered on insanity. As the hour of danger grew nearer with the coming of summer, Stalin made desperate efforts to appease Hitler. He was punctilious in fulfilling Soviet-promised deliveries of grain and raw materials to Germany, although German deliveries to Russia fell into arrears. He withdrew diplomatic privileges from the Belgian, Norwegian, and Yugoslav missions in Moscow. He recognized a short-lived pro-German rebel regime, which was set up in Iraq. Finally, when tension and suspense had reached a high point, the Soviet official news agency, TASS, on June 13, issued a very significant communiqué referring to rumors circulating in the foreign, especially in the British press, to the effect that Germany had presented territorial and economic demands to Russia, that these demands had been refused, and that both sides were mobilizing troops. Characterizing these rumors as absurd, TASS denied that any such negotiations had taken place, professed full confidence in Germany's pacific intentions, and continued. The recent movement of German troops, released from the Balkan campaign toward regions to the east and northeast of Germany, was from other motives, and does not concern the relations between the Soviet Union and the Reich. As for Russia's summer mobilization, this, according to TASS, was nothing out of the ordinary. To suggest that it is aimed at Germany is, of course, absurd. The wording of this statement is an excellent example of Asiatic style in diplomacy, cunning, oblique, and full of double meaning. The communiqué was designed to intimate to Berlin that the Soviet government knew of the large German troop transfers toward its borders and was taking mobilization measures of its own. But at the same time, there was an expression of willingness to set down everything as a misunderstanding due to British intrigue, if only Germany would not attack. It was a clear invitation for some kind of reassuring declaration from Berlin. But no such declaration came. Instead, at dawn on June 22nd, Ambassador Schulenburg delivered a three-line message to Molotov. In view of the intolerable pressure exercised by Russian troops on the lines of demarcation, separating them from the German troops, the latter have received orders to advance into Soviet territory. The war of the totalitarian giants had begun. Hitler explained his attack in a long proclamation issued on June 22. He declared that it was only with extreme difficulty that he brought himself to send Ribbentrop to Moscow in 1939. He recalled the Soviet demand for Lithuania, contrary to the original terms of the Moscow Pact, and the later Soviet demands at Berlin for a free hand in Finland, Bulgaria, and the Straits. These statements are consistent with the documentary evidence discovered after the fall of the Nazi regime. 25. More doubtful is Hitler's assertion that the Soviet Union promised delivery to Yugoslavia of arms, aircraft, and munitions through Salonika, and the accusations of Soviet frontier violations are no more credible than the earlier German charges against Poland or the Soviet accusations against Finland and the Baltic states. Molotov's hard bargaining seems to have been one cause of the German attack. Hitler also emphasized the point that such powerful German forces were tied up in the East that radical conclusion of the war in the West, particularly as regards aircraft, could no longer be vouched for by the German High Command. Other phrases in the proclamation suggest that Hitler hoped to rally united Europe in an anti-communist crusade. The German invasion of the Soviet Union was the last, but one of the big political developments in choosing sides for World War II. A few months later, there would be Pearl Harbor and the formal belligerence of the United States against Japan, Germany, and Italy. The origins of this war and its character must be understood if America's involvement is to be fairly judged. Several points which were overlooked at the time stand out with increasing clarity, now that more evidence is available. First, there is no factual evidence, after close examination of all captured Nazi archives, that Hitler had prepared any plan for offensive action against the Western Hemisphere. Second, German ambitions were directed toward the East, not toward the West. The danger, hysterically stressed in the United States by advocates of intervention, that Hitler might capture the British Navy and press it into service against the United States, was non-existent. There is no proof that Britain and France would ever have been attacked if they had not gone to war on the Polish issue. Even after the debacle on the Western Front, Britain at any time could have had peace on the basis of retaining its fleet and its empire. The attack on Britain was undertaken reluctantly and with inadequate means. It was quickly abandoned for the more congenial enterprise of continental eastward expansion. Third, no element of freedom, democracy, or morality entered into the struggle for Eastern Europe between Hitler and Stalin, two tyrants with equally bloody and obnoxious records. When a satisfactory division of prospective loot was arranged in 1939, Stalin was quite ready to pledge eternal friendship to Hitler. We now know that Russia would have formally joined the Axis if Molotov's demands for an additional cut in the spoils had not gone beyond what Hitler was prepared to concede. Fourth, the professed war objective of the Western powers, the maintenance of the independence and territorial integrity of Poland, was almost impossible to achieve. The Western powers could bring no military pressure to bear directly on Eastern Europe. The Soviet Union was just as clearly committed as Germany to the extinction of Polish independence and the mutilation of Poland's frontiers. We shall see in a later chapter how feebly, half-heartedly, and unsuccessfully America and Great Britain defended the cause of Poland. Fifth, it should not have required great perspicacity to recognize that the Soviet Union, in view of its record of aggression and bad faith, its philosophy of world revolution, and its vast assets in territory, manpower, and natural resources, would be a very difficult and dangerous ally. If the war against Hitler perhaps could not be won without Russia, it was certainly doubtful whether the peace could be won with Russia. These considerations were certainly important. They should have been carefully weighed in the balance before the United States committed itself to a second crusade. That they exercised little influence on the thinking of those responsible for shaping American policy is evident from the record which will be set forth in the next 3 chapters. Gentile. 1. Nazi-Soviet relations, p. 88. 2. Part of the population of eastern Poland was composed of people of Belarusian and Ukrainian stock. 3. Reprinted in Blood, Sweat, and Tears by Winston Churchill, New York, Putnam 1940, p. 215. 4. CBH. Little Heart. The German General's Talk, New York, Morrow 1948, p. 135. 5. Ciano Diplomatic Papers, London, Autumn's Press, 1948. p. 373. 6. This phrase was first used by Marcel Déat, a French opponent of the war who was later associated with the Vichy regime and disappeared after the end of hostilities. 7. Reynaud was thinking of the Breton Peninsula. 8. Is symptomatic of the bias of the Roosevelt administration in favor of communism, as against fascism, that no such language was publicly used when the Soviet Union delivered its stab in the back to Poland. 9. Their finest hour, p. 185. 10. Our Vichy Gamble, New York, Knopf, 1946, p. 387. 11. Nazi-Soviet relations, p. 166, 67. 14. ppy. 68, 74. Cited in the Second World War by Major General J. F. C. Fuller, London, Air, 1948, p. 222. General Fuller adds the tart comment, "Thus, on Mr. Beale, Spate's evidence, it was Mr. Churchill, who lit the fuse which detonated a war of devastation and terrorization unrivaled since the invasion of the Seljuks. 15. The Revolution in Warfare, 1946, p. 72, cited in Fuller op. Cit. Dory, p. 404. 16. Chiano's Diplomatic Papers, p. 402. 17. Chiano's Diplomatic Papers, p. 406. While 18. Nazi-Soviet Relations, p. 257. 19. IBID, p. 2p. 258, 59. 20. IBID, p. 260. 21. See the Memoirs of Cordell Hull, New York, Macmillan, 1948, 2, 947-48. 22. Nazi-Soviet Relations, p. 278. 23. IBID, pp. 317-18. 24. See Prelude to the Russian Campaign, London, Frederick Muller, 1945, p. 156. Gaffin Koo, in the same book, offers this plausible interpretation of Stalin's design in signing the pact with Hitler. Stalin no longer fought to prevent war, but only to turn it from his own frontiers. A war in the West, with every prospect of being long continued and exhausting for all the Western peoples, was to Russia a guarantee of peace at the moment and preponderance in the future. 25. The main outlines of Nazi-Soviet relations during the period from the spring of 1939 until Hitler's attack on Russia are convincingly presented on the basis of documents captured in the German Foreign Office. In Nazi-Soviet Relations, 1939-1941. Edited by Raymond James Sontag and James Stuart Betty, Washington. Department of State, 1948. 5. Again and again and again. No people has ever been led into war with so many soothing promises of peace as the Americans received from their chief executive in 1939 and 1940. The national mood after World War I had become one of profound disgust and disillusionment. It had become increasingly obvious that America's First Crusade had not made the world safe for democracy. On the contrary, a war fought to the bitter end and a peace based on revenge, not reconciliation or compromise, had visibly promoted the growth and spread of the twin modern creeds of violence and dictatorship, communism and fascism. There was an increasing sense in America of having been tricked into the First World War on false pretenses, or for reasons which, in retrospect, seemed inadequate to justify the expenditure of blood and treasure. 71% of the people who replied to a public opinion poll in 1937 expressed the opinion that our participation in the First World War had been a mistake. 1. A note of acrimony had crept into much American comment on Europe and into much European comment on America. On the other side of the Atlantic, the United States was reproached for not joining the League of Nations and for trying to collect the money which had been lent to its European associates in the war. Europeans felt that these debts should be written off as subsidies in a common cause. But as American enthusiasm about the results of the war waned, the attitude on the debts tended to harden. Whatever the ethics of these two issues may have been, the German reparations and the American war debts were uncollectible for strictly economic reasons. Since these reasons involved complicated issues of currency exchange and transfer, which the average American could scarcely be expected to understand, American public opinion was inclined to interpret non-payment of the debts as deliberate welshing on legal obligation. Bitterness was reflected in sour witticisms, which were plentifully sprinkled in the pages of the American press. As a student of public opinion recorded, American newspapers said in 1921 that the only American book supremely popular in Europe was Uncle Sam's Pocketbook. In 1923, that we had become a leading member of the League of Donations. In 1928, that Europe counted too much on being yanked out of economic difficulties. In 1932, that are being expected to succor Europe suggested to strongly succor. In 1933, that whenever an international conference met, to get at the bottom of things. One of the things is Uncle Sam's pocket. Revelations of the profits of munitions makers, popularly labeled merchants of death, intensified the impulse to stay out of overseas wars. The immediate cause of America's involvement in the First World War had been Wilson's assertion of America's rights on the high seas against the German submarine blockade. So it was decided to forego those rights in advance as not worth the cost of war. Neutrality legislation, passed by overwhelming majorities in both houses of Congress and adopted in finally revised form on May 1, 1937, completely repudiated Wilson's position. The act in its final form provided that, whenever the President shall find that there exists a state of war between or among two or more foreign states, certain measures should automatically come into effect. There was to be an embargo on the sale of arms, munitions, and implements of war to all belligerents. American citizens were forbidden to travel on belligerent ships and to buy or sell securities of warring powers. Such products as cotton, scrap iron, and oil could be sold to belligerents, but could not be transported in American ships. This was the so-called cash and carry arrangement. President Roosevelt, during the first years of his long administration, made no attempt to combat the prevalent mood in favor of isolating the United States from foreign wars. Addressing the New York State Grange before his nomination on February 2, 1932, he rejected the idea of American membership in the League of Nations for the following reason. American participation in the League would not serve the highest purpose of the prevention of war and a settlement of international difficulties in accordance with fundamental American ideals. Because of these facts, therefore, I do not favor American participation. 3. Roosevelt adhered to this attitude after his election. He showed a tendency to favor economic, as well as political isolationism, when in a message to the London Economic Conference in 1933, he bluntly refused to cooperate in plans for international currency stabilization, stating, "The sound internal economic system of a country is a greater factor in its well-being than the price of its currency in changing terms of the currencies of other nations." He was lukewarm in his support of such a mild experiment in internationalism as American participation in the World Court. Neutrality and non-involvement in foreign wars were emphasized as desirable objectives in Roosevelt's Chautauqua speech of August 14, 1936. We shun political commitments which might entangle us in foreign wars. We avoid connection with the political activities of the League of Nations. We are not isolationists, except insofar as we seek to isolate ourselves completely from war. I have passed unnumbered hours. I shall pass unnumbered hours, thinking and planning how war may be kept from this nation. The President in this speech sounded a warning against the Americans who, in a hunt for profits, would seek to break down or evade our neutrality in the event of an overseas war. Roosevelt's first notable departure from his stand for neutrality and non-involvement, except in response to an attack on the Western Hemisphere, occurred when he delivered his quarantine speech in Chicago on October 5, 1937. This speech had been prepared in the State Department, but the striking passage about quarantining aggressors was inserted by Roosevelt upon his own initiative. For it was phrased as follows: "The peace, the freedom, and the security of 90% of the world is being jeopardized by the remaining 10%, who are threatening a breakdown of international order and law. Surely the 90% who want to live in peace under law in accordance with moral standards that have received almost universal acceptance through the centuries can and must find a way to make their will prevail." It seems to be unfortunately true that the epidemic of world lawlessness is spreading. When an epidemic of physical disease starts to spread, the community approves and joins in a quarantine of the patients in order to protect the health of the community against the spread of the disease. To reconcile the implications of this suggestion with the plain meaning and intent of the Neutrality Act would be extremely difficult, and Roosevelt offered no enlightenment as to what he had in mind in subsequent talks with the press. The speech is interesting, however, as an indication of the president's changing outlook in world affairs. The majority of the American people in 1937 were far from approving any abandonment of the official declared policy of neutrality and non-intervention. Significant straws in the wind were the absence of any demand for war after the sinking of the American gunboat Panay in the Yangtze River and the strong support for the Ludlow Resolution. This resolution, introduced by Representative Louis Ludlow of Indiana, provided that there should be no declaration of war, except in case of actual attack, without the sanction of a national referendum. This resolution was defeated, but only by a narrow margin. As war in Europe became more imminent, the administration became increasingly committed to a policy of trying to block the designs of the Axis powers. Since lip service was paid to the Neutrality Act, which was the law of the land and commanded wide popular support, there was a good deal of double talk and duplicity. At the time of the Munich crisis, Roosevelt made two appeals for peace, the first to all the governments concerned, the second to Hitler alone. At first there was a disposition in administration circles to claim credit for the Munich settlement. Sumner Welles, Under-Secretary of State, in a radio address referred to steps taken by the president to halt Europe's headlong plunge into the valley of the shadow of death. Welles made the exaggerated claim that Europe escaped war by a few hours, the scales being tipped toward peace by the president's appeal. Soon afterwards, however, the course was set in the direction of opposing anything that savored of appeasement. Hugh Wilson, American ambassador in Germany, was instructed to seize upon every informal opportunity to instill in the minds of German Foreign Office officials the belief that further German aggression would cause the gravest repercussions in the United States. Other United States ambassadors in key posts, William C. Bullitt in Paris, and Joseph P. Kennedy in London, were given the same instructions, which Bullitt probably fulfilled with enthusiasm and Kennedy with reluctant misgivings. 5. Wilson was recalled after the nationwide Nazi-organized anti-Jewish riots, which followed the murder of a German diplomat in Paris by a Jewish refugee in November 1938. The United States remained unrepresented by an ambassador in Berlin after this. Roosevelt gave out the following statement on this occasion. The news of the past few days from Germany has deeply shocked public opinion in the United States. Such news from any part of the world would inevitably produce a similar profound reaction among American people in every part of the nation. I myself could scarcely believe that such things could occur in a 20th century civilization. 6. Roosevelt attacked the Neutrality Act by implication in his address to a joint session of Congress on January 3, 1939. Words may be futile, but war is not the only means of commanding decent respect for the opinion of mankind. There are many methods, short of war but stronger and more effective than mere words, of bringing home to aggressor governments the sentiments of our people. The president went on to warn that, when we deliberately try to legislate neutrality, our neutrality acts may operate unevenly and unfairly, may actually give aid to an aggressor and deny it to the victim. Shortly after the Munich conference, there were some highly secret meetings in the American embassy in Paris. A conference of Ambassador Bullitt with French Premier Daladier and with the French Minister of Aviation, Guy Lachambre, was strongly reminiscent of the time when Anglophile Ambassador Walter Hines Page had advised the British Foreign Minister how to reply to an American note of protest. For the principal subject of discussion was the procurement of airplanes from America for France. Bullitt, who was in frequent telephonic conversation with Roosevelt, suggested a means by which the Neutrality Act, forbidding shipments of arms to belligerents, could be circumvented in the event of war. His suggestion was to set up assembly plants in Canada, apparently on the assumption that Canada would not be a formal belligerent. 7. Ambassador Bullitt arranged for a French mission to come to the United States and purchase airplanes in the winter of 1938-39. The visit was kept under cover, and Bullitt persuaded Roosevelt to bypass the Secretary of War, Harry Woodring, and to make Henry Morgenthau, Jr., Secretary of the Treasury, the liaison agent between the mission and the government. The secret leaked out when a French aviator crashed on the West Coast. Woodring accused Morgenthau of giving the French-American military secrets, although the bombers for which negotiations were going on were already outmoded. Roosevelt then invited some members of the Senate Foreign Affairs Committee to a conference, warned them that war was imminent, and suggested that America's frontier was on the rise. But this talk alarmed and irritated most of the senators instead of winning them over. It hindered rather than helped the accomplishment of Roosevelt's design, the elimination of the arms embargo from the Neutrality Act. The persistent efforts of Roosevelt and Hull to obtain the removal of the embargo before the outbreak of war failed both in the House and in the Senate. The final blow was an adverse 12-11 vote in the Senate Foreign Affairs Committee in July 1939. There is not sufficient evidence to establish with certainty how far Washington may be held directly responsible for the fateful British decision to challenge Hitler on the issue of Poland. Cordell Hull's testimony on America's pre-war policy is ambiguous, if not contradictory. Though we had repeatedly sought to encourage the democracies of Europe, the arrival of war found us with no entangling agreements that would drag us in. 8. Obviously, there were no formal treaties or commitments. These would have been impossible under the American Constitution and in the prevalent state of American public opinion. But it would have been difficult to give encouragement without holding out hope of American aid and perhaps ultimate involvement. The vehement partisanship of high administration officials was calculated to arouse these hopes. Wells called the seizure of Prague the first unshaded instance of open thievery, and Hull was moved to use all his transcendent talent for picturesque profanity. If Colonel Charles A. Lindbergh, or one of the senators known for anti-interventionist sentiments, had been president, the case for letting Hitler move eastward would have seemed much stronger in London and Paris. A well-known American statesman, not connected with the Roosevelt regime, visited Neville Chamberlain in March 1938 and suggested to the British Prime Minister that it would be much better if Germany moved east rather than west. It would be a disaster to civilization, the American remarked, if the Western democracies were dragged down by a war, the end of which would be to save the cruel Russian despotism. Chamberlain expressed agreement with these views and said they dominated his own policies. He was only concerned about the French alliance with Russia. This might induce Hitler to destroy the weaker link first. Had the views of the American visitor prevailed in the White House, Chamberlain might never have changed his policy by giving the guarantee to Poland, which worked out so disastrously both for Poland and for Great Britain. 10. The beginning of the war in Europe made it possible for the administration to get rid of the undesired arms embargo. The president's first steps were to issue neutrality proclamations, one under general international law, the other under the Neutrality Act, prescribing an embargo on arms shipments. After starting his private correspondence with Winston Churchill, full details of which have not been revealed, Roosevelt called Congress in special session and asked for the elimination of the embargo. This request was based on the argument that repeal of the embargo was a means to keep the United States at peace. The president's exact words were, "Let no group assume the exclusive label of the peace bloc. We all belong to it. I give you my deep and unalterable conviction, based on years of experience as a worker in the field of international peace, that by the repeal of the embargo, the United States will more probably remain at peace than if the law remains as it stands today. Our acts must be guided by one single hard-headed thought: keeping America out of the war. Not everyone agreed with Roosevelt's viewpoint. Senator William E. Shaw Bora, the veteran lion of the isolationists, recalled that Secretary Hull had once said that the purpose of the Neutrality Act was to keep us out of war. Bora commented, "If the purpose of the Embargo Act then was to keep us out of war, what is the purpose of repealing it? To get us into war." Senator Robert M. La Follette, Jr., argued that repeal can only be interpreted at home and abroad as an official act taken by our government for the purpose of partial participation in the European war. After the debate had gone on for several weeks, Roosevelt, in a radio broadcast of October 26, gave another of his innumerable professions of intention to keep America at peace. He characterized appeals against sending Americans to the battlefields of Europe as a shameless and dishonest fake. The fact of the international situation is that the United States of America is neutral and does not intend to get involved in war. The period when all was quiet on the Maginot Line passed with no appreciable change in the American position. The President made the following statement of the American attitude toward Finland at the time of the Soviet invasion. "Here is a small republic in Northern Europe, which, without any question whatsoever, wishes solely to maintain its own territorial and governmental integrity. Nobody with any pretense at common sense believes that Finland had any ulterior designs on the integrity or safety of the Soviet Union. That American sympathy is 98% with the Finns in their effort to stave off invasion of their own soil is by now axiomatic. The German military sweep in the spring and summer of 1940 took place so swiftly that American military intervention, even if it had been sanctioned by public opinion, could not have been effective, calling for additional defense appropriations on May 16. After the German breakthrough in France, the President tried to make the nation's flesh creep by pointing out alleged possibilities of attack on American soil by air from various points in the Eastern Hemisphere. Like all arguments based upon the danger of physical invasion of the American continent, this overlooked the limitations imposed by the current range and speed of aircraft. The Ural industrial region of Russia was much closer to German advanced bases than America was to any point occupied by Hitler in 1940. But this area was never subjected to serious bombing attacks. Roosevelt hit a high emotional note in the speech at Charlottesville, Virginia on June 10, referred to on page 78, when the French collapse had already reached an advanced stage. He denounced Mussolini, who had just entered the war against France, in the strongest language he had yet used publicly. On this 10th day of June, 1940, the hand that held the dagger has struck it into the back of its neighbor. He warned against the idea that we of the United States can safely permit the United States to become a lone island in a world dominated by the philosophy of force. Such an island may be the dream of those who still talk and vote as isolationists. Such an island represents to me and to the overwhelming majority of Americans today a helpless nightmare of a people without freedom. The nightmare of a people lodged in prison, handcuffed, hungry, and fed through the bars from day to day by the contemptuous, unpitying masters of other continents. There was also a hint of the future conception of Lend-Lease. We will pursue two obvious and simultaneous courses. We will extend to the opponents of force the material resources of this nation. And, at the same time, we will harness and speed up the use of those resources in order that we ourselves in the Americas may have equipment and training equal to the task of any emergency and every defense. When Roosevelt returned to Washington, he talked in the White House office with Adolph Burleigh, Assistant Secretary of State, and with his most trusted advisor, Harry Hopkins. Burleigh suggested that there might be a clear-cut world division, with Roosevelt as the leader of the free people facing Hitler. The President seems to have taken this suggestion seriously. "That would be a terrible responsibility," he said. It is possible that his decision to run for a third term was finally taken that night. 11. The responsibility which Roosevelt faced was indeed terrible. The subsequent Soviet-Nazi breach could not have been foreseen with certainty at this time. On any reasonable calculation of geography, manpower, and industrial resources, it was obvious that Great Britain, no matter how much aid it might receive from America, could never single-handedly break the German military power. Roosevelt, therefore, had to choose between a policy of Western Hemispheric defense and a policy of increasing commitment to a war which might be expected to take millions of American lives. Perhaps the president disguised, even to himself, the necessity and the implications of this choice. He continued vociferously until his election for a third term, in more muted tones after that election, to profess his intention to remain out of the conflict. But at the same time he instituted policies and made appointments which clearly indicated that America would finally be drawn into the war. One of the most significant of these appointments was that of Henry L. Stimson as Secretary of War. Stimson had held the same office in the cabinet of Theodore Roosevelt and had served as Secretary of State under Herbert Hoover. Stimson had been eager for stronger action against Japan in Manchuria, but was held back by Hoover's aversion to war and by the non-belligerent temper of American public opinion. Out of public office, he had been a militant advocate of an American interventionist policy, both in Europe and in Asia. Stimson on June 18 delivered a radio address calling for the repeal of the Neutrality Act, the opening of American ports to British and French vessels, acceleration of munitions supply to Britain and France, sending them if necessary in our own ships and under convoy, and the adoption of universal military training. Immediately after this speech, which could fairly be described as a call to undeclared war, Stimson was invited to become Secretary of War. He asked Roosevelt over the telephone whether the latter had seen the text of his radio address, and whether this would be embarrassing. The president replied that he had read the speech and was in full accord with it. Well, there could hardly be a more complete acknowledgment in advance of the insincerity of his subsequent campaign peace assurances. At the same time, another interventionist Republican, Frank Knox, became Secretary of the Navy. Knox soon became the most articulate and garrulous war hawk in the cabinet. Stimson's predecessor, Harry Woodring, had favored a volunteer system of enlistment as sufficient for America's defense needs. But Roosevelt was not thinking in terms of defense, and Woodring was fired. The American government late in June received a suggestion from the Italian ambassador in Germany, Dino Alfieri, that peace terms acceptable to Great Britain would be offered by the Axis if Britain would request them. Hull, through Wells, communicated this offer to the British ambassador, Lord Lothian, emphasizing the point that no recommendation of any kind was being offered. On September 5th, President Aguirre Cerdo of Chile proposed to Roosevelt an initiative toward peace by all the American republics. The United States reply was delayed until October 26 and was a rejection. 13. Committed to an all-out victory which Britain could not conceivably win by its own efforts, Winston Churchill spared no effort to draw America into the war. As he tells us in the second volume of his memoirs, "My relations with the president gradually became so close that the chief business between our two countries was virtually conducted by these personal interchanges between him and me. In this way, our perfect understanding was gained." 14. A typical budget of Churchill's requests is to be found in his first message to Roosevelt after assuming office as Prime Minister on May 15. Churchill asks for the loan of 40 or 50 of the older American destroyers, for several hundred of the latest types of aircraft, for anti-aircraft equipment and ammunition, steel and other materials. Lend-lease is foreshadowed in this sentence. "We shall go on paying dollars for as long as we can, but I should like to feel reasonably sure that when we can pay no more, you will give us the stuff all the same." 15. Churchill also proposed that an American squadron should pay a prolonged visit to Irish ports and concludes, "I am looking to you to keep the Japs quiet in the Pacific, using Singapore in any way convenient. If America was to be drawn into the war, the Pacific, as later events were to prove, offered even more opportunities than the Atlantic." Roosevelt sometimes felt obliged to decline or postpone the granting of Churchill's requests. As was noted in the preceding chapter, he disappointed the Prime Minister by refusing to permit the publication of the message to Raynaud, a message which Churchill had eagerly interpreted as an American commitment to enter the war. But usually Churchill's requests were granted after a lapse of weeks or months, if not immediately. The British Prime Minister faced a delicate psychological problem in his dealings with Washington. He wanted to scare the American government sufficiently to speed up aid and, if possible, to procure direct intervention. Yet the painting of too gloomy a picture might create fear in American military circles that aid to Britain out of America's then very scanty military resources might be wasted. This led to occasional inconsistencies. So Churchill suggested, in a message of June 1415, that a point might be reached in the struggle where the present British ministers would no longer be in control of the situation. A pro-German government might be formed. Then where would America be, the Prime Minister continued, if the British Navy were surrendered to Hitler? On the other hand, when arrangements were made to turn over 50 American destroyers to Britain in exchange for bases in the Caribbean area, Churchill was unwilling to publish an exchange of letters between Lothian and Hull, in which the former gave assurance that the British Navy would not be scuttled or surrendered. Churchill declared, "Wow! I think it is much more likely that the German government will be the one to surrender or scuttle its fleet, or what is left of it." This exchange was a new milestone on America's road to war. There were several legal obstacles to the transaction. In the first place, it was a violation of the Hague Convention of 1907, which forbade neutrals to sell warships to belligerents. Moreover, Section 23, Title 18 of the U.S. Code forbade the fitting out, arming, or procurement of any vessel with the intent that it shall be employed in the service of a foreign state to cruise or commit hostilities against any state with which the United States is at peace. And Section 3, Title 5 of the Espionage Act of June 15, 1917, provides that during a war in which the United States is neutral, it shall be unlawful to send out of United States jurisdiction any war vessel, with any intent or under any agreement or contract, written or oral, that such vessel shall be delivered to a belligerent nation. Nay, yell. There might also have seemed to be a moral obligation to submit to the judgment of Congress a decision of such consequence for American neutrality and national defense. But such legal formalities were brushed aside. Attorney General Robert H. Jackson, displaying the flexibility which was later to stand him in good stead as prosecutor in the Nuremberg trials, furnished an opinion which released Roosevelt from the necessity of abiding by the inconvenient laws. There had been a difference of opinion between London and Washington about how the exchange should take place. Churchill, perhaps setting a valuable precedent for future lend-lease, wanted the destroyers as a free gift and was willing to lease bases in the same way. Hull felt that Roosevelt would be on stronger ground if he could show that he had received a tangible equivalent for the destroyers. Green H. Hackworth, legal advisor to the State Department, proposed the formula that finally proved satisfactory to both sides. Britain leased bases in Newfoundland and Bermuda as a gift and transferred others in exchange for the destroyers. Churchill's request for the destroyers had been made in May. It was granted in September. Looking back in retrospect to the year 1940, he could write appreciatively in his memoirs, "Across the Atlantic, the great republic drew ever nearer to her duty and our aid." Now, meanwhile, a mighty debate was shaping up in the United States on the issue of participation in the European war. Sentiment for a declaration of war and the dispatch of troops overseas was extremely slight. Up to the very eve of Pearl Harbor, no such proposal would have stood a chance of endorsement by Congress. Public opinion polls from the fall of France to the Japanese attack showed a pretty steady proportion of 80% as opposed to war. There was also extremely little sympathy with the Axis. Some impatient advocates of immediate war tried to pin the label of fascist on all opponents of American intervention. But this was demonstrably unfair and inaccurate. No influential leader of the fight against involvement in the conflict wanted to emulate Hitler or set up a fascist regime in this country. The leading organization which stood for this position, the America First Committee, barred Nazis, fascists, and communists from membership. A familiar argument of America First speakers was that war would bring the United States the regimentation, militarization, and unlimited governmental powers, which were so objectionable in European dictatorships. Hitler's fifth column was a popular subject for sensational magazine articles. One might have imagined that the United States was flooded with Axis agents, carrying on active propaganda through press, radio, and other agencies for influencing American public opinion. But on sober analysis, this fifth column evaporates into the mist of overheated fantasy. No doubt there were German, Japanese, and Italian agents in this country, but they were not getting a hearing on lecture platforms or publishing articles in influential magazines. I followed America's great debate very closely, and I can recall only one alien who took an active part on the isolationist side. This was Frida Utley, now a naturalized American, an Englishwoman publicist. She believed that Britain was being pressed by the Roosevelt administration to fight an unnecessary war beyond its strength, and that the probable consequences of a prolonged conflict would be chaos in Europe and the triumph of communism. Miss Utley was in no sense a sympathizer with fascism. On the other side, it would be easy to recall the names of scores of alien refugees in this country who formed a kind of interventionist foreign legion and devoted themselves with varying degrees of tact and hourly finesse to the task of inducing America to take up arms. The choosing of sides in this controversy about intervention proceeded along lines that recalled America's First Crusade in some features, but not in all. There was the same element of geographical cleavage. The East and the South were the most militant sections. Isolationist feeling was strongest in the Middle West and the Rocky Mountain area. The senators who most actively opposed the successive steps of the administration toward war, Taft, Wheeler, La Follette, Clark, Nee, were all from states between the Alleghenies and the Rockies. Colonel Lindbergh was the son of a congressman from Minnesota who had voted against participation in World War I. The majority of Midwestern congressmen voted against the Lend-Lease Act, a major step in the direction of involvement. There were also occupational and group cleavages, though these were blurred and shifting by comparison with the situation which prevailed at the time of World War I. Prominent on the interventionist side, in the Second Crusade as in the First, were university and college professors, especially on Eastern campuses, writers, and other intellectuals. The interventionist cause and the activities connected with it, Bundles for Britain, for instance, were popular in well-to-do middle-class circles. Roosevelt gained support among proper Eastern Republicans by his attitude toward international affairs. An amusing illustration of this point may be found in John P. Marquand's novel, So Little Time. One of the characters, a woman who regards herself as belonging to the social elite, remarks on the eve of the 1940 election. Fred and I always think the same way at election time. We voted for Hoover in 1932. We voted for Landon in 1936. This year, for the first time, we're voting for Mr. D. Roosevelt. We're voting for Mr. Roosevelt because England wants us to have Mr. Jew. Roosevelt. That's the least we can do for England. Americans who, for ethnic or religious reasons, felt special sympathy for the peoples and groups in Europe which had suffered from Nazi oppression were often inclined in favor of intervention. There was more isolationist sentiment in communities with large numbers of people of Irish, German, or Italian origin. There were no clear-cut lines of political, economic, and religious division on the issue. Conservatives and radicals, Catholics and Protestants, representatives of business, labor, and farm groups could be found on both sides. There were spiritual descendants of the pastors of World War I who thumped their pulpits and shouted, "God damn the Kaiser!" There were more sober advocates of intervention. But there was enough pacifist and pacific sentiment in the Protestant churches to prevent the formation of anything like a united crusading front. The Christian Century, a non-denominational Protestant weekly, was one of the strongest and most serious champions of the anti-interventionist viewpoint. Some Catholic prelates, such as Cardinal William O'Connell of the Boston Archdiocese, were vigorously and outspokenly opposed to involvement. Others upheld the administration or sidestepped the issue. Here again, there was no unity of viewpoint. Catholic doubts about the advisability of starting a second crusade were intensified after Russia entered the war. Dr. John A. Ye O'Brien of Notre Dame University spoke for a considerable section of Catholic opinion when he said, on June 24, 1941, "The American people cannot be driven by propaganda, trickery, or deceit into fighting to maintain the Christ-hating Stalin in his tyranny over 180 million enslaved people." It was the well-to-do classes which were most enthusiastic in support of America's participation in the First World War. Opposition came mostly from the left, from socialists, IWs, agrarian radicals. This time there was no such clear-cut pattern. It was government planners in Washington, rather than businessmen, who saw in a booming war economy the way out of the long depression which all the contradictory remedies of the New Deal had failed to cure. The Saturday Evening Post, widely read organ of the American middle class, was editorially vigorously opposed to involvement until the spring of 1941, when there was a change of editorship. Some Eastern financiers maintained the pro-British attitude which was characteristic of this group in the First World War. But a number of industrialists, especially in the Middle West, were vigorous supporters of the America First Committee. There was also division on the left. The Socialist Party, which had already lost much of its strength through the secession of many of its members to the Communists, was further divided into two small groups which differed in opinion on the war issue. 16. The group which retained the party name, headed by Norman Thomas, was anti-war. The Social Democratic Federation was in favor of intervention. The Communists, of course, could not be split. They always functioned as a disciplined unit, with Soviet interests as their dominant consideration. So they were unitedly on opposite sides of the debate at various times. As long as the Hitler-Stalin Pact was in force, the Communists denounced the idea of intervention, stirred up strikes in defense plants, coined anti-war slogans, and spawned a number of anti-war front organizations. As soon as Russia was attacked on June 21, 1941, they turned a complete somersault and became as clamorous to get America into the war as they had been to keep it out before Hitler broke with Stalin. The principal organization around which interventionist sentiment crystallized was the Committee to Defend America by Aiding the Allies. This was launched with William Allen White as chairman at a luncheon in New York on April 29, 1940. It was the successor to a group which had been formed in the previous autumn to urge revision of the Neutrality Act by permitting the sale of munitions on a cash-and-carry basis to Great Britain and France. White had been the leader of this group and stressed the limited character of the aid, which he favored in a statement to the following effect: "These European democracies are carrying our banner, fighting the American battle. We need not shed our blood for them now or ever. But we should not deny them now access to our shores when they come with cash to pay for weapons of defense and with their own ships to carry arms and materials which are to protect their citizens and their soldiers fighting for our common cause." Frederick R. Coudert gave a luncheon for White on October 20th, 1939. Among those present were Clark Eichelberger, director of the League of Nations Association, Nicholas Murray Butler, president of Columbia University, Thomas Watson, of the International Business Machines Corporation, Henry L. Stimson, the future Secretary of War, and Wendell Willkie, the future Republican candidate for the presidency. Willkie said on this occasion, "Well, if money is all Mr. White needs, let's get it for him." 17. William Allen White was a well-known, loved, and respected Midwestern small-town editor with a national audience. It seemed good strategy to the bellicose Easterners to induce him to head an interventionist organization. It has already been shown that White was as disillusioned as the majority of his countrymen with the fruits of America's First Crusade. 18. In the face of World War II, he reacted with the divided sentiment which was characteristic of the mood of many Americans. White sincerely abhorred the thought of American participation in the war, but he felt that Hitler must be defeated. He found a solution for this contradiction in the wishful thought that America could turn the tide by giving economic aid to Britain. White was sincere in this conception of limited liability intervention, but several members of the committee advocated a declaration of war as early as June 1940, and most of its active leaders were disposed to drift toward war at the administration's pace, or a little faster. There was a close connection between the administration and the committee. As White said, "I never did anything the president didn't ask for, and I always conferred with him on our program." 19. The playwright Robert E. Sherwood inserted large advertisements in the newspapers of various cities under the heading, "Stop Hitler Now." The newspaper publishers, George and Dorothy Backer, Henry Luce, and others subscribed $25,000 to pay for these. The advertisement contained the sentiments, "Will the Nazis considerately wait until we are ready to fight them? Anyone who argues that they will wait is either an imbecile or a traitor." Roosevelt took time out from assurances of his intention to keep America out of the war to describe this advertisement as a great piece of work. By July 1st, 1940, petitions with approximately 2 million signatures had been sent to the White House, along with thousands of telegrams, postcards, and letters to congressmen. There were nationwide radio broadcasts and local rallies. By November, the committee had organized 750 local chapters. 200 of the first 300 were in New England, and had received $230,000 in contributions from over 10,000 donors. The committee promoted broadcasts by prominent military and naval figures, including General John J. Pershing. Sometimes these men of war went beyond the declared program of the organization. Admiral Harry E. Yarnell, retired, advocated a declaration of war on July 7 and was joined by Admiral Stanley, subsequently ambassador to the Soviet Union, on October 12. The Women's Division of the committee in New York enrolled 500 women volunteers from each of the 5 boroughs as Minute Americans to serve at a minute's notice. Each of these received a page from a telephone directory with instructions to call the names in order to explain why aid to Great Britain was essential to national defense, and to try to enlist the subscriber as a new Minute American. By the first week of October 1940, the Minute Americans had talked with 500,000 New York housewives. The trend toward advocating war measures was becoming so strong toward the end of 1940 that White felt obliged to apply a douche of cold water. In a letter published in the Scripps Howard newspapers of December 23, he expressed sentiments which were both surprising and unpalatable to many of his associates. The only reason in God's world I am in this organization is to keep this country out of war. The Johnson Act, prohibiting loans to countries in default on obligations to the United States, should not be repealed. It is not true even remotely that we favor repealing the Neutrality Act to carry contraband of war into the war zone. If I were making a motto for the committee, it would be, "The Yanks are not coming." Any organization that is for war is certainly playing Hitler's game. This stirred up a storm of protest, and on January 2, 1941, White resigned the chairmanship of the committee. His successor was ex-Senator Ernest Gibson of Vermont, who was later replaced by Clark Eichelberger. As White had been left behind by his committee, the committee was outpaced by a group more impatient to plunge into the slaughter. This was Fight for Freedom, organized on April 19, 1941, with the Episcopal Bishop Henry W. D. Hobson as chairman, and Francis P. Yell, Miller, Ulrich Bell, Wayne Johnson, and Mrs. Calvin Coolidge among the leading members. It set forth the position that America was already at war in the following statement: "We still think in terms of keeping out of a war in which we are already engaged in every sense, except armed combat. We have too long left the main burden of winning a victory to other people. Thus we are in the immoral and craven position of asking others to make the supreme sacrifice for this victory, which we recognize as essential to us." Fight for Freedom specialized in putting out posters calculated to make the American flesh creep. Dole. One, which appeared in the New York Times of October 19, 1941, showed a uniformed Nazi bludgeoning an American and shouting, "Shut up, Yank! Learn to speak Nazi." A poster prepared for labor groups showed a uniformed Nazi whipping workers and bore the caption, "There sits in Berchtesgaden an anemic pipsqueak who's going to change all that labor stands for. Or is he?" Another scary, if somewhat fanciful, advertisement, designed to impress church groups, represented Hitler as saying, "Repeat after me. Yank. Adolf Hitler. Hallowed be thy name." This bit of psychological warfare bore the sprightly inscription, "Holy cats! Look who's holy! Zione." The Committee to Defend America came out openly for war in late June 1941, thereby catching up with Fight for Freedom. Clark Eichelberger, chairman of the committee, stated on October 18, 1941, that the United States has been in the war for some time, but that fact has not yet been made clear to the world. Here was the end of a road that had begun with ardent professions of desire and intention to keep America out of war. The largest and most representative of the anti-war organizations was the America First Committee. This organization stemmed from the initiative of a group of Yale Law School students. It was formally established in September 1940 under the chairmanship of General Robert E. Wood, Quartermaster General of the United States Army in World War I, and later an executive of Sears, Roebuck, and Company Daddy. Its statement of principles, published regularly in its weekly America First Bulletin, was as follows. 1. Our first duty is to keep America out of foreign wars. Our entry would only destroy democracy, not save it. 2. We must build a defense for our own shores so strong that no foreign power or combination of powers can invade our country by sea, air, or land. 3. Not by acts of war, but by preserving and extending democracy at home, can we aid democracy and freedom in other lands. 4. In 1917 we sent our ships into the war zone, and this led us to war. In 1941, we must keep our naval convoys and merchant vessels on this side of the Atlantic. 5. Humanitarian aid is the duty of a strong free country at peace. With proper safeguards for the distribution of supplies, we should feed and clothe the suffering and needy people of the occupied country. 6. We advocate official advisory vote by the people of the United States on the question of war and peace, so that when Congress decides this question, as the Constitution provides, it may know the opinion of the people on this gravest of all issues. Despite the increasingly powerful government and social pressures for a pro-war attitude, the America First Committee won wide, popular support. Its stand in favor of adequate defense attracted a much larger membership than a pacifist body could have hoped to gain. Its exclusion of Nazis, fascists, and communists freed it from the taint of unpopular alien creeds. It served as a tangible rallying point for those who felt a deep-seated aversion to foreign wars and cherished the suspicion that a second crusade would be more costly in lives and resources and no more productive of positive results than the first had. Moreover, America First possessed an extremely magnetic spokesman in Charles A. Lindbergh. Invested with the glamour and prestige of his pioneer lone flight to Europe across the Atlantic, known for other achievements in aviation and science, tall, vigorous, and youthful, he became the outstanding personality of the anti-war party. Lindbergh in 1940 foresaw with remarkable prescience the need for solidarity among the nations of the West, which had become, perhaps too late, an objective of American diplomacy in 1950. He wrote, "The answer is not in war among Western nations, but in sharing influence and empire among a sufficient number of their people to make sure that they control an overwhelming military strength. Then, and then only, can our civilization endure in safety and in peace, only through the cooperation of a group of Western nations strong enough to act as a police force for the world. Germany is as essential to this group as England or France, for she alone can either dam the Asiatic hordes or form the spearhead of their penetration into Europe. Now, Russia is pushing Europe's frontier slowly westward again, while Germany, France, and England are carrying on their suicidal quarrel." 21. At the same time, Lindbergh's wife, a poet and author gifted with a sensitive imagination and a beautiful style in prose and verse, published a forecast of the shape of things to come, which stands the test of being read 10 years later extremely well. In an article, "Prayer for Peace," published in the Reader's Digest for January 1940, Mrs. Lindbergh wrote, "In a long and devastating war, how can one help but see that the British Empire, the English way of life, the English government which we have so admired, are unlikely to survive in their present form? That the French democracy, love of freedom and spirit of sanity, so needed in the world today, will go down to something else? That there will be no winner in a prostrated Europe unless it is the disruption, mediocrity, and spiritual death which are in Russia today. Who is the potential invader of Europe, the real threat to European civilization? Ask the Balkans and the Baltic states. Ask Finland, ask Romania, ask Turkey. Against a strong and united Europe, even against a strong Germany, the hordes of Russia are no menace. But against a divided Europe, bled by wars and prostrated by devastation, her advance will be slow, inevitable, and deadly, like a flow of lava." Lindbergh was approached indirectly on behalf of the White House and offered the post of Secretary of Air to be created in the cabinet, if he would cease opposing America's entrance into the war. He rejected the offer and threw himself into the struggle against involvement. Lindbergh, in his speeches, emphasized the ideas that America should stay out of European wars, that the United States was strong enough to defend the Western Hemisphere, but not strong enough to impose its will upon the entire world, and that it was no service to Europe to prolong the war. In his testimony before the House Foreign Affairs Committee opposing the Lend-Lease Act, he argued for American neutrality on the following grounds. "I believe this is not our war. We were given no opportunity to take part in the declaration of this war. I believe when we left Europe after the last war and discontinued a part in the peace that was brought about after that war, then logically we took the stand that we would not enter another war. I prefer to see neither side win. I would like to see a negotiated peace. I believe a complete victory on either side would result in prostration in Europe, such as we have never seen. Asked on which side he was, the aviator replied, "On no side, except our own." Lindbergh accurately analyzed the stepping up of foreign requests for aid, echoed by interventionists in America, at an America First meeting in Philadelphia on May 29, 1941. First they said, "Sell us the arms and we will win." Then it was, "Lend us the arms and we will win." Now it is, "Bring us the arms and we will win." Tomorrow it will be, "Fight our war for us and we will win." Lindbergh presented the following analysis of the forces which were promoting American intervention in a much criticized speech at Des Moines on September 11, 1941. The gist of this address was in the following paragraphs. The three most important groups that have been pressing this country toward war are the British, the Jewish, and the Roosevelt administration. Behind these groups, but of lesser importance, are a number of capitalists, Anglophiles, and intellectuals who believe that their future and the future of the world depend upon the domination of the British Empire. Add to these the communist groups, who were opposed to intervention until a few weeks ago, and I believe I have named the major war agitators. England has devoted and will continue to devote every effort to get us into the war. If we were Englishmen, we would do the same. The second major group mentioned is the Jewish. It is not difficult to understand why Jewish people desire the overthrow of Nazi Germany. The persecution they suffered in Germany would be sufficient to make bitter enemies of any race. No person with a sense of the dignity of mankind can condone the persecution of the Jewish race in Germany. But no person of honesty and vision can look on their pro-war policy here today without seeing the dangers involved in such a policy, both for us and for them. Their greatest danger to this country lies in their large ownership and influence in our motion pictures, our press, our radio, and our government. The power of the Roosevelt administration depends upon the maintenance of a wartime emergency. The prestige of the Roosevelt administration depends upon the success of Great Britain, to whom the president attached his political future at a time when most people thought that England and France would easily win the war. The danger of the Roosevelt administration depends upon its subterfuge. While its members have promised us peace, they have led us to war, heedless of the platform upon which they were elected. Senator Robert A. Taft was a vigorous opponent of intervention on conservative grounds. He declared in June 1941, "Americans don't want to go to war to beat a totalitarian system in Europe if they are to get socialism here when it is all over." And after the German attack on Russia, Taft asserted in a nation-wide broadcast that the victory of communism in the world would be far more dangerous to the United States than the victory of fascism. Former President Hoover was a consistent opponent of involvement, although he did not associate himself with the America First Committee or any other organization. After the German attack on Russia, he remarked that collaboration between Britain and Russia will bring them military values. But it makes the whole argument of our joining the war to bring the four freedoms to mankind a gargantuan jest. A good many people behind the post-war Soviet Iron Curtain would probably heartily endorse this sentiment. Hoover, together with former Vice President Charles G. Dawes, the former Republican presidential candidate Alfred Landon, and others, issued a protest against undeclared war on August 5, 1941. Exceeding its expressed purpose, the Lend-Lease Bill has been followed by naval action, by military occupation of bases outside the Western Hemisphere, by promises of unauthorized aid to Russia, and by other belligerent moves. Such warlike steps, in no case sanctioned by Congress, undermine its constitutional powers and the fundamental principles of democratic government. The positions of the two sides in this great debate, carried on through forums, radio addresses, magazine articles, and other means of influencing public opinion, may be briefly summarized as follows. The interventionists saw a grave threat to the United States in the possible victory of Hitler. Some of them emphasized the military, others the economic, others the moral nature of this threat. They argued that it was an imperative American national interest to stop Hitler. They became increasingly reticent about the usual original qualification, by methods short of war. The isolationists took their stand on the disappointing aftermath of America's First Crusade. They maintained that there was no serious danger of an attack on the American continent, whereas an American invasion of Europe gave every prospect of being an appallingly costly operation. They foresaw dubious political results from American intervention, especially with Soviet Russia as a co-belligerent. These opposing viewpoints were argued with varying degrees of factual knowledge and temperance. A few homegrown crackpots with extremist racial and religious views attached themselves to the isolationist cause, despite the efforts of the America First Committee to disown such undesirable and undesired camp followers. Not all interventionists were as starry-eyed as the author of the following passage, which appeared in an article published in The Atlantic. In man, the refusal to fight save in self-defense may be not only profoundly immoral, but morally catastrophic. For man is a willing and purposeful creature. He can make his world. He can lift up his eyes to the hills and achieve the summits. Sometimes he decrees golden domes to arise upon the flat plains of his existence. And whenever he has done so, he has been at peace with himself and approached a little nearer to the angels. There is something, I believe, for which Americans will fight: our souls' repose, and a world made in our own splendid image. 22. And, despite the grotesque scare posters sponsored by Bishop Hobson, most members of Fight for Freedom would not have endorsed the peculiar conception of liberty implied in a message which was sent to an anti-war meeting in Cincinnati. I am not grateful to you for sending me notice of the traitorous assemblage to be held on June 16. I do not care to listen to Nazi agents, even when Elsico United States senators and their wives. If I had the authority, I would bomb and machine gun your meeting. I am a member of the Fight for Freedom Committee. The momentous issue of deliberate involvement in the European war might well have been submitted to a referendum of the American people in the presidential election of 1940. The majority of the Republicans in both houses of Congress before and after this election systematically voted against measures calculated to bring about this involvement. Had Roosevelt frankly presented to the voters the program which he actually carried out in 1941, Lee's convoys, undeclared shooting war in the Atlantic, commercial blockade of Japan, and had Roosevelt's opponent been a sincerely known interventionist Republican, a very interesting discussion would certainly have ensued. The verdict of the people would then have given a clear mandate either to go into the war frankly and vigorously, or to stay out of it, except in the event of direct attack. But neither of the leading candidates in the 1940 election made a candid statement of his position on the most important issue confronting the American people. A comparison of Roosevelt's words before the election and of his deeds after the election fully substantiates the tart comment of Clare Boothe Luce. He led the American people into war because he could not lead them into it. And by an unfortunate accident of American politics, the Republican nomination did not go to a man who shared the viewpoint of the majority of Republican members of Congress. The candidate was Wendell Willkie, a newcomer in politics, a man who in the preceding autumn had volunteered to raise money for interventionist purposes. The result was that the very large number of American voters who wanted to stay out of the war were, for all practical purposes, disfranchised. The campaign was an amazing exhibition of double talk. Roosevelt and Willkie vied with each other in making the most sweeping promises to keep the country at peace. The frequency and forcefulness of these pledges mounted to a crescendo as the election day approached. This was a significant straw in the wind, indicating how the majority of voters in both parties felt on the issue. There were evidently few votes to be won and many to be lost by a frank call to arms. Both platforms contained anti-war commitments. The Democratic read, "We will not participate in foreign wars, and we will not send our army, naval or air forces to fight in foreign lands outside the Americas except in case of attack." The equivalent Republican statement was more concise. "The Republican Party is firmly opposed to involving this nation in foreign wars," Wilkie said in Chicago on September 13. "If you elect me president, I will never send an American boy to fight in a European war." He told his audience in Cleveland on October 2, "I am for keeping out of war. I am for peace for America." He declared in Philadelphia on October 4, "We must stop this drift toward war." And in a radio broadcast on October 8, he asserted, "We must keep out of war at all hazards." He told the voters of Boston on October 11, "Our boys shall stay out of European wars." On October 22, he offered the following explanation of the difference between his foreign policy and that of the administration. "One difference is my determination to stay out of war. I have a real fear that this administration is heading for war, and I am against our going to war, and will do all that I can to avoid it." So Wilkie, whose whole attitude after the election promoted the drift toward war, which he condemned before the votes were counted, tried to win as the champion of peace against war. But he could not outbid Roosevelt in promises on this issue. Between October 28 and November 3, the president gave repeated assurances that he would not lead the country into any foreign wars. As his admirer, Robert E. Sherwood says, that Madison Square Garden speech on October 28 was one of the most equivocal of Roosevelt's career. Here, Roosevelt went to the length or depth of taking credit for the neutrality law and other measures which he had thoroughly disapproved and had fought to repeal and had contrived by all possible means to circumvent. Washington was contrived by all possible means to circumvent. While boasting of the neutrality law as part of the administration record, he deliberately neglected to make any mention of his own quarantine speech. 23. 2 days later, in Boston, Roosevelt went even further. Fear of war hysteria, in Sherwood's phrase, seemed to be growing. Telegrams poured in from Democratic leaders urging the president to make stronger and more specific anti-war pledges. The election, according to these telegrams, hung in the balance. Henri IV thought Paris was worth a mass. Roosevelt apparently believed that another term of power was worth promises which would soon be disregarded, which could be broken without incurring legal liability. At the urging of Sherwood 24, he decided to strengthen his pledge with the words, "Again and again and again." And the rich, soothing voice poured out to the audience at Boston the following reassurance. "While I am talking to you, mothers and fathers, I give you one more assurance. I have said this before, but I shall say it again and again and again and again. Your boys are not going to be sent into any foreign wars." On November 2, Roosevelt promised, "Your president says this nation is not going to war." On November 3, he added, "The first purpose of our foreign policy is to keep our country out of war." No isolationist could have offered more sweeping and categorical pledges. How these pledges were observed will be the subject of the next 2 chapters. Professor Thomas A. Bailey, a sympathizer with Roosevelt's foreign policy, admits that the president's tactics were disingenuous, but offers an apology in the following passage. Franklin Roosevelt repeatedly deceived the American people during the period before Pearl Harbor. He was like the physician who must tell the patient lies for the patient's own good. The country was overwhelmingly non-interventionist to the very day of Pearl Harbor, and an overt attempt to lead the people into war would have resulted in certain failure and almost certain ousting of Roosevelt in 1940, with a consequent defeat of his ultimate aims. 26. Professor Bailey offers the following somewhat Machiavellian conception as to how democracy should work. A president who cannot entrust the people with the truth betrays a certain lack of faith in the basic tenets of democracy. But because the masses are notoriously short-sighted and generally cannot see danger until it is at their throats, our statesmen are forced to deceive them into an awareness of their own long-run interests. This is clearly what Roosevelt had to do, and who shall say that posterity will not thank him for it? That Roosevelt resorted to habitual deception of the American people both before and after the election of 1940 is not open to serious question. That such deception, on an issue which was literally a matter of life and death for many American citizens, savors of personal dictatorship rather than of democracy, responsive to the popular will, also seems obvious. Whether Roosevelt's deception was justified is open to debate. This is a question which everyone must answer on the basis of what America's Second Crusade cost, what it accomplished, what kind of world emerged from it, and how real was the danger against which it was undertaken. Day. 1 C. Walter Johnson, The Battle Against Isolation, Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 1944, p. 19. 2 C. Thomas A. Bailey, The Man in the Street, New York, Macmillan, 1948, p. 48. 3 C. Public Papers of Franklin D. Roosevelt, 48th Governor of the State of New York, Second Term 1932, published by State of New York, 1939, pp. 551, FFF. 4 C. Cordell Hull, Memoirs, etc., I. 544-45. 5 See American White Paper, by Joseph Alsop and Robert Kintner, New York, Simon & Schuster, 1940, pp. 23-24. 6 The reference to 20th century civilization was historically not very happy. The 20th century witnessed, not only in Germany, but in the Soviet Union, acts of mass cruelty, which not only never occurred, but would not even have been conceivable in the 19th. 7 This information was given to me by a participant in these conferences. Another interesting sidelight on conditions in the winter of 1938-39 is that the Germans were willing to sell airplane engines to France. The proposed deal was cancelled because of objections from the French Ministry of Foreign Affairs. This is another bit of circumstantial evidence indicating that Germany's military aspirations were directed toward the East, not toward the West. 8 Memoirs, etc., I. 667. 9 American White Paper, p. 34. 10 This incident was described to me by the American concerned. 11 See Forrest Davis and Ernest Lindley, How War Came, New York, Simon & Schuster, 1942, p. 65. 12 See On Active Service in Peace and War, by Henry L. Stimson and McGeorge Bundy, New York, Harper, 1947, p. 324. 13 Hull P. Tight Sit, I. 844-45. 14 Their Finest Hour, p. 23. 15 Ibid, pp. 24-25. 16 These groups had separated on other grounds before the question of American involvement in war had arisen. 17 See Walter Johnson, The Battle Against Isolation, p. 51. 18 CP 21. 19 Walter Johnson, OP Sitardia, p. 91. Darayo. 20 Ibid, pp. 95-97. 21 The Atlantic, March 1940, Da Dio. 22 David L. Cohn, I Hear Australians Singing, The Atlantic, 167, April 1941, 406-7. It would be interesting to hear the unexpurgated comments of soldiers in foxholes on this lush non-combatant eulogy of the idea of fighting for our soul's repose. 23 Roosevelt and Hopkins, New York, Harper, 1948, p. 189. 24 Ibid, p. 191. 25. For a complete survey of the anti-war professions of Roosevelt and Wilkie, see Charles A. Beard, American Foreign Policy, 1932 to 1940, Yale University Press, 1946, pp. 265, 320. 26. Thomas A. Bailey, The Man in the Street, New York, Macmillan, 1948, pp. 1113. 6. Road to War, The Atlantic. Roosevelt was elected president for a third term by the votes of isolationists who trusted his dozen or more specific pledges to stay out of war and of interventionists who did not believe he meant what he said. The latter had far more reason for satisfaction. Once assured of 4 more years in the White House, Roosevelt set the ship of state on a much more militant course. But the double talk, the carrying out of steps which logically pointed to full belligerence to an accompaniment of soothing no-war assurances, continued almost until Pearl Harbor. One man who was not deceived by the double talk was the former ambassador to Great Britain, Joseph P. Kennedy. He had supported Roosevelt in the campaign, but on November 18 he indicated a change of attitude and made 2 significant and correct predictions in a press interview. One was that Roosevelt's policies were dragging America into war. The other was that Britain would go socialist after the war. Immediately after the election, there was a political lull. Roosevelt departed on December 2 on a Caribbean cruise with Harry Hopkins as his only guest. The president was apparently mainly concerned with rest and recreation. But on this cruise, he received a very important letter from Winston Churchill. In this communication, dated December 8, one finds the final inspiration for the Lend-Lease idea. Churchill emphasized 2 points: the serious threat of the submarine war and the approaching exhaustion of Britain's financial assets. He suggested that America should protect its shipments to Britain with warships. Realizing that this was probably too much to expect, he suggested, as an alternative, the gift, loan or supply of a large number of American vessels of war. Another proposal, which was soon to bear fruit, was that the United States Navy should extend its sea control of the American side of the Atlantic. Churchill warned that the moment was approaching when we shall no longer be able to pay cash for shipping and other supplies. After receiving this letter, Roosevelt, according to Hopkins, came out one evening with the whole Lend-Lease scheme, the delivery of munitions and supplies free of charge to Great Britain and the other anti-Axis belligerents. He didn't seem to have any clear idea how it could be done legally, Hopkins observes, but there wasn't a doubt in his mind that he would find a way to do it. After returning to Washington, Roosevelt outlined the principle of Lend-Lease at a press conference. He used as an illustration the case of a man lending his garden hose to a neighbor whose house was on fire. In the course of his fireside chat to the American people on December 29, the president painted a dire picture of the peril that was supposedly hanging over the Western Hemisphere. Never since Jamestown and Plymouth Rock has American civilization been in such danger as now. If Great Britain goes down, the Axis powers will control the continents of Europe, Asia, Africa, Australia, and the high seas, and they will be in a position to bring enormous military and naval resources against this hemisphere. It is no exaggeration to say that all of us in the Americas would be living at the point of a gun loaded with explosive bullets, economic as well as military. Yet along with this melodramatic scare note, which was to be struck again and again and again during 1941, there were soothing assurances that the United States would not get into the war. There's far less chance of the United States getting into the war if we do all we can now to support the nations defending themselves against the Axis. You can therefore nail any talk about sending armies to Europe as deliberate untruth. We must be the arsenal of democracy. Roosevelt outlined the plan for Lend-Lease aid to the anti-Axis powers in his message to Congress of January 6, 1941. This was the longest single stride on the road to war, for it is a long-recognized principle of international law that it is an act of war for a neutral government as distinguished from private firms or agencies, to supply arms, munitions, and implements of war to a belligerent. The United States had demanded and obtained heavy damages by decision of a court of arbitration from Great Britain because the British government did not prevent the escape from a British port of the cruiser Alabama, built for the Confederacy, which subsequently preyed upon United States shipping. But Roosevelt brushed off objections based on international law with the off-the-cuff declaration, "Such aid is not an act of war, even if a dictator should unilaterally proclaim it so to be." The bill envisaged enormous and undefined expenditures and conferred vast and unprecedented discretionary powers upon the president. Its terms were to be effective, notwithstanding the provisions of any other law. But Roosevelt gave specific assurances that neither the Johnson Act, barring loans to countries in default on earlier obligations to the United States, nor the Neutrality Act, forbidding loans to belligerents, would be repealed. Here was surely legal confusion heavily compounded. It was obvious that if the Lend-Lease Bill should become law, the United States would have departed much farther from neutrality than Wilson had gone before America formally entered the First World War. Yet legislation enacted on the basis of America's experience in 1917, designed to keep the country out of war by foregoing neutral rights which Wilson had upheld, was left on the statute books. It was all very confusing, and confusion of public opinion was what Roosevelt needed gradually to steer America into undeclared hostilities while professing devotion to peace. In his message to Congress of January 6, Roosevelt enunciated the 4 freedoms on which the world should be founded. These were freedom of speech and expression, freedom of worship, freedom from fear, and freedom from want. These were to prevail everywhere in the world. The 4 freedoms, together with the 7 points of the Atlantic Charter, announced later in the year, were America's war aims, the equivalent of Wilson's 14 points. They still furnish a mirror by which the success of the Second Crusade may be judged. In this same speech, speaking on behalf of a country which was still technically non-belligerent, Roosevelt banged, barred, and bolted the door to suggestions of a compromise or negotiated peace. "We are committed to the proposition that principles of morality and considerations of our own security will not permit us to acquiesce in a peace dictated by aggressors and sponsored by appeasers." In retrospect, the adoption of the Lend-Lease Act seems to be the most decisive of the series of moves which put America into an undeclared war in the Atlantic months before Japan struck at Pearl Harbor. This measure marked the end of any pretense of neutrality. It underwrote the unconditional victory of Britain with America's industrial power and natural resources. It opened up the immediate prospect of an appeal for naval action to ensure that the munitions and supplies procured under Lend-Lease would reach England in spite of the submarine blockade, while Congress and the American people were being officially assured that Lend-Lease was not a move toward war. Roosevelt's personal envoy, Harry Hopkins, was giving Churchill the following categorical pledge of all-out American aid in January 1941. "The President is determined that we shall win the war together. Make no mistake about that. One, how?" Yet, this fateful measure was not frankly presented and advocated as equivalent to a state of limited belligerence. If one studies the record of the debates in House and Senate, one finds supporters of the bill employing this kind of reasoning. "The present bill is a peace measure for our people," Representative McCormack of Massachusetts. "In my judgment, there is nothing in this bill which will hasten or accentuate our involvement in the war," Representative Luther Johnson of Texas. "We believe that this measure offers the surest method by which we can avoid participation actively in this war and in the same time help point those nations which are heroically grappling with a universal enemy and preserve the wide doctrines of our fathers and the aspirations of our children and demonize own hearts. Senator Alban Barkley of Kentucky. Leading cabinet members and high military authorities testified on behalf of the bill and indulged in some very bad guessing. Frank Knox, Secretary of the Navy, predicted on January 17 a crisis within 60 days. On January 31, he forecast a great air blitz on Britain and the use of poison gas within 60 or 90 days. Stimson saw great danger of an airborne invasion, and General Marshall predicted an attack on Great Britain in the spring. It is interesting to note that Churchill's authoritative memoirs do not bear out the alarmist arguments which were employed to push through the Lend-Lease Bill. Describing the situation at the beginning of 1941, he points out in detail how British strength to resist a German invasion had immensely increased, and states the following conclusion. So long as there was no relaxation in vigilance or serious reduction in our own defense, the War Cabinet and the Chiefs of Staff felt no anxiety. Recurring to the situation in the spring of 1941, he observes, I did not regard invasion as a serious danger in April 1941, since proper preparations had been made against it. 3. Wilkie was as quick as Roosevelt to forget his anti-war pledges. He testified enthusiastically in favor of Lend-Lease. Reminded of his earlier statement that the administration would put America in war by spring, he airily brushed this off as just campaign oratory. What do? A powerful voice from across the Atlantic joined the chorus of those who insisted that the Lend-Lease Bill would keep America out of war. Winston Churchill, whose private letters to Roosevelt had long been filled with pleas for American warlike action, broadcast this reassurance to the American people on February 9, 1941. We do not need the gallant armies which are forming throughout the American Union. We do not need them this year, nor next year, nor any year I can foresee. But we need urgently an immense and continuing supply of war materials. We shall not fail or falter, we shall not weaken or tire. Give us the tools, and we will do the job. Italics supplied. D. N. Trot. Viewing this broadcast in retrospect, Churchill frankly observes, this could only be an interim pronouncement. Far more was needed, but we did our best. 4. On any sober, realistic appraisal of British and Axis strength, this was assurance which could not be fulfilled, but it was what many Americans wished to hear. Lend-Lease was carried because the minority of out interventionists were reinforced by a larger number who hoped, and were given every assurance to this effect by administration spokesmen, that unlimited subsidies of munitions and supplies would buy America out of active participation in the war. There were voices of opposition. Senator Taft saw as the important thing about this bill that its provisions in effect give the president power to carry on an undeclared war all over the world, in all which America would do on everything except actually putted soldiers in the frontline trenches where the high fighting is not general and genuine. Crusade. The nowadays senator could not see, and events would soon bear him out how we could long conduct such a war without being in the shooting as well as the gay service of ordinary supply end. Senator C.E. Waylon Brooks of Illinois called it a war bill with war powers, with the deliberate intention of becoming involved in other people's wars. Colonel Lindbergh described Lend-Lease as a major step to getting us into war. The veteran socialist leader, Norman Thomas, foresaw as consequences of the Lend-Lease legislation total war on 2 oceans and 5 continents, a war likely to result in stalemate, perhaps in such a break-up of Western civilization that Stalin, with his vast armies and loyal communist followers, will be the victor. The bill became law on March 11, 1941. The vote was 265 to 165 in the House, 60 to 31 in the Senate. These were substantial but not overwhelming majorities. Had the measure been frankly presented as a measure of limited war, which it was, it is most improbable that it could have been passed. While Congress was discussing Lend-Lease, important American and British staff talks were taking place in Washington in an atmosphere of extreme secrecy. These talks went on from the end of January until the end of March. The principal American representatives were Admirals R.R. L. Reed, Gormley and Richmond Kelly Turner, and Captains A. Wright, G. Kirk, C.I. M. Cook, and DeWitt Ramsey for the Navy, and Generals S. D. Kaya, and Bick, Sherman Miles, and L. T. A. Gurau, and Colonel Joseph T. Cowell McNarney for the Army. British participants were Admirals R. M. L. Bellairs and V. H. O. Dankworths, General E. Sewell, L.L. Morris, and Air Commodore J. C. Slessor, J. General George C. Odin, Marshal, Chief of Staff of the Army, and Admiral Harold R. Stark, Chief of Naval Operations, addressed the opening session of the conference and urged the utmost secrecy in order not to provide fuel for opponents of the Lend-Lease bill. The members of the British delegation wore civilian clothes and passed themselves off as technical advisors of the British Purchasing Commission. At the very time when anxious congressmen were being assured that the Lend-Lease bill was designed to avoid war, these military and naval experts were adopting a report which took American participation in the war for granted. The principal conclusions of this report were phrased as follows. The staff conference assumes that when the United States becomes involved in war with Germany, it will at the same time engage in war with Italy. In these circumstances, the possibility of a state of war arising between Japan and an association of the United States, the British Commonwealth and its allies, including the Netherlands East Indies, must be taken into account. Since Germany is the predominant member of the Axis powers, the Atlantic and European area is considered the decisive theater. The principal United States effort will be exerted in that theater, and operations in other theaters will be conducted in such a manner as to facilitate that effort. 5 italics supplied. The use of the word when, not if, was certainly suggestive of the administration's attitude. Typical of the furtive methods by which Roosevelt edged the country into a state of undeclared war was the noteworthy care taken to conceal these American-British talks, not only their content, but the fact that they were taking place from the knowledge of Congress. This is made clear by Robert E. Sherwood when he writes, although the common law alliance involved the United States in no undercover commitments and no violation of the Constitution, the very existence of any American-British joint plans, however tentative, had to be kept utterly secret. It is an ironic fact that in all probability no great damage would have been done had the details of these plans fallen into the hands of the Japanese, whereas, had they fallen into the hands of Congress and the press, American preparation for war might have been well-nigh wrecked and ruined. 6. There could scarcely be a more candid admission from a source favorable to Roosevelt that America was stealthily maneuvered into war behind the backs and without the knowledge of the elected representatives of the American people. A study of the congressional debates and private talks with some members of that body confirmed this view. Even members of the Senate and House Foreign Relations Committees were kept very much in the dark as to what the president was doing or intending to do. As Nathaniel Peffer subsequently wrote in an issue of Harper's Magazine, when, for example, the United States traded to Great Britain destroyers for bases, it was for all practical purposes entering the war. Congress had no voice in that. It was notified later by the president, but then the fact was accomplished. Similarly, when the president ordered the freezing of Japanese assets in this country in July 1941, he was decreeing a state of war with Japan. And with respect to that act, the Senate Committee on Foreign Relations had no more to say than a similar number of North Dakota wheat farmers. 7. Like the Roman god Janus, Roosevelt in the pre-war period had two faces. For the American people, for the public record, there was the face of bland assurance that his first concern was to keep the country out of war. But in more intimate surroundings, the chief executive often assumed that America was already involved in war. Consider, for example, the testimony of Dr. Konstantin Fotić, the Yugoslav ambassador in Washington. He carried away this impression of American belligerence from a talk with the president on April 3, 1941. The United States was still neutral, yet the president spoke to me about the organization of peace after the victory, about common objectives, common efforts, and the common enemy. In short, as though the United States were already in the war against the Axis. 8. The American government certainly did everything in its power to push Yugoslavia into war. Sumner Welles on March 24 asked Fotić to convey to his government the following communication from the president. In case the Yugoslav government signs an agreement with Germany detrimental to the interests of Great Britain and Greece, who are fighting for the freedom of all, the president will be bound to freeze all Yugoslav assets and to revise entirely the American policy toward Yugoslavia. There is a tragic parallel between British policy toward Poland in 1939 and this American policy of pushing Yugoslavia into combat. In each case, a high-spirited but industrially backward people was encouraged to enter a hopelessly uneven struggle. As Britain could not help Poland, America could not help Yugoslavia. No American Lend-Lease arms even reached Yugoslavia prior to the country's military collapse before the swift Nazi thrust in April 1941. And when the day of victory finally dawned, the Poles and Yugoslavs who were most Western-minded, who had placed their faith in Britain and the United States, were abandoned by Churchill and Roosevelt to their fate at the hands of the new communist masters of those unfortunate countries. The next milestone on the road to war in the Atlantic was the decision to employ American naval forces to ensure the deliveries of munitions and supplies to Britain. There had been much discussion of naval convoys during the debate on the Lend-Lease Act. Roosevelt stated on January 21 that he had no intention of using his powers under this bill to convoy merchant ships. Convoys, he said, mean shooting, and shooting means war. The Lend-Lease Act, as finally passed, contained several amendments clearly designed to prevent the president from using it as an authorization for carrying on undeclared war. According to these amendments, nothing in the act was to authorize convoying by United States naval vessels, the entry of any American vessel into a combat area, or the change of existing law relating to the use of the land and naval forces of the United States, except insofar as such use relates to the manufacture, procurement, and repair of defense articles, the communication of information, and other non-combatant purposes enumerated in this act. Yo, Wondon, Waji. As soon as the Lend-Lease Act became law, Roosevelt characteristically set out to find a means of convoying supplies which could be plausibly called by some other name. Patrol seemed to fill the needs of the situation. The bellicose secretaries of war and the Navy, Stimson and Knox, had agreed toward the end of March that the crisis is coming very soon, and that convoying is the only solution, and that it must come practically at once. 9, however. The plan which Roosevelt finally approved on April 24 was less bold than the open dispatch of convoys, although it achieved much the same purpose. Under this scheme, the American Navy was assigned the responsibility of patrolling the Atlantic west of a median point represented by 25-degree longitude. Within this area, United States warships and naval planes would search out German raiders and submarines and broadcast their position to the British Navy. Roosevelt and Hopkins drafted a cable to Churchill outlining this scheme and suggesting that the British keep their convoys west of the new line up to the northwestern approaches. 10. With typical indirection, Roosevelt, even in private cabinet meetings, tried to represent this as merely a defensive move designed to protect the Western Hemisphere against attack. The more candid Stimson recorded in his diary for April 24. Roosevelt kept reverting to the fact that the forces in the Atlantic were merely going to be a patrol to watch for any aggression and report that to America. I answered there with a smile on my face, saying, "But you are not going to report the presence of the German fleet to the Americas. You are going to report it to the British fleet." I wanted him to be honest with himself. To me it seems a clearly hostile act to the Germans, and I am prepared to take the responsibility of it. He seems to be trying to hide it into the character of a purely reconnaissance action, which it clearly is not. 11. Even before the patrol system had been adopted, the American Navy had been stepping far beyond the bounds of hemisphere defense. The Congressional Pearl Harbor investigation turned up 2 interesting letters from Admiral Harold Stark, Chief of Naval Operations, to Admiral Husband E. Kimmel, Commander-in-Chief of the Pacific Fleet. In the first of these, dated April 4, 1941, Stark wrote, "The question as to our entry into the war seems to be when, and not whether." The second is more specific about military preparations on the other side of the Atlantic. I am enclosing a memo on convoy, which I drew up primarily to give the President a picture of what is now being done, what we would propose to do if we convoyed, and of our ability to do it. Our officers who have been studying the positions for bases in the British Isles have returned, and we have decided on immediate construction of 1 destroyer base and 1 seaplane base in Northern Ireland. We are also studying Scotland-Iceland bases for further support of the protective force for shipping in the northward approaches to Britain. All this did not harmonize with the President's pre-election promises that this country is not going to war. But with no election in prospect, there was no break on the gradual slide toward open belligerence. Roosevelt, in a press conference on May 16, referred to a subject which evidently appealed to his imagination, since he raised it on several other occasions. This was the presidential right to wage undeclared war, as illustrated by such precedents as the clash with France during the administration of John Adams, and with the Barbary pirates when Jefferson was president. Roosevelt declared that the Germans were really pirates. On the same day, Knox announced, "It is impossible to exaggerate the mortal danger of our country at this moment." Stimson had already sounded a call to war in a radio address of May 6, which ended as follows. "Today, a small group of evil leaders have taught the young men of Germany that the freedom of other men and nations must be destroyed. Today, those young men are ready to die for that perverted conviction. Unless we, on our side, are ready to sacrifice, and, if need be, die for the conviction that the freedom of America must be saved, it will not be saved. Only by a readiness for the same sacrifice can that freedom be preserved." Roosevelt himself, on May 27, 1941, delivered a speech which seemed designed to scare the American people into approving warlike measures. "The war," the president said, "is approaching the brink of the Western Hemisphere itself. It is coming very close to home." He spoke of the Nazi Book of World Conquest and declared the Nazis planned to treat the Latin American countries as they were now treating the Balkans. Then, according to the president, the United States and Canada would be strangled. American labor would have to compete with slave labor, and the American farmer would get for his products exactly what Hitler wanted to give. Roosevelt outlined a very elastic and expansive conception of defense requirements. The attack on the United States can begin with the domination of any base which menaces our security, north or south. Therefore, old-fashioned common sense calls for the use of a strategy that will prevent such an enemy from gaining a foothold in the first place. We have, accordingly, extended our patrol in North and South Atlantic waters. We are steadily adding more and more ships and planes to that patrol. It is well known that the strength of the Atlantic Fleet has been greatly increased during the last year, and that it is constantly being built up. 12. We are thus being forewarned. We shall be on our guard against efforts to establish Nazi bases closer to our hemisphere. The speech ended in a bellicose climax. We in the Americas will decide for ourselves whether, and when, and where our American interests are attacked, or our security is threatened. We are placing our armed forces in strategic military position. We will not hesitate to use our armed forces to repel attack. There was also a declaration of a state of unlimited national emergency. However, there was a sense of anticlimax when Roosevelt in his press conference on the following day denied any intention to institute convoys or press for the repeal of the Neutrality Act. In the retrospective years, how well-founded was the sense of national mortal peril which the president, the more bellicose members of his cabinet, and a host of individuals and organizations tried to cultivate in the American people. Wait for when we say. Trial to be. In the light of the ascertainable facts, which are now pretty well known, one cannot but feel that the picture was grossly exaggerated. What was the overall military picture in May 1941? There was no longer serious danger of a Nazi invasion of England. 13. The American and British surface fleets were enormously stronger than the combined Axis naval strength. There was therefore not the slightest prospect that German armies could cross the Atlantic in force. At that time, there were constant rumors of German infiltration into French North Africa. A favorite scare story was that Hitler's legions would move into Dakar, itself a long jump from North Africa, and then move across the Atlantic into Brazil. Commentators who spread these stories never took the trouble to explain how it would be possible to transport substantial forces across the ocean in the face of superior American and British naval power. And we know now that there was never any factual basis for these rumors. The reports of two American representatives on the spot, Robert D. Murphy in North Africa and Consul Thomas C. Bates Wasson in Dakar, are in agreement on this point. Murphy's reports show that there were about 200 Germans, mostly connected with the Armistice Commission, in North Africa. Wasson informed the State Department that the only Germans in Dakar were a few Jewish refugees. 14. The fall of Germany and the capture of the Nazi archives revealed no evidence of any plan for the invasion of North or South America. It is reasonable to assume that a victorious Nazi Germany would have been an uncomfortable neighbor, just as a victorious Soviet Russia is today. But there is no proof that Hitler envisaged the American continent as part of his empire, and there is a strong element of overheated fantasy in the vision of American labor ground down by the competition of slave labor, of the American farmer condemned to take what Hitler would give. The Nazis could scarcely have made slave labor more prevalent than it is in Stalin's huge post-war empire. American labor standards have not been depressed as a result. And the level of American farm prices depends far more on the state of supply and on the willingness of American taxpayers to pay subsidies than it does on the character of foreign political regime. Unquestionably, the war was not going well for Britain in the spring of 1941. The Germans had overrun the Balkans and had seized Crete by an airborne operation. The reconquest of Europe from Hitler and the crushing of the Nazi regime in its own territory, the obvious war aim of Churchill and Roosevelt, gave every prospect of being a difficult, long, and costly enterprise. But the suggestion that the Western Hemisphere was in imminent peril can fairly be dismissed as a fraudulent exaggeration. The fraud and the exaggeration are all the greater if one considers that both the American and the British governments were in possession of reliable information to the effect that Hitler's main military strength would soon be hurled against Russia. The most fevered alarmist imagination could scarcely envisage Hitler simultaneously invading Russia and mounting an offensive against the American continent. Not all Americans were convinced by the dire forebodings of Roosevelt's unlimited national emergency speech. Senator Taft commented dryly in a nationwide broadcast, "The whole argument of the war party that Hitler can conquer the United States or dominate the seas that surround us has just about faded into the discard. But the president now lays more stress on the danger to our trade. He threatens the American workman that his wages and hours would be fixed by Hitler. What is Japan to do with its silk except sell it to us? We take over half Brazil's coffee. Even if the Nazis dominated the Netherlands East Indies, there would be nothing to do with the rubber except sell it to us. It is utterly ridiculous to suppose that our trade with South America or Asia or even Europe will be wiped out." Hitler's attack on Russia gave the war an entirely new character. Now there was a gigantic duel between two dictators for the mastery of a continent from which every other strong military power had been eliminated. From the standpoint of defeating Hitler, Russia was a valuable military asset, but this military advantage was offset by grave political risks. There was nothing in the Soviet political record to suggest the likelihood of respect for the four freedoms, or of the ideals later formulated in the Atlantic Charter. On the contrary, there was every prospect that a victorious Soviet Union would be as ruthless in victory, as eager to expand as a victorious Germany. There was neither moral nor political advantage in substituting Stalin for Hitler. Curiously enough, it was a man of no experience in foreign affairs who sensed the necessity for a careful handling of the Soviet Union as an associate. Senator Harry S. Truman was quoted in the New York Times of June 23, 1941, as saying, "If we see Germany as winning, we ought to help Russia, and if we see Russia is winning, we ought to help Germany, and in that way, let them kill as many as possible, although I wouldn't want to see Hitler victorious under any circumstance." Neither of them think Casico anything of their pledged word. But the official decision, in Washington as in London, was to go all out in aid to Stalin. There was apparently no thought of requiring as the price of this aid that Stalin renounce the spoils of his pact with Hitler and give specific binding guarantees against Soviet annexation of foreign territory. As soon as Churchill received the news of Hitler's attack, he went on the air to announce all possible aid to Russia and the Russian people. "No one," the British Prime Minister declared, "has been a more consistent opponent of communism than I for the last 25 years. I will unsay no word that I have spoken about it. But all this fades away before the spectacle that is now unfolding." Sumner Welles struck a similar note as spokesman for the State Department. Any defense against Hitlerism, any rallying of the forces opposing Hitlerism, from whatever source these forces may spring, will hasten the eventual downfall of the present German leaders, and will therefore redound to the benefit of our own defense and security. Now, there was an exchange of notes between Welles and the Soviet ambassador, Konstantin Omansky, on August 2nd. The former pledged all economic assistance practicable for the purpose of strengthening the Soviet Union in its struggle against armed aggression. Meanwhile, Harry Hopkins had rushed to Moscow to press American aid on Stalin. Hopkins was in England on one of his confidential missions in July and suggested a visit to Moscow in a cable to Roosevelt on July 25. If Stalin could in any way be influenced at a critical time, I think it would be worth doing by a direct communication from you through a personal envoy. I think the stakes are so great that it should be done. Stalin would then know in an unmistakable way that we mean business on a long-term supply job. 15. Roosevelt approved the trip and Hopkins flew to Moscow with Churchill's blessing late in July. On meeting Stalin, he told the Soviet dictator that Roosevelt considered Hitler the enemy of mankind, and therefore wished to aid the Soviet Union in its fight against Germany. Hopkins impressed upon Stalin America's determination to extend all possible aid to the Soviet Union. Stalin took a moral tone in his reply. The Germans, he said, were a people who would sign a treaty today and break it tomorrow. Nations must fulfill their treaty obligations or international society could not exist. 16. Here was a moment when Hopkins might well have suggested that the Soviet government, like the Nazi government, had been known to break treaties and that a solemn public pledge to restore the independence and territorial integrity of Poland, Finland, and the Baltic states would be a reasonable quid pro quo for American aid. But neither then nor at any other time did Hopkins show any awareness of the bargaining possibilities of Lend-Lease aid. His whole attitude was that of one who had come to seek a favor, not to confer one. It was not a happy psychological approach to a tough-minded dictator. Stalin outlined his military needs and gave Hopkins a sketch of Soviet military resources. He suggested that the one thing which would defeat Hitler would be an announcement that the United States was going to war with Germany. He even said that he would welcome American troops on any part of the Russian front under the complete command of the American Army. 17. This was an indication of what I grave view Stalin took of the undue situation. 18. This time when his armies were reeling back under the first shock of the German attack, and hundreds of thousands of Soviet troops were surrendering voluntarily because of hatred for the regime. Later, the Soviet authorities displayed the utmost reluctance to permit even small units of the American and British Air Forces to operate on Soviet soil and barred Allied officers from inspecting the front without a view to determining the needs of the Red Army. From his conferences with Stalin, Hopkins was flown back to London. Thence he proceeded to take part in the first wartime meeting between Roosevelt and Churchill. This meeting, prepared in the greatest secrecy, took place on warships in the harbor of Argentia, in Newfoundland, one of the bases which the United States had acquired in exchange for its destroyer. Sumner Welles was Roosevelt's principal political advisor at this conference, which began on August 9 and ended on the 12th. General Marshall and Admiral Stark, the leading American military and naval figures, met British officers of corresponding rank. The principal result of this conference was the framing of the famous Atlantic Charter. This was a joint declaration of war aims, although Congress had not voted for American participation in the war. Wells and the British Permanent Undersecretary for Foreign Affairs, Sir Alexander Cadogan, worked out the draft text of the document. Its final form, of course, was approved by Roosevelt and Churchill. The full text of the Atlantic Charter is as follows. The President of the United States of America and the Prime Minister, Mr. Churchill, representing His Majesty's government in the United Kingdom, being met together, deem it right to make known certain common principles in the national policies of their respective countries, on which they base their hopes for a better future for the world. First, their countries seek no aggrandizement, territorial or other. Second, they desire to see no territorial changes that do not accord with the freely expressed wishes of the peoples concerned. Third, they respect the right of all peoples to choose the form of government under which they will live, and they wish to see sovereign rights and self-government restored to those who have been forcibly deprived of them. Fourth, they will endeavor, with due respect for their existing obligations, to further the enjoyment of all states, great or small, victor or vanquished, of access, on equal terms, to the trade and to the raw materials of the world which are needed for their economic prosperity. Fifth, they desire to bring about the fullest collaboration between all nations in the economic field with the object of securing for all improved labor standards, economic adjustment, and social security. Sixth, after the final destruction of the Nazi tyranny, they hope to see established a peace which will afford to all nations the means of dwelling in safety within their own boundaries, and which will afford assurance that all the men in all the lands may live out their lives in freedom from fear and want. Seventh, such a peace should enable all men to traverse the high seas and oceans without hindrance. Eighth, they believe that all of the nations of the world, for realistic as well as spiritual reasons, must come to the abandonment of the use of force, since no future peace can be maintained if land, sea or air armaments continue to be employed by nations which threaten, or may threaten aggression outside of their frontiers. They believe, pending the establishment of a wider and permanent system of general security, that the disarmament of such nations is essential. They will likewise aid and encourage all other practicable measures which will lighten for peace, loving peoples the crushing burden of armaments. Since the principles of the Atlantic Charter were repeatedly reaffirmed, not only by America and Great Britain, but by the Soviet Union and other members of the United Nations coalition, it may be regarded as a morally binding statement of the ideals which should have governed the making of the peace. The first three clauses restate a familiar Wilsonian idea, the right of all peoples to choose their national allegiance and form of government. Clause 4 is a promise of equality and commercial opportunity between nations. Other objectives of the Charter are the promotion of improved social and economic conditions, the ensuring of a stable peace, the disarming of aggressor nation. Churchill was later to contend that the provisions of the Charter did not apply to Germany, but this is in contradiction to the plain wording of the document. Clause 4 refers to all states, great or small, victor or vanquished italics applied, and Clause 6 mentions all the men in all the lands. There were two disagreements regarding the phrasing of the Charter. The qualifying phrase, with due respect for their existing obligations, was inserted by Churchill at the insistence of Lord Beaverbrook, a staunch champion of empire economic preferences. Clause 6, in its original form, included the words, by effective international organization. These were struck out by Roosevelt because of fear of opposition which might be aroused in the United States. Another important subject at the conference was American and British diplomatic action against Japan. Churchill pressed for a joint threat of war. From his standpoint, it would be just as well if America got into the war in the Pacific as in the Atlantic. So the draft of the declaration which Roosevelt was supposed to address to the Japanese government, as submitted by Cadogan, contained the ultimate specific threat. It read, 1. Any further encroachment by Japan in the southwestern Pacific would produce a situation in which the United States government would be compelled to take countermeasures, even though these might lead to war between the United States and Japan. 2. If any third power becomes the object of aggression by Japan in consequence of such countermeasures or of their support of them, the President would have the intention to seek authority from Congress to give aid to such power. However, on reflection, Roosevelt considerably softened this statement. When he received Japanese Ambassador Nomura on August 17, the warning had been watered down to vaguer and more oblique terms. This government now finds it necessary to say to the UE government of Japan that if all the Indian Japanese government takes any unshouted further steps in pursuance of a policy or program of military domination by force or threat of force of neighboring countries, the government of the United States will be compelled to take immediately any and all steps which it may deem necessary toward safeguarding the legitimate rights and interests of the United States and American nationals, and toward ensuring the safety and security of the United States. There was also an agreement during the Roosevelt-Churchill meeting that the United States should occupy the Azores Islands, while Great Britain proposed to take over the Canary and Cape Verde Islands. 18. The Cape Verde Islands were to be transferred to American occupation later. This plan never went into effect because the rumored German move into the Iberian Peninsula, which inspired the design to seize the islands in the East Atlantic, never took place. In view of the agreements about a joint warning to Japan and about military action on the foreign soil of the East Atlantic islands, Roosevelt was not candid when he declared after the conference that there were no new commitments and that the country was no closer to war. To be sure, something had occurred on the last day of the conference which was calculated to impose a break on a too-headlong interventionist course. The renewal of the Selective Service Act, enacted in 1940 for 1 year, squeezed through the House of Representatives by only 1 vote. Churchill, however, enjoyed the satisfaction of being escorted as far as Iceland by American destroyers. He made good propaganda out of this in a broadcast. And so we came back across the ocean waves, uplifted in spirit, fortified in resolve. Some American destroyers, which were carrying mail to the United States Marines in Iceland, happened to be going the same way too, so we made a goodly company at sea together. Roosevelt's next move toward war in the Atlantic was the proclamation, without consulting Congress or obtaining congressional sanction, of a shoot-at-sight campaign against Axis submarine. The pretext was an exchange of shots between the Greer, an American destroyer bound for Iceland, and a German submarine, on September 5th. Roosevelt misrepresented this incident as a wanton, unprovoked attack on the American vessel. The attack on the Greer, he declared, was no localized military operation in the North Atlantic. This was one determined step toward creating a permanent world system based on force, terror, and murder. When you see a rattlesnake poised to strike, you do not wait until he is struck to crush him. The Greer, Roosevelt declared, was carrying American mail to Iceland and flying the American flag. Her identity as an American ship was unmistakable. She was then and there attacked by a submarine. I tell you the blunt fact that the German submarine fired first upon this American destroyer without warning and with deliberate design to sink her. The shoot-at-sight warning was conveyed in the following words. In the waters which we deem necessary for our defense, American naval vessels and American planes will no longer wait until Axis submarines lurking underwater or Axis raiders on the surface of the sea strike their deadly blow first. The aggression is not ours. Ours is solely defense. But let this warning be clear. From now on, if German or Italian vessels of war enter the waters, the protection of which is necessary for American defense, they do so at their own peril. Bismarck's editing of the EMS telegram was a masterpiece of straightforwardness compared with Roosevelt's picture of the Greer as the peaceful mail carrier, wantonly set on by a hostile submarine. The Senate Naval Affairs Committee looked into the matter and obtained the following account of the incident from Admiral Stark. At 8:40 a.m., a British airplane notified the Greer that a submarine was submerged 10 miles ahead on the course the destroyer was following. The Greer put on speed and zigzagged its way to the reported location. As soon as its sound detection apparatus picked up the propeller beat of the submarine, the destroyer commenced to track the submarine, broadcasting its location for the benefit of any British airplanes and destroyers which might be in the vicinity. This, said Admiral Stark, was in accordance with her orders, that is to give out information, but not to attack. At 10:32, the airplane dropped 4 depth charges, which missed their mark, and 20 minutes later withdrew from the hunt. The Greer continued to trail the submarine. At 12:40, the German vessel changed its course, closed in on the Greer, and fired a torpedo, which missed. The Greer counterattacked, apparently without success. The announcement of the presidential shooting war in the Atlantic was followed by more serious clashes. The destroyer Kearney was hit by a torpedo with the loss of 11 lives on October 17, and on October 30, the Reuben James, another destroyer, was sunk with a casualty list of 115 members of her crew. Roosevelt struck a new high bellicose note in his Navy Day speech of October 27. The shooting has started, and history has recorded who fired the first shot. In the long run, however, all that will matter is who fired the last shot. I say that we do not propose to take this lying down. Today, in the face of this newest and greatest challenge of them all, we Americans have cleared our decks and taken our battle stations. We stand ready in the defense of our nation and the faith of our fathers to do what God has given us the power to see as our full duty. But the majority of the American people remained markedly indifferent to these warlike appeals. The wide contrast between the president's categorical pledges not to get into war in 1940, when the enormous danger to Britain was certainly far greater than now. It was one after Hitler attacked Russia and his present obvious efforts to get into hostilities at any young, and price was too strong. Some public opinion polls taken during this period are not very revealing. Much depended on who was conducting them, on how questions were phrased, on which groups in the community were reached. But Congress was a pretty reliable barometer of the mood of the nation. The one-vote majority, by which selective service was renewed, was one signal of the aversion to the idea of a second crusade. Another unmistakable signal was given only 3 weeks before Pearl Harbor. The president had asked for authority to arm American merchant ships and to send these ships into war zones. This amounted to a repeal of the Neutrality Act, which Roosevelt had done everything in his power to circumvent. This proposal was still far short of a declaration of war, but it proved extremely difficult to get legislation providing for these changes through Congress. The bill passed the Senate, 50-37, on November 7, and narrowly escaped defeat in the House, where the vote was 212-194 a week later. A change of 10 votes would have given the administration a severe setback. Very strong pressure from the White House was put on the representatives, including promises of judgeships and other federal appointments, where these would do the most good. Interventionists at this time freely admitted and deplored the reluctance of the American people to plunge into the slaughter. The Committee to Defend America by Aiding the Allies took a full-page advertisement to lament the dreadfully narrow margin by which the bill authorizing the arming of merchant ships had passed. Walter Lippmann wrote in September 1941 of the low state of our war morale. Stanley High, another publicist who favored intervention, commented regretfully on Lippmann's observation in a letter published in the New York Herald Tribune. No, the whole truth about our war morale is not that it is now in a slump. Measured by what we are up against, it was never in anything else. An investigation of the alleged attempt of the moving picture industry to promote a war psychosis was started in the Senate in September. John T. Flynn, one of the active leaders of the America First Committee, accused film producers of using propaganda to raise the war hysteria in this country, to inflame the people of the United States to a state of mind where they will be willing to go to war with Germany. He cited Underground as one of some 50 films designed to arouse feelings of hatred and vengeance. The radio and the press, like the films, were overwhelmingly on the interventionist side by the autumn of 1941. Flynn asserted that in 3 days he had counted 127 interventionist broadcasts, compared with 6 on the other side. And yet, with all the sparks that were being generated, the people failed to catch fire. Hundreds of chapters of the America First Committee pledged themselves to work for the defeat of congressmen who had voted to repeal the Neutrality Act. Francis P. Miller, an extreme interventionist, was defeated by a Republican in an off-year election in Fairfax County, Virginia, in November 1941. This was a district in which a Democratic victory was normally taken for granted. The autumn of 1941 was a difficult period for Roosevelt. He was under pressure from those members of his cabinet, Stimson and Knox and Morgenthau, who favored stronger action. He was exposed to a barrage of transatlantic pleas from Churchill. He had stretched his presidential powers to the limit. He had provoked shooting incidents in the Atlantic and misrepresented these incidents when they occurred. But he had not aroused much will to war in the country. General Wood, chairman of the America First Committee, challenged Roosevelt to put the issue of a declaration of war to the test of a vote in Congress. This was a challenge which the president could not accept, in view of the close vote on the less provocative question of repealing the Neutrality Act. Robert E. Yale Sherwood tells how gloomy the situation seemed at this time to those who wished to get America into the war. The truth was that, as the world situation became more desperately critical, and as the limitless peril came closer and closer to the United States, isolationist sentiment became ever more strident in expression and aggressive in action, and Roosevelt was relatively powerless to combat it. He had said everything short of war that could be said. He had no more tricks left. The hat from which he had pulled so many rabbits was empty. 19. But just when the situation in the Atlantic seemed very unpromising, from the standpoint of speedy full involvement in war, rescue for the administration came from the Pacific. The Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor, followed by Hitler's declaration of war, extricated Roosevelt from one of the most difficult dilemmas in which a statesman can find himself, the dilemma of having led his people halfway into war. The 11 principal steps by which Roosevelt took America into undeclared war in the Atlantic may be briefly summarized as follows. 1. The repeal of the arms embargo in November 1939. 2. The trade of destroyers for bases in September 1940. 3. Enactment of the Lend-Lease Act in March 1941. 4. The secret American-British staff talks, January-March 1941. 5. The institution of patrols in the North Atlantic on April 24. 6. The sending of American laborers to build a naval base in Northern Ireland. 7. The blocking of German credits in the United States and the closing of consulates in the early summer of 1941. 8. The occupation of Iceland by American troops on July 7. 9. The Atlantic Conference, August 9-12. 10. The shoot-at-sight orders given to American warships and announced on September 11. 11. Authorization for the arming of merchant ships and the sending of merchant ships into war zones in November 1941. The first 3 of these steps were accompanied by loud protestations that they were designed to keep America at peace, not to get it into war. Several of the other measures were taken without consulting Congress, in an atmosphere of exaggerated alarmism, secrecy, contrived confusion, and official misrepresentation of facts. The entire record may be usefully set against Roosevelt's repeated categorical assurances that his principal aim was to keep America out of war. Seldom, if ever, in American history was there such a gulf between appearances and realities, between presidential words and presidential deeds. N.J. 1 Coward. 1 Winston Churchill, The Grand Alliance, Boston Houghton, 1950, p. 23. 2 Ibid. pp. 45. 3 Ibid. p. 238. 4 Ibid. p. 128. 5 C.J.C. Say, Joint Congressional Committee on the Investigation of the Pearl Harbor Attack, Part 15, Expo 49, 50, 51. 6 Roosevelt and Hopkins, pp. 273, 74. 7 Nathaniel Peffer, The Split in Our Foreign Policy, Harper's Magazine, 187, August 1943, p. 198. 8 The War We Lost, New York, Viking Press, 1948, p. 86. 9 On Active Service, p. 367. 10 Sherwood, O.P., Sit Tight Tie, pp. 291, 92. 11 O.P., Sit Taut, pp. 368, 69. 12. This fact was doubtless well known to the Japanese intelligence service and was one consideration which prompted the attack on Pearl Harbor. 13. This point is recognized by Churchill several times in the Grand Alliance. 14 William L. Langer, Our Vichy Gamble, p. 87. 15 Sherwood, O.P.P. Sitaya, pp. 317-18. 16 Ibid, p. 328. 17 Ibid, p. Kai, Days, Salmon, t. 343. If Stalin felt himself in such dire straits that he was willing to admit foreign troops under foreign command on his territory, it is most unlikely that he would have refused at this time a demand for giving up the gains of his pact with Hitler. 18. The Azores and Cape Verde groups belong to Portugal, the Canary Islands to Spain. 19 OP. Sittidarohai. pp. 382-83. 7. Road to War, the Pacific. By 1941, the United States had become deeply involved in the Pacific, as well as in the Atlantic theater of World War II too. The Roosevelt administration was striving to block and discourage Japan's expansion by a variety of measures short of war: economic discrimination, aid to China, diplomatic warnings, display of naval force. There was, to be sure, no undeclared naval war in the Pacific. Until December 7, 1941, no deadlier missiles and notes were exchanged between Washington and Tokyo. But there was an element of finality about the blow in the Pacific when it fell at Pearl Harbor. This was all-out war. When Hitler declared war 3 days later, the administration's dilemma was happily resolved. There were no longer inhibitions on the use of American manpower and resources everywhere in the global struggle. The war cloud which burst at Pearl Harbor had begun to form 10 years earlier. The Japanese military commanders in September 1931 seized Mukden, capital of the semi-independent Chinese regime in Manchuria. This action followed a series of disputes between the Japanese and Manchurian authorities about the implementation of Japan's somewhat vaguely defined economic rights in South Manchuria. Japan had replaced Russia as the dominant power in that area after the Russo-Japanese War of 1904-05. Japan's privileges in South Manchuria included the right to maintain troops and armed railway guards. The seizure of Mukden was the beginning of a process which only ended when all Manchuria, with an area 3 times that of Japan proper, had been brought under Japanese control. A new state, Manchukuo, was set up. The nominal ruler was a shadowy emperor, descendant of the former Chinese dynasty. The real power was in the hands of Japanese army officers and civilian officials, many of whom were attached as advisors to Manchukuo ministries. Manchuria was soon covered with a network of new railways and roads. Industries were developed and expanded. The productive power of the region was greatly stimulated by the inflow of Japanese capital and technical knowledge. It is worth pointing out also that hundreds of thousands of Chinese migrated to Manchukuo during the period of Japanese control. The American Secretary of State at that time, Henry L. Stimson, vigorously opposed the Japanese occupation of Manchuria. He could not resort to war because of the opposition of President Hoover and the distinctly non-bellicose state of American public opinion. But, in a note of January 7, 1932, he committed the American government to a policy of passive resistance, of refusing to recognize any situation, treaty or agreement which might be brought about by methods incompatible with the Kellogg Pact, which outlawed war. The League of Nations, acting on the appeal of China as a member, sent the Lytton Commission to investigate the situation in Manchuria. The only effect of this intervention was Japan's withdrawal from the League, the American refusal to recognize Manchukuo, a refusal in which states belonging to the League associated themselves, also led to no practical consequences, except perhaps to discourage foreign investment which might or might not have taken place under other circumstances. Several years of uneasy tension followed. Japan denounced the Naval Limitation Agreement, which had been concluded at Washington in 1922. This had established a 5-5-3 ratio between the navies of the United States, Great Britain, and Japan. Its abrogation left each of these powers free to build up naval strength at will. The United States adhered to the so-called Stimson Doctrine of not recognizing Manchukuo. Apart from this, its policy in the Far East during the first few years of the Roosevelt administration was rather passive. A new crisis arose when large-scale war between Japan and China began in the summer of 1937. By the autumn of 1938, the Japanese forces had occupied the largest Chinese cities and most of the country's limited network of railways. But the Chinese nationalist government held out in its new far inland capital, Chongqing, and Japanese control was not effectively consolidated far from the large centers and lines of communication. A war waged over a large expanse of Chinese territory, inevitably led to incidents affecting the security of American lives and property. American business communities were located in the larger cities, and several thousand American missionaries lived in China, some in the cities, many in smaller towns throughout the country. The American economic stake in China was not large. American investments were about $200 million, as compared with $1,200 million in the case of British investments. The prospect of vast trade with China, which had encouraged America to take over the Philippines, had never materialized. Despite its huge population, China, because of its extreme poverty and economic backwardness, had never taken a large part in world trade. China's purchases in the United States in 1936, the last pre-war year, were about $55 million. Japan's were more than 4 times that amount. For Japan, despite its smaller population, was far more advanced than China in the development of its industry, shipping, and international trade. From a purely economic standpoint, there was no reason for America to run a risk of war with Japan by actively supporting China against Japan. But American Far Eastern policy was influenced by various non-economic motives. There was sentimental sympathy for China as the underdog in the struggle against Japan. This was nourished by missionaries and other American residents of China. The open-door policy for China, enunciated by Secretary of State John Hay about the turn of the century, was regarded as a sacrosanct tradition of American diplomacy and was seldom subjected to critical and realistic examination. Considerations of prestige made it difficult to surrender established rights under pressure. The groups which believed in a permanent crusade against aggression, in a policy of perpetual war for the sake of perpetual peace, were quick to mobilize American opinion against Japan. Some of the considerations which helped to shape American policy were outlined by Secretary Hull in a communication to Vice President Garner, published on May 10, 1938. The interest and concern of the United States in the Far Eastern situation, in the European situation, and in situations on this continent are not measured by the number of American citizens residing in a particular country at a particular moment, nor by the amount of investment by American citizens there, nor by the volume of trade. There is a broader and more fundamental interest, which is that orderly processes in international relationships be maintained. The situation was further complicated because the majority of the American people had no more desire to fight in the Orient than to see their young men shipped to the battlefields of Europe. Public sympathy was for China and against Japan, but there was no desire to die for the abstract slogan that orderly processes in international relationships be maintained. A wistful desire to have one's cake and eat it too is reflected in the public opinion polls of the time. A Gallup poll in the autumn of 1937 showed 59% of those questioned for China, 1% for Japan, and 40% indifferent. But another poll, taken almost simultaneously, revealed a majority in favor of withdrawing American troops from China. At that time, small detachments of Marines were maintained in Shanghai and in the Peking, Tianjin area. Polls in the summer of 1939 revealed 66% in favor of a movement to stop buying Japanese goods, but only 6% wished to fight Japan in order to protect American interests in China. The most serious incident affecting America's relations with Japan before Pearl Harbor was the sinking of the United States gunboat Panay by Japanese bombers on December 12, 1937. This closely followed the capture of Nanking, the Chinese capital, and the Japanese military leaders were in an exuberant, trigger-happy mood. 4 lives were lost in the bombing, one of the victims being an Italian journalist. However, the sinking of the Panay failed to kindle any war flames in the United States, and the Japanese government was quick to proffer apologies and pay an indemnity of $2.25 million. After the autumn of 1938, the war in China became a stalemate. The Japanese were baffled and held back from further large-scale operations, not so much by Chinese resistance as by the vast size and poor communications of the country. The Chinese lacked the military organization, the airplanes, the heavy artillery which would have enabled them to defeat the Japanese in the open field and retake the large cities which the invaders had captured. The war became a long endurance contest. The march of events in Europe affected the course of this Oriental War. As the attention of powers with large Far Eastern interests, Britain, France, and the Netherlands, became absorbed by the threat of German expansion, Japan saw its opportunities for conquest enhanced. At the same time, the United States cast its weight more and more into the scales, taking a sharper tone in communications and cautiously moving toward the imposition of economic sanctions on Japan. A forceful move by the United States often followed a gesture of weakness or conciliation on the part of Britain. So, soon after the conclusion of the Munich Agreement had revealed British and French weakness, the American government, on October 6, 1938, set forth its case against Japanese expansion in China in a strongly worded note. The Japanese government and the Chinese administrations under Japanese control were accused of various violations of American commercial rights. The note called for the elimination of discriminatory exchange control and of monopolies and preferences calculated to injure American trade and industry, and the stoppage of Japanese interference with American property and other rights. The note stiffly reaffirmed American rights under the Nine Power Treaty and under the open-door commercial policy in China. Japan's reply, on November 18th, was partly a denial of specific charges, partly a contention that the status quo in China was being rendered obsolete by the movement of events. The Japanese Prime Minister, Prince Fumimaro Konoye, had already described Japan's aim as the establishment of a new order, based on the tripartite relationship of mutual aid and coordination between Japan, Manchukuo, and China in political, economic, cultural, and other fields. Another American note of December 31 tartly denied that there was any need or warrant for any one power to take upon itself to prescribe what shall be the terms and conditions of new orders in areas not under its sovereignty, and to constitute itself the repository of authority and the sole agent of destiny in regard thereto. With war imminent in Europe, the British ambassador in Tokyo, Sir Robert Craigie, concluded an agreement with the Japanese Foreign Office on July 24, 1939, which bordered on recognition of Japanese belligerent rights in China. Neither Japan nor China had ever formally recognized that a war was in progress. Sir Robert Craigie's step followed a period of prolonged harassment of British nationals by the Japanese military authorities in the North China port of Tientsin. America's response to this British move of retreat was swift. Senator Vandenberg on July 18 had introduced into the Senate a resolution in favor of abrogating the United States-Japanese Commercial Treaty. Without waiting for action on this resolution, Secretary Hull, on July 26, gave the 6 months' notice required for denouncing the treaty. This opened the door for discriminatory economic measures, forbidden under the terms of the treaty. During the next year, there were no sensational developments in American-Japanese relations. The impulse to apply embargoes and other economic restraints against Japan was restrained by the outbreak of war in Europe. But the year from July 1940 to July 1941 was marked by a number of American measures which reflected rising tension in the Pacific. President Roosevelt in July 1940 placed under license exports of machine tools, chemicals, non-ferrous metals, oil products, scrap metal, and aviation gasoline outside the Western Hemisphere. On September 25, 1940, China received a loan of $25 million for currency stabilization. An embargo on all exports of scrap iron and steel, except to Britain and nations of the Western Hemisphere, was declared on September 26. American nationals were warned to leave the Far East on October 8. China received an additional $100 million loan on November 30. China became eligible for Lend-Lease aid on March 11, 1941. On April 26, 1941, there was a monetary stabilization accord with China. The climax and the prelude to Pearl Harbor occurred on July 25, 1941. On that date, the president froze all Japanese assets in the United States, amounting to $130 million. This was followed by similar action on the part of Great Britain and the Netherlands Indies. What this amounted to was an economic blockade of Japan, a cessation of all trade relations. It has already been pointed out that, in the opinion of Nathaniel Peffer, an experienced student of Far Eastern affairs, when the president ordered the freezing of the Japanese assets in this country in 1941, he was decreeing a state of war with Japan. Certainly the imposition of a commercial blockade on Japan, like many of the president's moves in the Atlantic, was not a measure calculated to keep America out of war. Indeed, Roosevelt himself, on the very eve of the freezing order, had publicly expressed the opinion that a complete blockade of Japan would precipitate war. He was outlining the reasons for the government's decision not to cut off all oil supplies to Japan. It was very essential, from our own selfish point of view of defense, to prevent a war from starting in the South Pacific. So our foreign policy was trying to stop a war from breaking out down there. At the same time, we wanted to keep that line of supplies from Australia and New Zealand going to the Near East. So it was essential for Great Britain to try to keep the peace down there in the South Pacific. All right. And now here is a nation called Japan. Whether they had at that time aggressive purposes to enlarge their empire southward, they didn't have any oil of their own up in the north. Now, if we cut the oil off, they probably would have gone down to the Netherlands East Indies a year ago, and we would have had war. Italics supplied. 2. It is surprising that the war-making decision of July 25 excited slight reaction at the time, even in isolationist circles. There were several reasons for this apathetic reaction of American public opinion. Attention was generally focused on developments in the Atlantic, so that the likelihood that war might come in the Pacific was overlooked. There was a tendency, very marked if one studies the periodicals of the time, to underestimate Japanese striking power. Some publicists spread the comforting idea that Japan was so weak that it either would not dare to fight or would be crushed with little difficulty by the air and naval power available to the United States and its prospective allies in the Pacific. There was also at that time a general disposition to overestimate the chances of peaceful coercion, to assume that Japan could be brought into line by boycotts and embargo. This stemmed from wishful thinking, from the American desire to stop Japan without going to war. Even the minority report on the Congressional Pearl Harbor investigation, signed by Senators Brewster and Ferguson, although it is severely critical of many administration steps before Pearl Harbor, says little about the momentous decision of July 25. The seriousness of this decision was, however, understood in high military and naval circles. The Navy's War Plans Division, in a report drafted on July 19th, disapproved of the impending embargo. According to its estimate, Japan already had in stock enough oil for 18 months of war operations. The embargo could not, therefore, exercise an immediate paralyzing effect, and was rather calculated to harden Japan's determination and to precipitate war. A warning sent by General Marshall and Admiral Stark to American military and naval commanders in the Pacific, when the embargo was about to be imposed, on July 25th ended as follows. The Chief of Naval Operations and the Army Chief of Staff do not anticipate immediate hostile reaction by the Japanese through the use of military means. But you are furnished this information in order that you may take appropriate precautionary measures against any possible eventualities. 9. Japan's higher councils were divided during the critical period before Pearl Harbor. There was an extremist group composed of the more fire-eating generals and admirals and of some civilian leaders, a group which saw in Europe's difficulty Japan's opportunity to build up a vast Asiatic empire. There is no evidence that even these militarists worked out plans for invading the American continent. There were also influential statesmen, with access to the emperor, who disliked the idea of breaking with the West, who believed that Japan could support its fast-growing population through industrial leadership and commercial expansion, without resorting to force. The Japanese ambassador to the United States in 1941, Admiral Kichisaburo Nomura, belonged to this moderate group. Hull credits Nomura with having been honestly sincere in trying to avert war between his country and mine. Conversations between Hull and Nomura, with a view to finding a basis of settlement, began in February 1941 and continued until the eve of Pearl Harbor. There were 40 or 50 meetings. Hull entered these conversations in a pessimistic mood. He did not believe there was one chance of success in 100. And he showed little flexibility or imagination. He insisted on giving Nomura long lectures on the virtues of peace, free trade, and international morality. He showed little interest in the face-saving compromises and adjustments which might have made possible a substantial Japanese withdrawal from China and a gradual dissociation of Japan from its loose association with the Axis. Early in 1941 too, Catholic ecclesiastics with experience in the Far Eastern mission field, Bishop James Edward Walsh, Superior General of the Catholic Foreign Mission Society, and Father Drought, returned to the United States from Japan. They had talked with a number of highly placed Japanese, including Foreign Minister Matsuoka, who often talked publicly in bellicose language. They carried away the impression that there was a serious desire in Japan to reach an agreement with America on the Chinese question and to modify the Japanese commitment to the Axis. With the consent and approval of Roosevelt and Hull, Bishop Walsh and Father Drought established contacts with some members of the Japanese embassy in Washington and carried on informal conversations, in which Postmaster General Frank Walker also took part. A Japanese draft proposal emerged from these talks and was submitted to Hull on April 9. According to this proposal, Japan would feel bound by her military obligations under the Tripartite Pact only if one of the partners was aggressively attacked by a power not involved in the European War. Hull objected to this on the ground that it left Japan free to interpret the somewhat elastic phrase, aggressive action, Hull, like Roosevelt, was already anticipating American initiative in precipitating a shooting war in the Atlantic. The terms which were proposed for peace in China were as follows. Chiang Kai-shek was to negotiate with Japan on the basis of China's independence, withdrawal of Japanese troops in accordance with an agreement to be reached between Japan and China, no acquisition of Chinese territory, and no indemnity. There was to be a fusion of the Chiang Kai-shek and Wang Qingwei governments. 5. There was to be large-scale immigration of Japanese into China, and Chiang was to recognize Manchukuo. It was proposed that America should sponsor these terms. If Chiang accepted, Japan would consider itself bound by these conditions and would discuss joint defense against communism and economic cooperation. To a negotiator genuinely anxious to obtain a Far Eastern settlement without war, these terms would have seemed well worth examining. They were certainly better than anything China could reasonably hope to obtain by its own armed force. But instead of examining the practical details of such a settlement, Hull's reply was an enunciation of 4 very general abstract principles. 1. Respect for the territorial integrity and sovereignty of each and all nations. 2. Support of the principle of non-interference in the internal affairs of other countries. 3. Support of the principle of equality, including equality of commercial opportunity. 4. Non-disturbance of the status quo in the Pacific except as the status quo may be altered by peaceful means. 6. No one can say with certainty whether the Japanese moderates, among whom the Prime Minister at that time, Prince Konoye, must be reckoned, could have checked the career of southward expansion on which the military and naval extremists had set their hearts. But obviously the Japanese moderates could not hope to succeed without more cooperation from Washington than Secretary Hull's moral lectures. What is certain is that at no time during the critical months before Pearl Harbor did the American government offer even the most modest quid pro quo for a reorientation of Japanese policy. The United States was not willing to commit itself even to such a small gesture as recognition of the long-accomplished fact of the existence of Manchukuo. The attitude of consistent stiff negativism in Washington was an important factor in eliminating any possibility of a peaceful settlement in the Pacific. Even though at that time it might have seemed debatable whether the United States was bound by considerations of morality or of political interest to fight Japan on the assumption that a fully independent and friendly China would emerge from the debris of a large-scale Far Eastern war tours de and the China that is shaping up 5 years after the downfall of Japan is closely dependent on the Soviet Union and bitterly hostile to the United States. What is perhaps most surprising, as one reviews the tangled course of events in the last months before Pearl Harbor, is the inability of the Roosevelt administration either to make a constructive move toward peace or to take effective precautions against war. The able and experienced American ambassador to Japan, Joseph C. Grew, cabled to the State Department on January 27, 1941, a warning of a possible attack on Pearl Harbor. This was based on information from the Peruvian minister, who stated he had heard from many sources, including a Japanese one, that a surprise mass attack on Pearl Harbor was planned by the Japanese in the event of trouble between Japan and the United States, that the attack would involve the use of all the Japanese military facilities. The State Department passed on this information to the War and Navy departments. 7. Given a Japanese decision to risk war with the United States, a surprise blow at the American Pacific Fleet, concentrated at the Great Hawaiian Base, was a very probable development. Japanese military and naval teaching had always emphasized the importance of secrecy and surprise. The experience of the war in Europe showed that certain operations, which would not have been technically feasible in World War I, could be carried out because of the increased range of air power. But the orders and information sent by the higher military authorities in Washington to General Walter C. Short and Admiral Husband Gimmel, respectively commanders of the military and naval forces at Pearl Harbor, were notably lacking in precision and urgency. The commanders on the spot were encouraged to maintain a normal, business-as-usual attitude until the attack actually took place. This was all the stranger and less excusable because United States cryptoanalysts, through an operation known as Magic, had cracked the code used in communications from Tokyo to members of the Japanese diplomatic corps throughout the world. This created a situation suggestive of playing poker while watching your opponent's cards in a mirror. Why it was possible for Japan, despite this handicap, to start the war with a stunning surprise blow is one of the great mysteries of history. The Army Pearl Harbor Board, which reported its findings to the Secretary of War on October 20, 1944, voiced the following criticism. Washington was in possession of essential facts as to the enemy's intentions and proposals. This information showed clearly that war was inevitable and late in November absolutely imminent. The messages actually sent to Hawaii by the Army and Navy gave only a small fraction of this information. It would have been possible to have sent safely information ample for the purpose of orienting the commanders in Hawaii, or positive directives for an all-out alert. In the first days of December, this information grew more critical and indicative of the approaching war. Officers, in relatively minor positions who were charged with the responsibility of receiving and evaluating such information, were so deeply impressed with its significance and the growing tenseness of our relations with Japan, which pointed only to war and war almost immediately, that such officers approached the chief of the war plans division, General Leonard T.O. Style, Audio Bayerzine, Idrogzau, Girau, and the Secretary of the General Staff, Colonel, now Lieutenant General Walter Bedell Smith, for the purpose of having sent to the department commanders true picture of the war atmosphere, which, at that time, pervaded the War Department and which was uppermost in the thinking of these officers in close contact with it. The efforts of these subordinates to have such information sent to the field were unsuccessful. 8. Was this merely the carelessness of overworked men, underestimating the chances of a Japanese surprise stroke at America's main citadel in the Pacific? Or was there, on the part of the directors of American foreign policy, from the president down, a deeper and subtler motive in not demanding maximum alertness? Was there a feeling, perhaps subconscious and unavowed, that a decisive blow, marking the transition from nominal peace to outright war, might be struck in the Pacific, and that this blow was more likely to be delivered if there were no vigorous preparations to ward it off? With Magic supplementing other sources of intelligence, the State, War, and Navy departments were kept in close and prompt touch with important Japanese government decisions. The German invasion of Russia placed before the Japanese cabinet the necessity of such a decision. Von Ribbentrop was urging the Japanese government to invade Siberia and take advantage of the promised Soviet military collapse. But the Japanese cabinet decided otherwise. There was no oil in Siberia. The United States, with a tender solicitude for Soviet interests that seemed strange in the retrospect of 1950, was almost threatening war in the event of a Japanese move hostile to Russia. So the Japanese cabinet resolution, confirmed by a solemn Imperial Council 9 on July 2nd, was against the Siberian adventure and in favor of a move to the south. The army was authorized to occupy the southern part of French Indochina. From this vantage point, there was a triple threat to the Philippines, to Malaya and Siam, and to the Netherlands, East Indies. However, Prime Minister Kanoye still hoped that war with the West could be avoided. As he says in the memoir which he wrote before committing suicide following the end of the war, there was a good prospect that we might use the advance of the Japanese troops in Indochina as the basis of a compromise in the Japanese-American talks then underway. I am confident I will be able to prevent a war. Kanoye made a desperate effort, a sincere effort, in the judgment of Ambassador Grew, to reach a settlement with the United States in August and September 1941. His desire was for a personal meeting with Roosevelt, and he was willing to make the important concession of taking the initiative and going to American soil, to Alaska or Honolulu, for the conference. There had been an informal proposal for a Kanoye-Roosevelt meeting in April. Admiral Toyota, who had succeeded the bellicose and garrulous Matsuoka as foreign minister after the German attack on Russia, developed this suggestion in a talk with Grew on August 18th. Toyota intimated that Japan would be willing to withdraw from Indochina as soon as the China affair was settled, and suggested that Kanoye should go to Honolulu to meet Roosevelt. Admiral Nomura repeated the invitation to Roosevelt on August 23rd. Roosevelt, at first, was favorably impressed by the prospect of the meeting. He indicated a preference for Juneau, Alaska, over Honolulu. However, he accepted Hull's suggestion that there should be no talk until there had been a preliminary agreement about the points at issue. It was on this obstacle that the proposed meeting, which might have staved off the Pacific War, foundered. There was no willingness on Hull's part to leave any room for give and take, to allow some scope for negotiation after the meeting began. As a consequence, although the Japanese proposal was never flatly rejected, it was allowed to perish from long neglect. That Kanoye was eager for the meeting, and was willing to take considerable risks, political and personal, 11 in order to bring it about, is evident from Grew's account of his experience in the preliminary talks in Tokyo. The United States at that time had an excellent diplomatic team in Tokyo. Grew was a veteran career diplomat of seasoned judgment and long experience. His counselor, Eugene Duman, possessed an unusual and remarkable mastery of the difficult and complex Japanese language. On September 6, Kanoye and his secretary, Ushiba, invited Grew and Duman to dinner at the home of a Japanese friend under circumstances of extreme privacy. Kanoye professed willingness to accept Hull's 4 principles and said the ministers of war and the Navy had given complete agreement to his plan. A full general and a full admiral would accompany him, so that the services would be committed to accept the results of the conference. The vice chiefs of staff of the Army and Navy would also take part. The Japanese Prime Minister emphasized the importance of the time factor. He could not guarantee a settlement 6 months or a year in the future. Now he was confident of success. When Grew raised the point that Japanese words in the past had not always corresponded with Japanese actions, Kanoye assured him that any commitments he, Kanoye, would undertake would bear no resemblance to the irresponsible assurances of the past. The Premier added that, if President Roosevelt would desire to communicate suggestions personally and confidentially, he would be glad to arrange subsequent secret meetings with Grew. Kanoye expressed his earnest hope that, in view of the present internal situation in Japan, the projected meeting with the President could be arranged with the least possible delay. There were later talks between Ushiba and Duman, and between Toyota and Grew. The Japanese proposals, as set forth by Toyota, were in substance those which Nomura had presented in the spring. Grew strongly recommended the meeting in a report to the Secretary of State on September 29. This report may be summarized as follows. The ambassador, while admitting that risks will inevitably be involved, no matter what course is pursued toward Japan, offers his carefully studied belief that there would be substantial hope at the very least of preventing the Far Eastern situation from becoming worse and perhaps of ensuring definitely constructive results. If an agreement along the lines of the preliminary discussions were brought to a head by the proposed meeting of the heads of the two governments, he raises the questions whether the United States is not now given the opportunity to halt Japan's program without war, or an immediate risk of war, and further, whether through failure to use the present opportunity, the United States will not face a greatly increased risk of war. The ambassador states his firm belief in an affirmative answer to these two questions. The ambassador does not consider unlikely the possibility of Prince Kanye's being in a position to give President Roosevelt a more explicit and satisfactory engagement than has already been vouchsafed in the course of the preliminary conversation. Gru further warned of the possibility of serious Japanese reaction if the preliminary discussion should drag on in the hope of obtaining clear-cut commitment. He predicted, "The logical outcome of this will be the downfall of the Konoye cabinet and the formation of a military dictatorship which will lack either the disposition or the temperament to avoid colliding head-on with the United States." 12. Gru notes on October 1 that a Japanese friend of high standing informed him that political circles now know of Kanye's intention, and that the proposal is generally approved, even among the military, because of the economic necessity of reaching a settlement with the United States. About the same time, the ambassador made the following comment in his diary: "For a Prime Minister of Japan thus to shatter all precedent and tradition in this land of subservience to precedent and tradition, to wish to come hat in hand, so to speak, to meet the President of the United States on American soil, is a gauge of the determination of the government to undo the vast harm already accomplished in alienating our powerful and progressively angry country. Prince Kanye's warship is ready waiting to take him to Honolulu or Alaska or any other place designated by the President, and his staff of the highest military, naval and civilian officers is chosen and raring to go." But Hull was unmoved and immovable. He sometimes expressed the view that the maintenance in power of the Konoye cabinet afforded the best prospect of keeping the peace, but he refused to give this cabinet any diplomatic encouragement. Konoye resigned on October 16 and was succeeded by General Hideki Tojo. From this time, events began to move at a swifter pace. The blockade of Japan by America, Great Britain, and the Netherlands Indies was beginning to pinch. It became increasingly clear from the public statements of Japan's leaders and from the private messages intercepted by magic that the sands of peace were running out, that the United States must choose between some kind of compromise and a strong probability of war. The suggestion of a time limit began to appear in the Japanese secret communications. So the new Japanese Foreign Minister, Shigenori Togo, sent this message to Nomura: "Because of various circumstances, it is absolutely necessary that all arrangements for the signing of this agreement be completed by the 25th of this month. I realize that this is a difficult order, but under the circumstances, it is an unavoidable one. Please understand this thoroughly and tackle the problem of saving the Japanese-American relations from falling into a chaotic condition." 13. Another Japanese envoy, Saburo Kurusu, a career diplomat with an American wife, was rushed to Washington in mid-November, the Trans-Pacific Clipper being held for him at Hong Kong. Kurusu arrived in Washington on November 17 and was received by Roosevelt and Hull. It was later suggested that Kurusu possessed advanced knowledge of the blow that was being prepared against Pearl Harbor, but it seems more probable that his coming to Washington was merely in line with the familiar Japanese practice of having more than one man responsible for action in a moment of grave crisis. Nomura's desire to avoid war was unquestionably genuine, as indicated by his intercepted message of November 19. "After exhausting our strength by 4 years of the China incident, following right upon the Manchurian incident, the present is hardly an opportune time for venturing upon another long-drawn-out war on a large scale. I think it would be better to fix up a temporary truce now in the spirit of give and take, and make this the prelude to greater achievements later. 14. Tokyo offered Nomura and Kurusu a slight relaxation of the original time limit on November 22. The envoys were informed that it would be satisfactory if an agreement were reached by the 29th. This communication, which, of course, was available to high American officials, ended on this ominous note. This time we mean it, that the deadline absolutely cannot be changed. After that, things are automatically going to happen. The background of this warning was that on November 25th, a Japanese task force under the command of Admiral Izuruku Yamamoto was to take off, with Pearl Harbor as its objective. The advancement of the time limit was apparently because it was realized in Tokyo that this force could be turned back without committing any act of aggression if an agreement were reached while the expedition was in its early stages. The Japanese government had worked out for discussion a Plan A and a Plan B, the latter the limit in concession. Plan B, submitted to Hull by Nomura and Kurusu on November 20th, was worded as follows. Japan and the United States to make no armed advance in any region in Southeast Asia and the Southwest Pacific area. Japan to withdraw her troops from Indochina when peace is restored between Japan and China, or when an equitable peace is established in the Pacific area. Japan and the United States to cooperate toward acquiring goods and commodities which the two countries need in the Netherlands East Indies. Japan and the United States to restore their commercial relations to those prevailing prior to the freezing of assets, and the United States to supply Japan a required quantity of oil. The United States to refrain from such measures and actions as would prejudice endeavors for the restoration of peace between Japan and China. These proposals met with no favor in the eyes of Secretary Hull. He did not believe the Japanese offer to withdraw from southern Indochina was adequate compensation for the lifting of the American blockade. However, he seriously considered a counterproposal aimed at creating a 3-month modus vivendi. This was the only conciliatory move the American government seems to have thought of making during the protracted negotiations with Japan in 1941, and this move was not made. An undated memorandum in Roosevelt's handwriting seems to have contained the germ of the modus vivendi idea. Us to resume economic relations, some oil and rice now more later. Japan to send no more troops. Us to introduce Japanese to Chinese, but to take no part in their conversations. Henry Morgenthau, Secretary of the Treasury, who liked to have a finger in every diplomatic pie, set his staff to work preparing a detailed blueprint of a temporary economic truce. Some features of the Treasury plan were incorporated in the scheme which was finally approved by Hull after being worked over by State Department experts. This scheme provided for mutual American and Japanese pledges against aggressive moves in the Pacific, for Japanese withdrawal from southern Indochina and limitation of Japanese forces in northern Indochina to 25,000 men. The quid pro quo was to be a relaxation of the blockade, permitting Japan to export freely and to import limited supplies of cotton, oil, food, and medical supplies. No one can say whether the influence of the Japanese moderates would have been strong enough to stop the planned attack in return for these restricted American concessions. But the offer was never made. Hull dropped his one experiment in conciliation under pressure from China and Great Britain. Eden and Churchill, Chiang Kai-shek, and his brother-in-law, T.V. Soong Owen Lattimore, American advisor to Chiang. 15 all eagerly took a hand in blocking this tentative move toward peace. The modus vivendi had been cautiously framed with a view to offering minimum concessions. But Eden, in a message of November 25, wanted to make stiffer demands on the Japanese, complete withdrawal from Indochina and suspension of military activities in China. But Lattimore reported from Chungking that any modus vivendi now arrived at with Japan would be disastrous to Chinese belief in America. Chiang Kai-shek, according to Lattimore, questioned his ability to hold the situation together. EIA, the Chinese national trust in America, is undermined by reports of Japan's escaping military defeat by diplomatic victory. The idea that Japan faced military defeat as a result of any past, present, or prospective action by China was unrealistic, if not downright ludicrous. But in the fevered atmosphere of the time, it was a good propaganda line. Hull later declared that Chiang has sent numerous hysterical cable messages to different cabinet officers and high officials in the government, other than the State Department. As a climax, Churchill introduced himself into the situation with a special message which reached Roosevelt on November 26. Of course it is for you to handle this business, and we certainly do not want an additional war. There is only one point that disquiets us. What about Chiang? Is he not having a very thin diet? Our anxiety is about China. If they collapse, our joint danger would enormously increase. We are sure that the regard of the United States for the Chinese cause will govern your action. We feel that the Japanese are most unsure of themselves. Under this barrage of foreign criticism, Hull's impulse to offer the truce arrangement wilted. As Secretary of War, Stimson records in his diary for November 26, Hull told me over the telephone this morning that he had about made up his mind not to give the proposition that Knox and I had passed on the other day to the Japanese, but to kick the whole thing over, to tell them he had no proposition at all. Now, on the previous day, November 25th, there had been an important council at the White House, with the President, Hull, Stimson, Knox, Marshall, and Stark present. The spirit of this meeting is reflected in Stimson's comment in his diary. The question was how we should maneuver them, the Japanese, into firing the first shot without allowing too much danger to ourselves. Here, perhaps, is a clue both to the abandonment of the truce proposal and to the curious absence of concern for normal precautionary measures at Pearl Harbor. Secretary Hull certainly made a notable contribution to the end suggested by Stimson when, after discarding his compromise proposal, he handed the Japanese envoys what amounted to a demand for unconditional surrender in a set of 10 proposals presented to them on November 26. One of these proposals was that Japan should withdraw its forces from Indochina and from China. Another demanded that there should be no support of any government in China other than the national government, Chiang Kai-shek. There was a suggestion for a multilateral non-aggression pact among the governments principally concerned in the Pacific. Only on these terms, which amounted to relinquishment by Japan of everything it had gained on the mainland during the preceding 10 years, would the United States consent to restore normal economic relations. After reading these proposals, Kurusu remarked that when they were communicated to Tokyo, the government would be likely to throw up its hand. Technically, Hull's 10 points did not constitute an ultimatum. No time limit was set and counter-proposals were not excluded. But when one considers the circumstances under which they were presented, and their completely uncompromising character, one may feel that the Army Board which investigated the Pearl Harbor attack was justified in describing Hull's communication as the document that touched the button that started the war. Maximum pressure, short of war, had been applied to Japan 4 months earlier when the economic blockade was put into effect. Refusal to abandon or even relax this blockade, except on condition that Japan surrender unconditionally on the points at issue, in all probability meant war. Hull seems to have realized this when he told Stimson on November 27 that he had broken the whole matter off. The Secretary of State added, "I have washed my hands of it, and it is now in the hands of you and Knox, the Army, and the Navy." It is difficult to reconcile this candid statement with Hull's later assertion that we labored desperately during the next 2 weeks, after November 22, striving to the last for peace, or at least more time. 16. The Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor achieved the effect of a devastating military surprise. But there was, or should have been, no element of political surprise. After November 26, the President, the Secretary of State, the heads of the armed services had every reason to expect hostile Japanese action anywhere at almost any moment. Apart from the virtual rupture of the negotiations, there were repeated hints of impending action in the intercepted Japanese communication. Some of these pointed clearly to Pearl Harbor as a possible Japanese military objective. For example, a message from Tokyo to Japanese agents in Honolulu on November 29th, the day after which things were automatically going to happen, read: "We have been receiving reports from you on ship movements, but in future you will also report even when there are no movements." Still, more suggestive was a message of December 2. "In view of the present situation, the presence in port of warships, airplane carriers, and cruisers is of the utmost importance. Hereafter, to the utmost of your ability, let me know, day by day. Wire in each case whether or not there are any observation balloons above Pearl Harbor or if there are any indications that any will be sent up. Also advise me whether or not the warships are provided with anti-mine nets." 17. Thanks to the deciphering of the Japanese code, the American government did not have to wait long for an authentic Japanese reaction to Hull's 10-point message. Foreign Minister Togo informed Nomura and Kurusu on November 28 that the American proposal was humiliating, unexpected, and regrettable. The foreign minister continued, "The imperial government can by no means use it as a basis for negotiations. Therefore, with a report of the views of the imperial government which I will send you in 2 or 3 days, the negotiations will be de facto ruptured. This is inevitable. However, I do not wish you to give the impression that the negotiations are broken off. Merely say to them that you are awaiting instructions." It was a reasonable deduction from this message that Japan was preparing a secret blow for which an outward pretense of continuing negotiations was a necessary mask, and there was strong reason to suspect that Hawaii might be the target of this blow. There was no reason to conceal Japanese movements elsewhere. There had been diplomatic discussion of the presence of Japanese troops in Indochina long. As early as November 28, it was known in Washington that a Japanese flotilla, escorting a force of some 25,000 men, was steaming down the China coast toward an unknown destination. Only the main objective of the impending offensive, Pearl Harbor, with the big warships of the Pacific Fleet berthed at anchor and hundreds of airplanes on the ground, did not visibly figure in Japanese calculation. This fact alone might have been regarded as suspicious by an alert intelligence service, especially in view of the Japanese fondness for secrecy and surprise. But the messages which were sent from Washington to General Short and Admiral Kimmel did not convey the full gravity of the situation. Nowhere was it suggested that Pearl Harbor be put on a war footing, or that an attack might be imminent. General Marshall's message to General Short of November 27 read as follows: "Negotiations with Japan appear to be terminated to all practical purposes, with only the barest possibilities that the Japanese government might come back and offer to continue. Japanese future action, unpredictable but hostile action, possible at any moment. If hostilities cannot, repeat cannot, be avoided, the United States desires that Japan commit the first overt act. This policy should not, repeat not, be construed as restricting you to a course of action that might jeopardize your successful defense of the Philippines. Prior to hostile Japanese action, you are directed to take such reconnaissance and other measures as you deem necessary, but these measures should not, repeat not, be carried out so as to alarm the civil population or disclose intent." The Chief of Naval Operations sent a more specific warning to Kimmel and to Admiral Hart in the Philippines. This dispatch is to be considered a war warning. Negotiations with Japan looking toward stabilization of conditions in the Pacific have ceased, and an aggressive move by Japan is expected in the next few days. The number and equipment of Japanese troops and the organization of naval task forces indicate an amphibious expedition against either the Philippines, Tai, or Kaa Peninsula, or possibly Borneo. This Navy warning was not so weakened by qualifications and reservations as the Army. However, it pointed to the likelihood of Japanese action in places far away from Hawaii. As for Marshall's message to Short, the Army Board which investigated Pearl Harbor offered the following criticism. Had a full war message, unadulterated, been dispatched, or had direct orders for a full, all-out alert been sent, Hawaii could have been ready to meet the attack with what it had. What resulted was failure at both ends of the line. Responsibility lay both in Washington and in Hawaii. Short received no further information after the message of November 27, except 3 communications of November 27 and 28, suggesting possible danger from sabotage. When Short years later was able to state his case before a Congressional Committee of Investigation, he testified, "The impression conveyed to me by this message during OFIT November 27 was that the avoidance of war was one paramount and the greatest fear of the War Department was that some international incident might occur in Hawaii and be regarded in Hawaii, Washington, as an overtime act. No mention was made of a probable attack on Hawaii since the alert message of June 18, 1940. An examination of the various military estimates prepared by G218 shows that in no estimate did G2 ever indicate an attack upon Hawaii. There was nothing in the message directing me to be prepared to meet an air raid or an all-out attack. Hostile action at any moment meant to me that as far as Hawaii was concerned, the War Department was predicting sabotage. Sabotage is a form of hostile action. Of course, if Short and Kimmel had been of the stature of Napoleon and Nelson, they would have taken more active defense measures on their own initiative. But the consistent failure of Washington to keep them fully informed of the intense gravity of the situation remains amazing. It is all the more amazing because there is strong reason to believe that a direct war warning, in the form of a deciphered Japanese code message, reached the Navy Department in Washington on December 4. The Japanese signal that war with the United States had been decided on was the phrase "East Wind Rain" inserted in the daily Japanese language news broadcast. According to the testimony of Captain L. F. U. Safford, Chief of the Radio Intelligence Unit, Office of Naval Communications, in the Navy Department, this decisive phrase appeared in a Japanese broadcast, designed for London, and was picked up in Washington on the morning of December 4. Safford's testimony was at first supported by Lieutenant Commander, later Captain, Alvin D. Kramer, Senior Language Officer for Navy Communications Intelligence. Subsequently, Kramer changed his testimony before the Congressional Investigating Committee. First, he said that England was the country referred to in the code message. Later, he declared that the wind's message was phony. There are indications that strong pressure was brought to bear from high quarters to discredit the wind's message. Secretary of War Stimson, after receiving and temporarily suppressing the Army Board report on Pearl Harbor, started 3 personal investigations, directed by Major General Myron C. Kramer, Major Henry C. Clausen, and Colonel Carter W. D. Clark. When the Navy Court of Inquiry turned in its report on Pearl Harbor, Secretary James Forrestal instituted another investigation. This was headed by Admiral H. K.I. Hewitt, but the most active role was played by Lieutenant Commander John Sonnet. Safford testifies that Sonnet attempted to make me reverse my testimony regarding the wind's message and to make me believe I was suffering from hallucinations. 19. Safford, however, stuck to his story. He affirmed that when he could not find the wind's message in the Navy files, he became suspicious of a conspiracy. Asked by committee counsel why he thought anyone might want to destroy the message, he replied, "Because it was the unheeded warning of war." Questioned why there was a failure to make use of the message when it came in, if it meant war, he answered, "That question has puzzled me for 4 years. I don't know the answer." 1T. Still another question to which there is no clear answer is the strange neglect of the final tip-off, the text of the Japanese reply to Hull's note of November 26. It was apparently the Japanese design to communicate this reply to the State Department almost simultaneously with the attack on Pearl Harbor. Of course, the Japanese Foreign Office did not know that the contents of the communication would be known in advance to the highest authorities in Washington because of the cracking of the code. The Japanese reply was sent in 14 parts, of which the first 13 were available to Lieutenant Commander A.A. D.I. Kramer in the Navy Department early in the evening of December 6. The message was definitely unfavorable and truculent in tone. Part 13 characterized Hull's 10 points as follows. The proposal in question ignores Japan's sacrifices in the 4 years of the China affair, menaces the very existence of the empire, and disparages its honor and prestige. Therefore, viewed in its entirety, the Japanese government regrets that it cannot accept the proposal as a basis of negotiation. Kramer appraised this communication as so important that he brought it to the attention of the president himself. Roosevelt read it at his desk while Harry Hopkins paced the floor. Roosevelt then showed it to Hopkins, with the remark, "This means war." Hopkins observed it was too bad that we could not strike the first blow and avert a Japanese surprise attack. Roosevelt's comment was, "No, we can't do that. We are a democracy. We are a peaceful people. We have a good record." Nay. Under questioning by the Congressional Committee, neither General Marshall nor Admiral Stark could give any clear account of what he was doing on the evening of December 6. The Secretary of the General Staff, Colonel, later Lieutenant General, W.A. Bedell Smith, seems to have made no attempt to bring the important information conveyed by the Japanese note to the attention of his chief marshal, who was in his quarters at Fort Myer. The next morning there was still more definite evidence of imminent war. The 14th section of the Japanese communication was decoded and contained such decisive sentences as these. Thus the earnest hope of the Japanese government to adjust Japanese-American relations and preserve and promote the peace of the Pacific through cooperation with the American government has finally been lost. The Japanese government regrets that in view of the attitude of the American government, it cannot but consider that it is impossible to reach an agreement through further negotiations. Still more significant was another message from Tokyo instructing the Japanese ambassador to present this note to the United States government at 1 p.m. on December 7th. Here was not only the date, but the hour when hostilities might be expected to commence. An alert mind might have reckoned that 1 p.m. in Washington was dawn, in Honolulu the most probable moment for an air attack. Efforts to reach Marshall early in the morning of the 7th failed. The general had gone for a horseback ride. When he reached his office in the War Department, it was already 11, 2 hours before the Japanese deadline. When he realized the significance of the last section of the Japanese note, he decided to send a warning to Short in Hawaii and to MacArthur in the Philippines, worded as follows. Japanese are presenting at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time today what amounts to an ultimatum. Also, they are under orders to destroy their code machine immediately. Just what significance the hours set may have we do not know, but be on alert accordingly. inform naval authorities of this communication. Marshall, the chief of staff, had at his disposal a scrambler telephone, which makes of conversations a jumble of meaningless sounds to be reassembled at the other end. He could have reached short by this means in a few minutes. But, as the climax of a long series of curious blunders in Washington, Marshall chose to send this belated last warning by the slower method of cable communication. It reached short after the raid was over. Was the failure to order military alert in Pearl Harbor, despite all the ominous information at the disposal of the Washington authorities, merely the result of lack of foresight and imagination? Or was there a subtler purpose, of which one might find a hint in Stimson's expressed desire to maneuver the Japanese into the position of firing the first shot? Had there been a state of visible preparedness in Hawaii, the Japanese attack, so dependent for success on surprise, might have been scared off or reduced to the proportions of an incident. The evidence is not decisive. A case can be made for either interpretation of the known facts. What is certain is that the Japanese, although they tipped their hand repeatedly in deciphered messages which they considered secret, achieved full surprise and complete military victory in the attack which burst on Pearl Harbor on the morning of December 7th. They killed some 2,500 American soldiers and sailors and sank or crippled 8 battleships, 3 cruisers, and 3 destroyers, all at a loss to themselves of 29 aircraft, 5 midget submarines, and 1 fleet submarine. The Japanese envoys were slow in decoding their note. They were received by Hull after 2. By this time, the Secretary of State not only knew the contents of the communication, but had been informed by Roosevelt of a report, still unconfirmed, that the Japanese had attacked Pearl Harbor. Naturally, the reception was brief and frigid. After making an appearance of reading the note, Hull glared sternly at Nomura and said, "I must say that in all my conversations with you during the last 9 months, I have never uttered one word of untruth. This is borne out absolutely by the record. In all my 50 years of public service, I have never seen a document more crowded with infamous falsehoods and distortions. Infamous falsehoods and distortions on a scale so huge that I never imagined until today that any government on this planet was capable of uttering them. From the Japanese standpoint, Pearl Harbor was worse than a crime. It was a blunder, for it plunged Japan into a war that could not be won with an enemy enormously superior in technology and industrial power and completely immune to direct Japanese attack on its munition centers. Politically, it would have been much wiser for the Japanese to have moved against Dutch and British possessions by passing the Philippines. America would probably have entered the war in any case, but public opinion would have been very divided. However, Japan's military and naval leaders were conditioned to think only in strategic terms, and the prospect of knocking out the American Pacific Fleet in one swift surprise action was an irresistible temptation. Perhaps some future discovery will prove or disprove the suspicion that this temptation was deliberately spread before their eyes. The fundamental cause of the war was the clash between Japan's ambitions on the Asiatic mainland and the American determination to underwrite the cause of China. There is no evidence that the Japanese militarists in their wildest dreams thought of invading the American continent. Nor would the Philippines have been worth a war with the United States. Such well-qualified witnesses as Roosevelt and Stimson confirm the view that the war was over China. Roosevelt, speaking at a dinner of the Foreign Policy Association in 1944, said, "We could have compromised with Japan and bargained for a place in a Japanese-dominated Asia by selling out the heart's blood of the Chinese people. And we rejected that." Stimson concurs in this viewpoint in the following words: "If at any time the United States had been willing to concede to Japan a free hand in China, there would have been no war in the Pacific." 21. The imposition of the commercial blockade of Japan in July, the failure to accept Konoye's pleas for a meeting, the dropping of the idea of a proposed modus vivendi, Hull's uncompromising note of November 26. These were all stepping stones to war. These measures possessed little justification except as part of a crusade for China. The necessity and wisdom of this crusade seem questionable, to put it mildly, when one considers that the principal result of the war in the Far East was the emergence in China of a regime subservient to Moscow and bitterly hostile to the United States. Despite the shock of a severe military defeat, leading figures in the Roosevelt administration greeted the news of Pearl Harbor with relief, if not with positive joy. The Japanese had extricated this administration from the awkward position in which it found itself in the last months of 1941. Every step that could be represented, however disingenuously, as short of war had been taken in the Atlantic. But the Nazi power was unbroken. Churchill was clamoring for more aid, and Congress was balking at measures far less serious than a declaration of war. Stimson wrote in his diary on December 7, "When the news first came that Japan had attacked us, my first feeling was of relief that indecision was over, and that a crisis had come in a way which would unite all our people." Roosevelt seems to have shared this feeling of relief. Postmaster General Walker remarked to Francis Perkins after the cabinet meeting on the night of December 7, "I think the boss really feels more relief than he has had for weeks." Eleanor Roosevelt, recalling Pearl Harbor Day in an article in the New York Times Magazine of October 8, 1944, observes, "December 7 was just like any of the later D-Days to us. We clustered at the radio and waited for more details. But it was far from the shock it proved to the country in general. We had expected something of the sort for a long time." Overseas tributes to Roosevelt's skill in having maneuvered the Japanese into the position of firing the first shot were heartfelt and outspoken. Winston Churchill ecstatically told the House of Commons on February 15, 1942, "When I survey and compute the power of the United States and its vast resources and feel that they are now in it with us, with the British Commonwealth of Nations, all together, however long it may last, till death or victory, I cannot believe that there is any other fact in the whole world which can compare with that. This is what I have dreamed of, aimed at, and worked for, and now it has come to pass." And Captain Oliver Littleton, a British cabinet minister, told the American Chamber of Commerce in London on June 20, 1944, "America provoked Japan to such an extent that the Japanese were forced to attack Pearl Harbor. It is a travesty on history to say that America was forced into war." 22. One, the only proved oil deposits of importance within the range of Japanese striking power are in the Netherlands East Indies. 2. Davis and Lindley, How War Came, p. 258. 3. The Memoirs, etc. 2a. 907. 4. Ibid. p. 985. 5. Wang Qingwei was the most eminent figure in the Kuomintang who had consented to cooperate with the Japanese by setting up an administration under their sponsorship in Nanking. 6. OP. Sittitate. p. 995. 7. Hull. OP. Sittitate. p. 984. 8. U.S. Army. Die. The Army Pearl Harbor Board. Report to the Secretary of War, October 20, 1944. Voldide Dol. 39, Chap deToire. 3, PPI. 103-4 of the hearings before the Joint Committee on the Investigation of the Pearl Harbor attack. Since the war was still in progress, the board was not in a position to state that the Japanese code had been cracked. 9. These councils, held in the presence of the Emperor with the participation of the highest military and naval officers and civilian officials, were a familiar and regular mark of important Japanese state decision. 10. See the New York Times of December 23, 1945, for a report of the memoir, as published in the Tokyo newspaper Asahi Daide. 11. Assassination had been the fate of many Japanese statesmen who opposed the extreme militarists. 12. C. Joseph C. Grew My 10 Years in Japan, New York, Simon & Schuster, 1942, pp. 456, 62. 13. Hull, O.P., Sit.I. pp. 10:56-57. 14C Pearl Harbor. Intercepted Japanese diplomatic messages. Joint Congressional Committee, Exhibit I, P 158. 15. Mr. Lattimore's appointment as advisor to Chiang is somewhat ironical in view of his subsequent expressions of sympathy with the Chinese Communists. 16. The Memoirs, etc., p. 1074. There is a direct conflict of testimony between Stimson and Hull as to whether the Secretary of State said that he had washed his hands of the situation. Stimson's diary for November 27, 1941, records that Hull told Stimson that day, "I have washed my hands of it, and it is now in the hands of you and Knox, the Army and the Navy, on active service, p. 89-20, In his memoirs published 7 years later, Hull asserts, "I did not make, and could not have made in the light of what occurred, the statement later attributed to me that I had washed my hands of the matter." p. 1080. It seems reasonable to prefer Stimson's testimony, set down on the day when the remark is alleged to have been made, to Hull's recollection years afterwards, when he may be presumed to have desired to present his record in as specific a light as possible. In any event, the remark which Stimson says Hull made to him represents the reality of the situation after the Secretary of State had decided to throw over the idea of offering the Japanese a standstill formula. 17. George Morgenstern, Pearl Harbor, New York, Devon Adair, 1947, p. 249. 18. The Army Military Intelligence. 19. See the hearing before the Joint Congressional Committee investigating Pearl Harbor of February 2, 1946. 20. Morgenstern, O.P., Sit. p. 219. This book contains an admirable summary of some of the salient points brought out in the congressional investigation. 21. On active service, p. 256. 22. CAP dispatch from London in the Chicago Tribune of June 24, 1944. 8. The coalition of the Big Three. Pearl Harbor was quickly followed by declarations of war on America by Germany, Italy, and the Axis satellites. The Japanese government invoked the Tripartite Pact on December 31 and called on Germany and Italy to fulfill their obligations as co-signatories. Why Hitler kept this promise when he broke so many others is a question to which no positive answer can be given in the light of available information. Perhaps he regarded it as a matter of prestige and of revenge for the undeclared naval war in the Atlantic. The Italian foreign minister, Count Sciano, shrewdly appraised the significance of what was to happen at Pearl Harbor when he wrote in his diary on December 3rd, after the Japanese ambassador had told Mussolini of his government's intention. Now that Roosevelt has succeeded in his maneuver, not being able to enter the war directly, he has succeeded by an indirect route, forcing the Japanese to attack him. It would have been a clever move for Hitler to have abstained from this declaration of war. There would have then been strong pressure of American public opinion in favor of a concentration of military effort in the Pacific. The German and Italian declarations of war completely freed the hands of the Roosevelt administration to direct the main effort against Germany, according to the plans drawn up by American and British staff officers early in 1941. The diplomatic as well as the military conduct of this global crusade against the Axis powers was in the hands of three men: Franklin Delano Roosevelt, Winston Churchill, and Joseph Stalin. It was fashionable to refer to the conflict as a People's War. But in practice, the three leaders of the strongest United Nations powers took their decisions in the utmost secrecy, and with a minimum of popular influence and control. It may well be said of the two meetings of the Big Three at Tehran and Yalta that seldom was so much concealed from so many by so few. Of the three partners in the coalition, Stalin was the most clear-sighted and consistent in his political aims, and he had the most reason for satisfaction with the political landscape of the world when hostilities ended. Stalin pursued two main objectives. The first was to realize certain old-fashioned imperialist objectives of Tsarist Russia in Eastern Europe and Eastern Asia. The second was to create worldwide conditions for communist revolution. For it is not true, as is sometimes suggested, that Stalin is interested only in protecting Russian national interests, that the dream of world conquest through world communist revolution died with Trotsky. The disagreement between Stalin and Trotsky on this point was one of timing and tactics, not of grand strategy. Trotsky, a doctrinaire Marxist revolutionary, wished to support communist revolutions everywhere, using Soviet Russia as a base. He was convinced that the Russian Revolution would degenerate and fail unless it were supported and stimulated by communist upheavals in industrially more advanced countries. Stalin, more practical, cynical, and opportunist, believed that it was necessary to build up a powerful militarized state in Russia before getting involved in foreign adventures. Hence his insistence on a frantic pace of development for war industries during the 5-year plans, regardless of the cost in human suffering and deprivation for the Russian people. Such a state could impose Soviet-sponsored political and economic changes on Russia's weaker neighbors at the first convenient opportunity. At the same time, Stalin kept a tight rein on communist parties outside of Russia. He regarded these as useful volunteer agencies of propaganda and espionage in peacetime, as useful centers of sabotage and treason when the day of Soviet conquest should arrive. Belief in the necessity of world revolution is repeatedly stressed in Stalin's writings. The following passage in his authoritative book, Leninism, is characteristic. The victory of socialism in one country is not an end in itself. It must be looked upon as a support, as a means for hastening the proletarian victory in every other land. For the victory of the revolution in one country, in Russia for the present, is not only the result of the unequal development and the progressive decay of imperialism, it is likewise the beginning and the continuation of the world revolution. One also finds in Stalin's writings repeated references to war as the generator of revolution. On occasion, the Soviet dictator could speak pacifically to bourgeois visitors. But it is significant that his statements about the possible peaceful coexistence of communism and capitalism have never been given the wide circulation accorded to his more orthodox militant utterances. This son of an alcoholic cobbler in a remote little Asiatic town was as shrewd, cunning, and calculating as the cleverest disciple of Talleyrand and Metternich. Stalin's diplomatic masterpiece was his promotion, through his pact with Hitler, of a war from which he hoped to remain aloof. This attractive dream of watching the capitalist world tear itself to pieces, and then stepping in to collect the fragments, was shattered by Hitler's attack in June 1941. The first months of the war were marked by severe defeats for the Red Army, defeats which were as much political as military in character. 3. There were moments when Stalin most probably felt that the very existence of his regime was hanging in the balance. But even when Moscow was threatened, and a third of European Russia was occupied by the Germans, the Soviet dictator was intent on keeping the spoils of his pact with Hitler. When the tide of the war definitely turned in the winter of 1942-43, with the Russian victory at Stalingrad and the expulsion of the Axis forces from North Africa, Stalin was in a position to resume his march toward his goal: expansion of Soviet and communist power in Europe and in Asia. In this march he received great and probably unexpected aid in the policy, which was consistently followed by President Roosevelt and his most influential lieutenant and advisor, Harry Hopkins. A firm Anglo-American front, such as Churchill desired, would have set some bounds to Soviet expansion. But no such front was established until after the end of the war. Churchill was a champion of British national and imperial interests. He made no secret of his desire to preserve the British Empire intact. As he said on one occasion, "I have not become His Majesty's First Minister in order to preside over the liquidation of the British Empire." Churchill's energy, his mental resilience, his physical endurance were prodigious. But he was in the difficult position of being boxed in between two more powerful allies. The Soviet Union put in the field enormously larger land forces. The United States possessed far greater reserves of manpower, much larger natural resources, and higher industrial productivity. Churchill had to reckon not only with the historic antagonism between Russian and British interests in the Balkans and the Near East, but with coolness and suspicion in regard to certain issues on Roosevelt's part. There was a prolonged Anglo-American difference of opinion, partly military and partly political, about the time and scope and method of invading the European continent. Churchill remembered vividly the heavy price in human lives which Britain had paid in World War I. He wished to postpone the cross-channel operation which American military leaders favored in 1942 and 1943. The British Premier was also a persistent advocate of a Balkan invasion which American military opinion was inclined to dismiss as an undesirable sideshow. In this last dispute, there was a political angle. A successful Anglo-American occupation of the Balkan countries would have tipped the political balance in this part of the world in favor of the West and against Russia. It was a relief to Stalin to find Marshall, Eisenhower, and other American generals who thought in purely military terms, opposing Churchill's scheme, which would have limited the extent of Soviet conquest. Churchill was handicapped in his wartime diplomacy because Roosevelt seems to have suspected British post-war designs more than Russian. Elliott Roosevelt is certainly not the most profound and probably not the most reliable of political reporters. Yet his accounts of his talks with his father in moments of relaxation during the war are not without value and indicate persistent suspicion of Churchill's designs without any corresponding distrust of Stalin. According to Elliott Roosevelt, the president said to him at the time of the meeting at which the Atlantic Charter was signed, "America won't help England in this war simply so that she will be able to ride roughshod over colonial peoples." 4. On another occasion, Roosevelt is represented as saying, "Great Britain signed the Atlantic Charter. I hope they realize the United States means to make them live up to it." 5. There is no record that Roosevelt ever expressed an intention to make Stalin live up to the Atlantic Charter in his treatment of Poland, Finland, and the Baltic states. After Tehran, Roosevelt is quoted as offering the following explanation of United States policy. "The biggest thing was in making clear to Stalin that the United States and Great Britain were not allied in one common bloc against the Soviet Union. That's our big job now, and it'll be our big job tomorrow too, making sure that we continue to act as referee, as intermediary between Russia and England." 6. Stalin, who loved to practice the old maxim, "divide and rule," could have wished nothing better. Churchill tried to reach a satisfactory separate agreement with Stalin. As is shown in another chapter, Churchill took the initiative in the dismemberment of Poland at Tehran. In an attempt to compensate Poland for the territory which he wished to hand over to Stalin, the British Prime Minister threw the weight of his influence behind the idea of expelling millions of Germans from the eastern part of that country. This is made clear in Churchill's statement to the House of Commons on December 15, 1944. "This is what is proposed: the total expulsion of the Germans from the area to be acquired by Poland in the west and north. For expulsion is the method which, so far as we are able to see, will be the most satisfactory and lasting. A clean sweep will be made. I am not alarmed by the prospect of the disentanglement of population, nor even by those large transferences, which are more possible in modern conditions than they ever were before. So one of the most inhuman and politically unwise decisions of the provisional peace settlement, the expulsion of millions of Germans from lands that had been German for centuries, was approved in advance by Churchill. The betrayal of Poland, the acquiescence in creating a terrific refugee problem in Germany, the support of Tito in Yugoslavia, were all part of an attempt to strike an acceptable deal with Stalin. For a time, Churchill thought he had succeeded. He confidently told the House of Commons on October 27, 1944. That our relations with Soviet Russia were never more close, intimate and cordial than they are at the present time. In an earlier broadcast, on November 29, 1942, he ventured the hopeful prediction that there will be a far higher sense of comradeship around the council table than existed among the victors at Versailles. Nay, do. But after the damage had been done, the wrong decisions taken, the dishonorable departure from Atlantic Charter principles accepted, the British Prime Minister experienced a very substantial change of opinion. In the introduction to the first volume of his war memoirs, written in March 1948, one finds this striking admission. The human tragedy reaches its climax in the fact that after all the exertions and sacrifices of hundreds of millions of people and of the victories of the righteous cause, we have still not found peace or security, and that we lie in the grip of even worse perils than those we have surmounted. 7. Italic supply. Churchill was one of the leading promoters of Britain's and of America's participation in the Second Crusade. Yet the sharpest critic could scarcely pronounce a more devastating judgment upon its result. The British statesman was in a still gloomier mood in October 1948. He then told a Conservative Party organization that nothing stands between Europe today and complete subjugation to communist tyranny but the atomic bomb in American possession. 8. Roosevelt's role in the war, because of the vast preponderance of American military power, was even more significant than Churchill's. But there was no political purpose to give America's voice at the council table a weight of authority corresponding to American military power. Roosevelt bears complete and undivided responsibility for the development of American foreign policy during the war. The Secretary of State was the elderly and ailing Cordell Hull, who was obliged by illness to resign in November 1944. Hull did not even attend the Big Three conferences at Tehran and Yalta and exerted little, if any, influence on what went on there. Hull's successor, Edward R. Stettinius, was surely one of the most naive and inexperienced men in the field of foreign affairs who ever occupied that office. A witty former colleague remarked that Stettinius could not distinguish the Ukraine from a musical instrument. It required a battery of promoters at the San Francisco Conference, which inaugurated the United Nations, to keep Stettinius from continually muffing his lines and making his country appear ridiculous. Hull himself was of extremely mediocre caliber as a diplomat. He was equally deficient in first-hand knowledge of foreign lands and foreign languages. Unable career diplomat who served under him complained that it was impossible to induce him to make decisions of the greatest urgency within a reasonable length of time, or to keep his foreign ambassadors reasonably familiar with the development of administration policy. Hull was a popular figure because of his reputation for rugged integrity and because of a Lincoln-esque boyhood. The future Secretary of State educated himself while working at farming and logging in the rough hill country of western Tennessee. He had a fund of homely mountaineer stories, which he was fond of telling on all occasions. But, however attractive Hull might have been as a personality, he was not well qualified to conduct America's foreign relations. He was too much inclined to regard the enunciation of a series of pompous platitudes as a major achievement in statesmanship. From one irrepressible Washington hostess, he earned a revealing nickname, the Hillbilly Polonius. Even if Hull and Stettinius had been more effective diplomats, it was not in Roosevelt's power-loving and secretive nature to let the threads of foreign policy slip out of his hand. The aims of his highly personal policy may be briefly summarized as follows. Appeasement of Stalin at any cost. Complete military, political, and economic smashing of Germany and Japan. Evolution of the military coalition known as the United Nations into a world association capable of preserving the peace. A rather vaguely conceived New Deal in colonial relations, with trusteeship arrangements replacing old-fashioned imperialist rule. A post-war effort to promote the relief and reconstruction of the peace-loving nations. 9. That is, the members of the United Nations coalition, with a liberal use of United States funds. Roosevelt's admirers may dispute the word appeasement as descriptive of his Russian policy. Yet this word appears in one of the most authoritative discussions of this policy, published by Forrest Davis in 2 articles, which appeared in the Saturday Evening Post of May 13 and May 20, 1940. These articles were read and approved by Roosevelt in advance of publication. After stating that Roosevelt's objectives call for finesse, a skillful statecraft that cannot always be exposed to view, and emphasizing that the president voided the slightest cause of offense to the Kremlin, Davis continued. The core of his policy has been the reassurance of Stalin. That was so, as we have seen, at Tehran. It has been so throughout the difficult diplomacy since Stalingrad. Our failure to renew our offer of good offices in the Russo-Polish controversies must be read in that light. Likewise, our support, seconding Britain, of Tito, the Croatian communist partisan leader in Yugoslavia. So it is also the President's immediate and generous response to Stalin's demand for a share in the surrendered Italian fleet, or its equivalent. Our bluntly reiterated advice to the Finns to quit the war at once without reference to Soviet terms falls under the same tactical heading. Suppose that Stalin, in spite of all concessions, should prove unappeasable. Italics supplied. Roosevelt, gambling for stakes as enormous as any statesman ever played for, has been betting that the Soviet Union needs peace, and is willing to pay for it by collaborating with the West. A similar picture is conveyed by William C. Bullitt, former ambassador to the Soviet Union and to France, and for a time, one of Roosevelt's favorite advisors. Writing in the magazine Life in the autumn of 1948, Bullitt asserts that Roosevelt, acting on the advice of Hopkins, hoped to convert Stalin from imperialism to democratic collaboration by following these methods. 1. To give Stalin without stint or limit everything he asked for the prosecution of the war, and to refrain from asking Stalin for anything in return. 2. To persuade Stalin to adhere to statements of general aims, like the Atlantic Charter. 3. To let Stalin know that the influence of the White House was being used to encourage American public opinion to take a favorable view of the Soviet Union. 4. To meet Stalin face to face, and persuade him into an acceptance of Christian ways and democratic principles. This is certainly an accurate nutshell summary of Roosevelt's Russian policy during the war. At the president's request, Bullitt prepared a memorandum, setting forth the reasons for believing that such a policy would fail. After a discussion of this memorandum lasting 3 hours, the president said to Bullitt, according to the latter's testimony, "Bill, I don't dispute your facts. They are accurate. I don't dispute the logic of your reasoning. I just have a hunch that Stalin is not that kind of a man. Harry Hopkins says he's not, and that he doesn't want anything but security for his country. And I think that if I give him everything I possibly can and ask for nothing from him in return, noblesse oblige, he won't try to annex anything, and will work with me for a world of democracy and peace." So, on the hunch of a man even less acquainted than he was with Russian history and communist philosophy, Roosevelt set out on a course which was predestined to end in diplomatic bankruptcy. In view of the president's shrewdness in domestic politics, his naivete and downright ignorance of Soviet politics and economics are surprising. The Soviet political system had moved toward increasingly unrestrained dictatorship. The Soviet economic system had become one of isolationist autarky. Yet Roosevelt cheerfully remarked to Francis Perkins, after his return from Tehran, I really think the Russians will go along with me about having no spheres of influence and about agreements for free ports all over the world. That is, ports which can be used freely at all times by all the allies. I think that is going to be the answer. 10. Perhaps Roosevelt's most realistic remark, also to Francis Perkins, was, "I don't understand the Russians. I don't know what makes them tick." Roosevelt framed his policy of charming Stalin into goodwill and good behavior with the close cooperation of Harry Hopkins. The latter was, after the president, the most powerful man in America during the war. An ex-social worker with a passion for nightlife and gambling on horse races, Hopkins was never so happy as when he was living off or spending other people's money. He enjoyed abundant opportunity to satisfy this urge as administrator of WPA and later as dispenser of Lend-Lease aid. Another worker in the New Deal vineyard, Harold Ickes, paid the following tributes to Hopkins as a spender in articles published in the Saturday Evening Post of June 12 and June 19, 1948. Hopkins had been a social worker. The funds that he had handled as such were in the nature of handouts. He has been acclaimed as the best of spenders. And he was a good spender. If the idea was for the money to be got rid of rapidly, Harry performed in a most competent manner. If he did not give even the vaguest idea what the money was to be spent for, or where, neither did he ever present any reports as to where it had been spent and in what amounts. Hopkins had been a prominent figure throughout the New Deal. During the war years, he rose to a status of unique power as the president's chief confidential advisor. His influence with Roosevelt probably exceeded that of Colonel E.M. T. House with Wilson, if only because the president's infirmity made him more dependent on a companion who would sit with him in periods of relaxation. A person familiar with the Roosevelt household believes that the beginning of Hopkins' role as Supreme Court favorite may be traced to the physical collapse of the president's secretary, Marguerite Le Pen, who had previously filled the role of companion. Hopkins came to dinner at the White House, became ill. He was afflicted with chronic stomach trouble, and stayed on indefinitely. Mrs. Roosevelt once observed in her column that it had been a great sacrifice for Hopkins to live in the White House. Anyone who stands on the dizzy pinnacle of power and responsibility occupied by a wartime president is apt to feel the need of relaxed confidential companionship. Hopkins supplied this requirement. His personal devotion to Roosevelt was absolute. He became the president's other self, able to anticipate how Roosevelt's mind would react to a given situation. Working without a definite post, he was able to take a mass of responsibility off the president's shoulders. Despite his lack of higher education, Hopkins possessed a naturally keen and vigorous mind. Churchill, who could always clothe flattering appreciation in an attractive phrase, humorously proposed to give him a title, Lord Root of the Matter. His services in cutting through red tape and concentrating on essentials at important conferences are attested by such American and British military leaders as General Marshall and Sir John Dill. Hopkins did not spare himself and often took trips and exposed himself to exertions which imposed a severe strain on a feeble constitution. But his defects in the very high and responsible position which he held far outweighed his merits. He was profoundly ignorant in the field of foreign affairs. The very eulogistic biography of Robert E. Sherwood does not reveal in Hopkins any serious knowledge of such subjects as history, politics, and diplomacy. Hopkins was not a communist or a fellow traveler. In fact, he seems to have held no political or economic philosophy of any kind except a belief, at once naive and cynical, that Franklin D. Roosevelt should be kept in office indefinitely by a liberal expenditure of public funds. It has been disputed whether Hopkins made the statement, "We will tax and tax, spend and spend, elect and elect." That this represented his working philosophy can scarcely be doubted. Hopkins' constant advocacy of appeasing the Soviet Union, of giving everything to Stalin, and asking nothing in return, was not a result of fanatical devotion to Marxist and Leninist dogmas. It was rather a case of following the line of least resistance. After all, the entire theory on which the Second Crusade was based, especially the insistence on the complete crushing of Germany and Japan, made logical sense only on the assumption that Stalin would turn out to be a peace-loving Democrat at heart. Neither Roosevelt nor Hopkins possessed a profoundly reflective type of mind, yet both must have given at least occasional passing thought to the situation America would face in the post-war world. What that situation would be if Stalin should live up to his own past record of aggression and bad faith, to his own profession of faith in world revolution, was too painful a prospect to face squarely and realistically. So the president and his confidential aide piled appeasement on appeasement and proved their capacity to get along with Stalin by the simple and easy method of giving the Soviet dictator everything he wanted and asking nothing in return. Because Hopkins was a man ignorant in foreign affairs, he was amazingly gullible. Stalin could tell him the most obvious untruths without exciting contradiction or even surprise, because Hopkins was too unfamiliar with the historical facts concerned. For example, Stalin informed Hopkins, on the occasion of the latter's visit to Moscow in the summer of 1945, that in the course of 25 years the Germans had twice invaded Russia by way of Poland, and that Germany had been able to do this because Poland had been regarded as a part of the cordon sanitaire around the Soviet Union. 11. Now, at the time of the First World War, Poland did not exist as an independent state. Most of Poland's ethnic territory was a part of the Russian Empire. And at the time of the Second German invasion, in 1941, Poland's independence had again been destroyed as a result of the Stalin-Hitler Pact. So Stalin's assertion that Russia had twice been invaded by Germany because of the existence of a hostile Poland was sheer fantasy. Yet Hopkins seems to have accepted it without question. Stalin followed this up with a declaration that there was no intention on the part of the Soviet Union to interfere in Poland's internal affairs. This, it may be noted, was after the imposition on Poland of a made-in Moscow government, after the treacherous arrest by Russian soldiers of the Polish underground leaders, after the infiltration of the Polish army and the Polish police with Russian advisors, after the stamping out with ruthless terror of independent Polish nationalist movements. Again, Hopkins swallowed this obvious falsehood without gagging. Very probably he believed it. There's small reason for surprise that, as Ambassador Harriman noted, Stalin, in greeting Hopkins at Tehran, showed more opened and warmness, cordiality than knowing he had by an known to show to any foreigner. Such a naive and trusting benefactor in such an influential position was well worth a demonstration of cordiality to the Soviet dictator. It is interesting to note how consistently American policy, in small things as in large, was keyed to the objective of pleasing and getting along with Stalin. Roosevelt, in 1943, remarked to the Polish ambassador, Sichanowski, "Harry gets along like a house afire with Stalin." In fact, they seem to have become buddies. 12. Who was gaining from this fraternization? The Soviet Union or the United States? Was a consideration that seems never to have disturbed Roosevelt's mind. But this question did give considerable concern to General John R. Dean, head of the American military mission in Moscow. The Russians were in the habit of requesting large shipments of military items, such as diesel engines, which were in short supply in the United States and were needed on American fronts. Dean felt that in such cases there should be some explanation of the reality and nature of the Russian need. But, as Dean found to his disappointment, Soviet military cooperation stopped with unloading the ships, which brought some $11 billion worth of Lend-Lease supplies. Supplementary information was withheld. Dean discussed this matter with Anastasius Mikoyan, Soviet Commissar of Foreign Trade. He received no satisfaction. Mikoyan argued that it should not be necessary to go behind a request made by the Soviet government, since it was axiomatic that such a request would not be made unless the need was great. He also implied that his purchasing commission in Washington would have no trouble obtaining approval of the Russian requests, regardless of what action I might take. The hell of it was, when I reflected on the attitude of the president, I was afraid he was right. 13. Mikoyan was indeed soon to be proved right. General Dean sent a telegram to the Chiefs of Staff in Washington on January 16, 1944, suggesting that allocations of material in short supply in the United States should be made only on the recommendation of the American military mission in Moscow. General Marshall approved this suggestion, but, as Dean reports, unfortunately Harriman, in reply to a telegram he had sent along the same lines to Harry Hopkins, received what amounted to instructions to attach no strings to our aid to Russia. The Russians on this occasion, as Mikoyan had predicted, received the extra supplies they had requested. 14. A letter from Dean to Marshall, dated December 1944, reflects the atmosphere of one-sided appeasement which dominated American-Soviet relations until the end of the war. After the banquets, we send the Soviets another 1,000 airplanes, and they approve a visa that has been hanging fire for months. We then scratch our heads to see what other gifts we can send, and they scratch theirs to see what they can ask for. In our dealings with the Soviet authorities, the United States military mission has made every approach that has been made. Our files are bulging with letters to the Soviets and devoid of letters from them. This situation may be reversed in Washington, but I doubt it. In short, we are in the position of being at the same time the givers and the supplicants. This is neither dignified nor healthy for United States prestige. 15. The first meeting of the Big Three took place in Tehran, capital of Iran, then under joint Soviet-British occupation, and lasted from November 26 until December 1, 1943. There had already been several Anglo-American, Anglo-Russian, and American-Russian contacts. Churchill came to America after Pearl Harbor, late in December 1941, and the secret informal British-American understanding, which had existed for many months before the Japanese attack, assumed more concrete form. A coordinating organ, the Joint Chiefs of Staff, with 3 American and 3 British representatives, was set up. The Soviet Commissar of Foreign Affairs, Vyacheslav Molotov, visited Washington in June 1942 and pressed for the creation of a second front on the European continent. An ambiguous communiqué was issued on June 11 stating that full understanding was reached with regard to the urgent tasks of creating a second front in Europe in 1942. This the Soviet leaders chose to interpret as a pledge of action, although the state of American and British preparations would have made a large-scale landing in France in 1942 an extremely risky enterprise. It was left to Churchill, on a visit to Moscow in August, to break the news to Stalin that there would be no second front in Europe in 1942. Stalin showed anger to the point of becoming insulting. If the British infantry would only fight the Germans as the Russians had done, said the Soviet dictator, it would not be frightened of them. Churchill adroitly retorted, I pardon that remark only on account of the bravery of the Russian troops. Both Stimson and Marshall were in favor of launching the cross-channel invasion, first known under the code name Bolero in 1943. But Churchill, never enthusiastic over the project, won Roosevelt's approval for the North African expedition in November 1942, and for the idea of limiting operations in 1943 to the Mediterranean area. Roosevelt, Churchill, the Canadian Prime Minister, Mackenzie King, and other American, British, and Canadian, civilian and military, notables met in conference at Quebec in August 1943. Stalin had been invited to the conference but refused to come. This was the fourth time he had rejected Roosevelt's persistent overtures for a personal meeting. The Soviet dictator gave the impression of being in a sour mood in the summer of 1943. He recalled his relatively Western-minded ambassadors, Litvinov and Maysky, from Washington and London, and replaced them with less prominent, grimmer, and less communicative successors, Gromyko and Gusev. The year 1943 buzzed with rumors of secret Soviet-German peace discussions. American Army intelligence reported negotiations between German and Soviet representatives in the neighborhood of Stockholm late in June. Apparently, the stumbling block in these talks was German unwillingness to evacuate the Ukraine unconditionally. 16. There were some meetings between a German representative in Stockholm named Kleist and Alexandrov, a member of the European Division of the Soviet Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The talks led to no positive results, partly because Hitler conceived the suspicion that Alexandrov was a Jew, partly because Hitler and the German Foreign Office suspected that Stalin was putting on the negotiations mainly for the purpose of frightening Roosevelt and Churchill. 17. The Japanese government was anxious to promote a Soviet-German peace, so that the full military power of the Axis could be employed against America and Great Britain. Joseph Goebbels, in his diary for April 22, 1943, notes that the Japanese have always tried hard to end the conflict between the Reich and the Soviet Union in one way or another. If this were possible, in some way the war would assume a totally different aspect. Of course, I don't believe that such a possibility will arise in the foreseeable future. 18. The skepticism of Goebbels was vindicated, but the fear of a separate peace between Germany and the Soviet Union seems to have exerted a paralyzing influence upon Anglo-American diplomacy vis-à-vis Stalin. This fear was apparently stimulated by hints which the Soviet government deliberately dropped from time to time. The Soviet chargé d'affaires, Andrei Gromyko, informed Hull on September 16, 1943, that Russia had rejected a Japanese overture designed to promote a separate peace between Russia and Japan. 19. No. This could be construed as a veiled intimation of what might happen if the United States and Great Britain should fail to acquiesce in Stalin's desires for expansion in Eastern Europe. There is every reason to believe that pressure of this kind represented nothing but bluff. Stalin had far more to lose than the United States from a breakup of the wartime coalition. But the bluff was apparently not without effect. Hopkins brought with him to the Quebec Conference a curious and significant document entitled Russia's Position. It was attributed to a very high-level United States military strategic estimate. In all probability, it was endorsed by General Marshall. Its salient passages were as follows. Russia's post-war position in Europe will be a dominant one. With Germany crushed, there is no power in Europe to oppose her tremendous military forces. It is true that Great Britain is building up a position in the Mediterranean vis-à-vis Russia that she may find useful in balancing power in Europe. However, even here she may not be able to oppose Russia unless she is otherwise supported. The conclusions from the foregoing are obvious. Since Russia is the decisive factor in the war, she must be given every assistance, and every effort must be made to obtain her friendship. Likewise, since without question she will dominate Europe on the defeat of the Axis, it is even more essential to develop and maintain the most friendly relations with Russia. Finally, the most important factor the United States has to consider in relation to Russia is the prosecution of the war in the Pacific. With Russia as an ally in the war against Japan, the war can be terminated in less time and at less expense in life and resources than if the reverse were the case. Should the war in the Pacific have to be carried on with an unfriendly or a negative attitude on the part of Russia, the difficulties will be immeasurably increased and operations might become abortive. 20. The political naivete of this judgment, emanating from a high military source, is breathtaking. The Soviet Union was to be permitted, and even encouraged, to establish over Europe the totalitarian domination which America was fighting Hitler to prevent. And every effort was to be made to enlist the Soviet Union as an ally against Japan, without even passing consideration of the probability that Soviet domination of East Asia would be no less harmful to American interests than Japanese. Whoever prepared this document rendered a very bad service to his country. For, as Sherwood says, this estimate was obviously of great importance as indicating the policy which guided the making of decisions at Tehran and much later at Yalta. The foreign ministers of America, Great Britain, and the Soviet Union met for the first time in Moscow in October 1943. Up to that time, Secretary Hull had been a bulwark against appeasement in Washington. He had squelched a British maneuver to accept Soviet demands for the annexation of eastern Poland and the Baltic states in the spring of 1942. But Stalin and Molotov made unusual attempts to conciliate and placate Hull in Moscow. By the time the conference was over, the venerable Tennessean had reached the conclusion that the Soviet leaders were pretty good fellows, after all. Any intention he may have cherished before going to Moscow of pressing for a showdown on the Polish question on the basis of the Atlantic Charter had evaporated. Several considerations probably contributed to the marked weakening of Hull's stand, in practice, for the moral principles which he was so fond of proclaiming in diplomatic communications. He possessed one characteristic of a man unsure of himself. He was abnormally sensitive to criticism. A number of American left-wing organs had been conducting a violent campaign against Hull as an anti-Soviet reactionary. 21. Hull was desperately anxious to refute this criticism by proving that he could get along with the Soviet leaders. Stalin and Molotov seem to have taken his measure very quickly. They cheered the old man to the echo when he called for a drumhead court-martial of Hitler and Mussolini and Tojo and their arch-accomplices, and for the hanging of all instigators of the war. Stalin astonished and delighted Hull by assuring him that after the Allies succeeded in defeating Germany, the Soviet Union would join in defeating Japan. After saying goodbye to Hull and walking away a few steps, Stalin walked back and shook hands again. This gesture seems to have made a considerable impression upon the secretary. I thought to myself, he writes in retrospect, that any American having Stalin's personality and approach might well reach high public office in my own country. 22. Hull at Moscow on a smaller scale repeated the experience of Wilson at Paris. He had become obsessed with the idea that the setting up of a post-war United Nations organization, garnished with suitable moral principles, was the key to world peace. As Wilson offered up his 14 points, one by one, as sacrifices on the altar of the Covenant of the League of Nations, Hull and Roosevelt scrapped the Atlantic Charter and the Four Freedoms in order to woo Stalin's adhesion to the United Nations. The one sacrifice was as futile as the other. America never joined the League, and the United Nations has given America no security whatever beyond what it enjoys through its military and industrial power. Hull, as he tells us, was truly thrilled by the signature of the Four-Nation Declaration which emerged from the Moscow Conference. This declaration was phrased in broad general terms. It contained no reference to the treatment of Poland, acid test of Soviet willingness to abide by the principles of the Atlantic Charter. Its most positive statement of intention was Article 4, worded as follows. They 23 recognized the necessity of establishing at the earliest practicable date a general international organization based on the principle of the sovereign equality of all peace-loving states and open to membership by all such states, large and small, for the maintenance of international peace and security. This Moscow conference was a curtain raiser for the first meeting of the Big Three in Tehran later in the year. Roosevelt had not wished to go so far as Tehran, which was difficult to reach by plane because of surrounding high mountains. A constitutional question was involved, whether the president could receive and return legislation passed by Congress within the prescribed limit of 10 days. But Stalin was adamant. It was Tehran or no meeting, so far as he was concerned. After pleading in vain for Basra, in southern Iran, Roosevelt, as usual in his dealings with the Soviet dictator, gave way. Before Roosevelt and Churchill went to Tehran, they held a conference on Far Eastern questions in Cairo, with the participation of Chiang Kai-shek. No very binding or important military decisions were taken. The unconditional surrender was affirmed in regard to Japan. War aims in the Orient were stated as follows: that Japan shall be stripped of all the islands in the Pacific which she has seized or occupied since the beginning of the First World War in 1914, and that all the territories Japan has stolen from the Chinese, such as Manchuria, Formosa, and the Pescadores, shall be restored to the Republic of China. Japan will also be expelled from all other territories which she has taken by violence and greed. The aforesaid three great powers, mindful of the enslavement of the people of Korea, are determined that in due course Korea shall become free and independent. It is not known who deserves the dubious credit of composing this piece of self-righteous moralizing deed. It may be ranked among the unhappy exhibits of crusading diplomacy, along with the unconditional surrender slogan and the Morgenthau plan. Other powers besides Japan have certainly acquired territory by what might fairly be called violence and greed, and even theft. Japanese aggression, like the aggression which contributed to the building up of the European colonial empires, or the aggression that gave the United States a vast area formerly belonging to Mexico, is morally reprehensible. There's an element of rather smug hypocrisy in singling it out for special reprobation and punishment. The cooping up of Japan's growing population of almost 80 million people within an area smaller than not the state of California, and their exclusion from the mainland of dying Asia have be not worked out happily from the standpoint of American and British interests, especially in the light of what has happened in China. From Cairo, Roosevelt flew to Tehran, where his long-sought and long-evaded meeting with Stalin took place on November 28. It is noteworthy that the Soviet government never took the initiative in bringing about wartime conferences with its allies. Stalin was keenly conscious of the psychological advantage of being the wooed, not the wooer, in international relations. So was at least one American observer, the candid and perceptive General Dean. No single event of the war, he wrote, irritated me more than seeing the President of the United States lifted from wheelchair to automobile, to ship, to shore, and to aircraft in order to go halfway around the world as the only possible means of meeting Jake V. Stalin, 24. Had Roosevelt matched Stalin in cool-headed aloofness, the monstrous unbalance of power in post-war Europe and Asia could have been averted, or at least mitigated. The president might well have let Stalin ask for Lend-Lease instead of sending Harry Hopkins to Moscow to press this aid on the Soviet ruler with both hands. Before America was involved in the war, Lend-Lease aid could have been made conditional on a specific recognition of the Soviet frontiers of 1939, on a disgorging of the spoils of the Stalin-Hitler pact. But a gambler is often exposed to the temptation of constantly doubling his stakes. Roosevelt was gambling on the assumption that Stalin was a potential good neighbor who could be appeased. Tehran and its concessions were a natural outgrowth of the policy of constantly making overtures to the Kremlin. Yalta and its still greater concessions followed Tehran as a logical sequel. After Roosevelt arrived in the Iranian capital, he accepted Stalin's invitation to move from the American embassy to a villa in the Soviet compound. The invitation was motivated by a conveniently discovered alleged plot against the president's security, details of which were never revealed. The attendants in the president's new quarters were poorly camouflaged Soviet Secret Service operatives who were able to keep Roosevelt's every movement under watchful surveillance. The president was quick to live up to his role as the constant and cheerful giver. He suggested in his first talk with Stalin that after the war surplus American and British ships should be handed over to the Soviet Union. Stalin saw nothing to object to in this suggestion. Every big issue at the conference was settled according to Stalin's wishes. He found allies in the American military representatives in resisting Churchill's suggestion for Anglo-American operations in the Balkans. Overlord, the American-British cross-channel invasion, was definitely set for the spring or early summer of 1944. Stalin sharply brushed off what he mistakenly regarded as an attempt to raise the question of the independence of the Baltic states. And he learned that Churchill would cooperate in his scheme for annexing almost half of Poland, and that Roosevelt would offer no opposition. 25. Roosevelt, still in the role of the cheerful giver, suggested that the Soviet Union should have access to the port of Daren, main outlet of Manchuria. Stalin himself suggested a doubt. The Chinese, he thought, would object. But Roosevelt was sure the Chinese would agree to a plan for Daren as a free port under international guarantee. This arrangement was actually confirmed at Yalta and written into the Soviet-Chinese Treaty of August 1945. But years have passed and Daren remains under complete Soviet control and as far removed from the status of a free port as could well be imagined. The shrewd and wily Stalin must have derived a certain grim satisfaction from watching Roosevelt try to conciliate him by resorting to horseplay at the expense of Churchill. Finding that his charm was not melting Stalin's reserve as rapidly as he had hoped, Roosevelt at one of the conferences ostentatiously whispered to Stalin, through an interpreter, "Winston is cranky this morning. He got up on the wrong side of the bed." The president went on teasing Churchill about his Britishness, about John Bull, about his cigars, and his habits. 26. Churchill glowered, and Stalin finally gave satisfaction with a guffaw of laughter. Then Roosevelt, always obsessed with the idea that diplomacy was a matter of hail fellow well-met personal relations, felt the day was won. There was another incident at one of the numerous banquets. Stalin proposed a toast to the execution of 50,000 German officers. Churchill objected to putting anyone to death without trial. Roosevelt tried to pour oil on troubled waters by suggesting a compromise, the execution of 49,000. In more serious moments, Yugoslavia's fate, as well as Poland's, was settled at Tehran. It was agreed that the partisans in Yugoslavia should be supported by supplies and equipment to the greatest possible extent, and also by commando operations. In Yugoslavia, as in Poland, there were two movements of resistance to the Germans. One, headed by General Draža Mihailović, had started as soon as the Germans overran Yugoslavia. It was nationalistic, anti-communist, and looked to the Western powers for support. The so-called partisan movement was led by the Moscow-trained communist, Josip Broz Tito Torre. It was communist in leadership and aims and set as its goal the destruction of Mihailović and the conservative nationalists. Just as in Poland, although more speedily, the American and British governments decided to throw over their friends and support their enemies. 27. For this blunder Churchill bears a large share of responsibility. He allowed himself to be deceived by observers, including his own son, Randolph, and Brigadier Fitzroy McLean, who played down Tito's communism and Moscow affiliations and presented him as a purely nationalist leader. In the same speech in the House of Commons, in which Churchill announced his support for Stalin's annexationist demands on Poland, February 22, 1944, Churchill declared, "In Yugoslavia we give our aid to Tito. Every effort in our power will be made to aid and sustain Marshal Tito and his gallant band." Nay, why? Later, on May 24th, he asserted, "Marshal Tito has largely sunk his communist aspect in his character as a Yugoslav patriot leader. In one place Agricio we support a king, in another a communist. There is no attempt by us to enforce particular ideology." No. Churchill treated the Yugoslav government in exile in the most brusque and cavalier fashion. He put the strongest pressure on young King Peter to discard Mihailovic and endorse Tito. For several months the king and his prime minister, Dr. Puric, resisted Churchill's more and more insistent demands that Mihailovic, war minister of the government, be dismissed. Finally, Churchill threatened that if the king did not yield, he would publicly accuse Mihailovic of collaboration with the enemy and treat the king and his government accordingly. In his dealings with Yugoslavia, the conservative British Prime Minister almost accepted Stalin's standard. Anyone opposed to communism was a fascist. 28. The young monarch sent a pathetic letter to Roosevelt, who inspired more hopes in the anti-communist forces of Eastern Europe than he was willing or perhaps able to satisfy. 29. The government, King Peter pleaded, could not abandon Mihailovic without betraying the people. "I would become a traitor to my people and to my army in Yugoslavia." The king's message continued, "We cannot believe that anything could have been decided either at Moscow or at Tehran concerning the future of Yugoslavia without consulting us. If so, why do we have to commit suicide? Even if I should be forced into betrayal or worse, be capable of it, why provoke one of the greatest scandals in history by labeling as traitors our valiant people who are fighting alone without anyone's help? We have been told that there will not be any landing in the Balkans. If such a fatal decision was taken, I implore you to change it. The case of Tito is not of exclusive Yugoslav concern. It is a test case for all of Central Europe, and if successful it will lead to much more, with no end in sight." Roosevelt brushed off Peter, much as he brushed off the similar pleas of the Polish Democratic leader, Mikołajczyk. 30. He advised the young sovereign to do pretty much what Churchill told him to do. Peter finally yielded and appointed a corrupt politician, Ivan Subasic, as prime minister in a cabinet designed to pave the way for Tito's assumption of power. Churchill's high-handed methods with the government in exile found striking illustration in his handling of the cabinet change on May 24, 1944. Puric had refused to resign, and the king had not dismissed him. Churchill made the announcement of the change of cabinet, as if Puric's resignation had already been tendered. 31. No one gained much advantage from these unsavory proceedings. Peter lost his throne. Subasic lost his liberty. He soon found that no one could do business with Tito, and Churchill soon learned that Britain had lost its last shreds of influence in Yugoslavia. Tehran set the pattern of appeasing Soviet demands, which is responsible for the disturbed and chaotic condition of post-war Europe, and for the communist conquest of China. But Roosevelt does not seem to have realized, at least until the eve of his death, what a defeat he had sustained. Had he not induced Stalin to unbend to the point of emitting a guffaw of laughter? According to Sherwood, 32, Roosevelt then felt sure that Stalin was, to use his own word, detestable, despite his bludgeoning tactics and his attitude of cynicism toward such matters as the rights of small nations. No, he does. Indeed, after the president returned to the United States, he expressed no reservations about the prospect of friendly cooperation with the Soviet dictator. Roosevelt announced in a broadcast on December 24, 1943, "To use an American and ungrammatical colloquialism, I may say that I got along fine with Marshal Stalin. I believe that we are going to get on well with him and the Russian people, very well indeed. The rights of every nation, large and small, must be respected and guarded as jealously as are the rights of every individual in our republic. The doctrine that the strong shall dominate the weak is the doctrine of our enemies, and we reject it. There was the same note of cheery, unalloyed optimism in the communiqué issued under the signatures of the Big Three after the Tehran meeting. Emerging from these cordial conferences, we look with confidence to the day when all peoples of the world may live free lives, untouched by tyranny, and according to their varying desires and their own consciences. No. Well, no. Poles, Yugoslavs, Latvians, Lithuanians, Estonians, and other peoples of Eastern Europe, apart from the small minorities of communist sympathizers, probably felt skeptical about these glowing assurances. But their voices were not heard in the carefully guarded meetings where the Big Three enjoyed the intoxicating sense of settling the destinies of the world. The horrors of Soviet mass deportations from Eastern Poland and the Baltic states during the period of the Stalin-Hitler Pact were well known to responsible American officials. But the details of the pact-fetid trains, with human beings treated worse than cattle, of mass deaths, separation of members of families, slave labor in concentration camps, were carefully concealed from the American people. It was considered broad-minded to forget the misery which Soviet rule had brought to millions of people and to view with sympathy Stalin's professed desire to assure Soviet security by annexing or dominating all Russia's neighboring states. When the venerable Hull returned from Moscow, still feeling the warm pressure of Stalin's repeated handshakes, he told a joint session of Congress on November 18, 1943, that he found in Marshal Stalin a remarkable personality, one of the great statesmen and leaders of this age. He also ventured the following optimistic, but almost amusingly inaccurate prediction. As the provisions of the Four Nations Declaration are carried into effect, there will no longer be need for spheres of influence, for alliances, for a balance of power, or any other of the special arrangements through which, in the unhappy past, the nations strove to safeguard their security or to promote their interests. Hull soon learned that Churchill was seeking very energetically to safeguard British interests by coming to an agreement with Stalin about spheres of influence. The British ambassador in Washington, Lord Halifax, inquired of the Secretary of State on May 20 how the American government would feel about an arrangement which would give Russia a controlling influence in Romania and Britain, a controlling influence in Greece. 33 Hull's reaction was critical. Churchill then telegraphed directly to Roosevelt, urging his sanction for the arrangement. The British government had proposed such an agreement earlier. The Soviet government had replied, expressing general agreement with the idea, but withholding final assurance until the United States' attitude was no. Churchill followed this up with another message on June 8, arguing that someone must play the hand and that events moved very rapidly in the Balkans. Roosevelt, at Hull's advice, replied with an expression of preference for consultative arrangements in the Balkans. This elicited from Churchill a more urgent communication of June 11, suggesting that a consultative committee would be slow and obstructive, and asking a 3-month trial for the arrangement he had proposed. Roosevelt accepted this suggestion without notifying Hull. When Churchill and Eden went to Moscow in October 1944, they extended the arrangement further. According to reports from the American embassies in Moscow and Ankara, it was agreed that Russia would have a 75-25 or 80-20 predominance in Bulgaria, Hungary, and Romania. Influence in Yugoslavia was to be split 50-50. 34. There was never any serious attempt to implement these mathematical divisions. Soviet influence was absolute in all the mentioned countries until Tito rebelled against Moscow in 1948. It was in the autumn of 1944 that Churchill's comments on Anglo-Soviet relations were most optimistic. He would soon learn that no agreement for sharing influence in countries run by satellite communist parties was worth anything. The Soviet weight in the balance of forces among the three principal allies steadily increased during 1944. The German Eastern Front was crumbling. The Red Army swept up to the line of the Vistula in Poland and paused deliberately while the Germans crushed the revolt of the Polish nationalists in Warsaw. Romania and Bulgaria followed the Balkan tradition of deserting the losing for the winning side. Romania was quickly occupied by the advancing Red Army. What happened in Bulgaria was characteristic of Soviet speed and initiative, as contrasted with the slow and fumbling methods of the Western powers. Agents of the Bulgarian government were negotiating with American and British representatives in Cairo in August and September 1944. Instead of rushing the armistice discussions to a swift conclusion and sending an Anglo-American army of occupation into Bulgaria, the talks in Cairo were allowed to drag, and Moscow was dutifully informed of all the details. Since Bulgaria was not at war with Russia, the first negotiations were confined to the United States and Great Britain. But on September 8, the Soviet government hurled a declaration of war at Bulgaria and carried out a lightning occupation of that country, thereby excluding Anglo-American troops. A sanguinary purge, repeated at intervals up to the present time, disposed not only of Bulgarian conservatives, but of liberals, socialists, and dissident communists, and brought that country firmly into the Soviet orbit. Missions of the Western powers, when they were finally allowed to enter Bulgaria, were treated with calculated and ostentatious discourtesy. Meanwhile, Soviet armies benefiting from the ever-increasing American flow of trucks, telephone equipment, canned food, and other Lend-Lease supplies were streaming westward. They left behind them a trail of murder, rape, and pillage worthy of the hordes of Genghis Khan. And they were carving out for Stalin a mightier empire than any czar had ever ruled. The Red Star was very much in the ascendant when the second meeting of the Big Three took place, very appropriately, on Soviet soil in the Crimean resort of Yalta-Jalta. Now, 1 See the Shiano Diaries, pp. 414 ff. 2 Ibid. 3. The supposed unity of the Soviet peoples in supporting the Soviet regime was a fiction. There were mass surrenders to the Germans on a scale suggesting desertion rather than defeat. And, despite the stupid Nazi brutalities in occupied Soviet territory, the Germans succeeded in recruiting several 100,000 Soviet citizens for their armies. For as he saw it, New York, Duell, Sloan and Pierce, 1946, p. 25, 5 Ibid. p. 122. 6 Ibid. p. 206. 7 See the Gathering Storm, Boston, Houghton, 1948, ppy. IVV. 8 The New York Times, October 10, 1948. 9 By a ludicrously ironical decision taken at Yalta, only nations which declared war against Germany by a certain date were adjudged peace-loving and hence eligible for membership in the United Nations. 10 Francis Perkins, The Roosevelt I Knew, New York, Viking Press, 1946, p. 86. Illwood, Sherwood, Roosevelt and Hopkins, p. 899. 12 See Jan Sikhanovsky, Defeat and Victory, New York, Doubleday, 1946, p. 231. 13 John R. Dean, The Strange Alliance, New York, Viking Press, 1946, pp. 97-98. 14 Ibid. p. 98. 15 Ibid. pp. 84-85. 16 See article by Donald B. Sanders in the American Mercury for November 1947. 17 This information is based on a well-informed private source. 18 The Goebbels Diaries, New York, Doubleday, 1948, p. 340. 19 The Memoirs of Cordell Hull, pp. 1263-64. 20 See Roosevelt and Hopkins, pp. 748-49. 21 These same publications attacked the temporary deal with Admiral Darlan, which was of great military value in North Africa, called for a blockade of Spain, and were enraged over the policy of dealing with the Badoglio regime in Italy. They turned a blind eye to the far more serious threat of Soviet imperialist expansion. 22 The Memoirs, etc., p. 1311. 23. The four signatories, Hull, Molotov, Eden, and the Chinese ambassador Fu Pingsheng. Hull regarded it as a great victory that China was included as a signatory. This point might well seem more debatable in 1950. 2014, OPTIA, p. 160. 25. This subject is treated in more detail in Chapter 11. 26. See Francis Perkins, The Roosevelt I Knew, p. 84. 27. Tito broke with Moscow in 1948, and this led to a gradual relaxation of tension between his dictatorship and the Western powers. This does not affect the fact that during the war and immediate post-war years, Tito was blatantly pro-Moscow and anti-Western, and that the abandonment of Mihailovic reflects little credit, either on the honor or the judgment of Roosevelt and Churchill. 28. In the savage and confused civil war in Yugoslavia, the hatred between the forces of Mihailovic and Tito was greater than the hatred of either for the Germans and Italians. There were cases of technical collaboration, especially with the Italians, on the part of some of Mihailovic's subordinate commanders. Mihailovic himself, however, had a price set on his head by the Germans and remained a consistent, anti-communist Yugoslav patriot to the end. 29. See Konstantin Fodic, The War We Lost, New York Viking Press, 1948. 30. In this connection, see Chapter 11. 31. Fodic, O.P. Sit, p. 2, 52. 32. Roosevelt and Hopkins, pp. 798-99. 33. The Memoirs of Cordell Hull, p. 1451. 34. Ebid, p. 1458. 9. The Munich called Yalta, War's End. The Second Conference of the Big Three, held at Yalta in February 1945, represented the high point of Soviet diplomatic success and correspondingly the low point of American appeasement. This conference took place under circumstances which were very disadvantageous to the Western powers. Roosevelt's mental and physical condition had disquieted Stimson at the time when the Morgenthau Plan was being approved. 1. It certainly did not improve as a result of the strenuous presidential campaign and the long trip to the Crimean resort. There's been no authoritative, uninhibited analysis of the state of the president's health during the war, but there's a good deal of reliable testimony of serious deterioration, especially during the last year of Mr. Roosevelt's life. And it was during this year that decisions of the most vital moral and political importance had to be taken. Among the symptoms of the president's bad health were liability to severe debilitating colds, extreme haggardness of appearance, occasional blackouts of memory, and loss of capacity for mental concentration. An extremely high authority, who may not be identified, described Roosevelt's condition at 3 of the principal conferences as follows. The president looked physically tired at Casablanca, but his mind worked well. At Tehran there were signs of loss of memory. At Yalta he could neither think consecutively nor express himself coherently. An official who was in frequent contact with Roosevelt during the last months of his life gave me the following account of getting essential state papers considered. I would go to the president with perhaps a dozen documents requiring his approval or signature. By talking fast, as soon as I opened the door of his study, I could get action perhaps on 3 or 4. Then the president would begin to talk about irrelevant matters, repeating stories and anecdotes I had often heard from him before, and falling behind in his schedule of appointments. It was difficult and embarrassing to get away from him. A similar impression was carried away by General Joseph Stilwell, who talked with Roosevelt after the Cairo and Tehran conferences, and asked what American policy he should communicate to Chiang Kai-shek after returning to China. The reply was a long rambling monologue. The president told how his grandfather made a couple of $1 million out of China in the 1830s and all through the Civil War. He expounded a plan for taking 50 or 100 million American dollars and buying up Chinese paper money on the black market so as to check inflation. He talked about post-war airplanes and how much the Chinese should pay American engineers. And Stilwell never got his direction as to policy. It is ill. Certainly. No exaggeration to say that Roosevelt was once physically and mentally far less fit than dull Churchill and Stalin during the period when American military power was one at its height, and the loyal supreme decisions which confronted the two nationals leaders in the last phase of the war had to be taken. Had Roosevelt been able to delegate power, and had there been a strong and capable Secretary of State, some of the unfortunate consequences of the president's incapacitation might have been averted and softened. But Roosevelt clung to power with hands that were too weak to use it effectively. After his death, it required much searching of files and ransacking of the memories of the participants to reconstruct what had occurred and to find out just what the president had or had not agreed to. When Hull laid down his office on account of bad health in November 1944, his successor was Edward Stettinius. The ignorance and naivete of the latter in foreign affairs soon became a byword to his associates in government service and to foreign diplomats. Stettinius was much better qualified to be master of ceremonies at the high jinks of some fraternal organization than to direct American foreign policy at a critical period. Stettinius shared Roosevelt's harmful delusion that successful diplomacy was largely a matter of establishing friendly personal contacts. At the Dumbarton Oaks Conference, which shaped the preliminary draft of the United Nations Charter, Stettinius made himself ridiculous by cheerfully shouting, "He, Alex and Pia, Andrei," at his partners in the negotiations, the correct and pained Sir Alexander Cadogan, and the sullen and bored Andrei Gromyko. The appointment of Stettinius was due to the influence of Hopkins. The latter's star's court favorite, after a temporary eclipse, was again in the ascendant at the time of the Yalta Conference. Hopkins was a very sick man and had to spend most of his time at Yalta in bed. Roosevelt went to Yalta with no prepared agenda and no clearly defined purpose, except to get along with Stalin at any price. He had been provided with a very complete file of studies and recommendations drawn up by the State Department before he boarded the heavy cruiser Quincy, which took him to Malta, where there was a break in the journey to the Crimea. But these were never looked at. The president suffered from a cold and from sinus trouble, and his appearance disturbed James F. Burns, who accompanied him on this trip. 2. The conference at Yalta lasted a week, from February 4 until February 11, 1945. The principal subjects discussed were Poland, German boundaries and reparations, the occupation regime for Germany, the conditions of Soviet participation in the war against Japan, procedure and voting rights in the future United Nations organization. At the price of a few promises, which were soon to prove worthless in practice, Stalin got what he wanted in Poland, a frontier that assigned to the Soviet Union almost half of Poland's pre-war territory, and the abandonment by America and Great Britain of the Polish government. In exile in London, Roosevelt made a feeble plea that Love and the adjacent oil fields be included in Poland. Churchill appealed to Stalin's sense of generosity. Neither achieved any success. On the German question, Churchill took a stand for moderation. Stalin recommended that the western frontier of Poland should be extended to the Neisse River, bringing large tracts of ethnic German territory under Polish rule. Churchill suggested that it would be a pity to stuff the Polish goose so full of German food that he would die of indigestion. The British Premier privately estimated to Burns that 9 million Germans would be displaced by giving Poland a frontier on the Neisse River, and that such a number could never be absorbed. It is the Neisse River that marks the Polish-German frontier in 1950, although the Yalta Communique merely stated that Poland must receive substantial accessions of territory in the north and west. There was agreement in principle that Germany should be broken up into separate states. However, no positive decision was adopted. The matter was referred to the European Advisory Commission, composed of American, British, and Soviet representatives sitting in London. Here it died a natural death. The dismemberment of Germany was not discussed at the next major conference at Potsdam. The Soviet representatives at Yalta had large and fairly precise ideas as to what they wished to take from Germany as reparations. They wanted to remove physically 80% of Germany's heavy industries, and also to receive deliveries in kind for 10 years. Churchill recalled the unsuccessful experience with reparations after the last war and spoke of the only starving Germany, Dial. Ivan Maisky, Soviet spokesman on this question, proposed that reparations be fixed at the figure of $20 billion, with the Soviet Union to receive at least half of this sum. Roosevelt had little to suggest on this subject, except to remark that the United States would have no money to send into Germany for food, clothing, and housing. It was finally decided to leave the details to a reparations commission. There was no firm promise on America's part to support a Soviet claim for $10 billion in reparations. Although the Soviet government, with its usual tendency to lose nothing for want of asking for it, later tried to represent that there had been such a commitment. If one considers the value of the territory lost by Germany in the East, the prodigious looting, organized and unorganized, carried out by the Red Army, and the system in the Soviet zone of occupation, under which a large share of German industrial output is siphoned off for Soviet use, it is probable that Germany was stripped of assets considerably in excess of $10 billion in value. The protocol on reparations mentioned the use of labor as a possible source of reparations. Roosevelt observed that the United States cannot take manpower as the Soviet Republic can. This gave implied American sanction to the large-scale exploitation of German war prisoners as slave labor in Britain and France, as well as in Russia. After the end of the war, the Morgenthau Plan, which Roosevelt and Churchill had approved at Quebec, recommended forced German labor outside Germany as a form of reparations. Procedure in the United Nations was discussed at some length. The records show that Roosevelt and Churchill were as unwilling as Stalin to forego the right of veto in serious disputes, where the use of armed force was under discussion. There was a dispute, not settled at Yalta, as to whether the right of veto should apply to discussion of controversial matters. The Russians insisted that it should. The Western representatives contended that it should not. Stalin conceded this minor point when Harry Hopkins visited Moscow in June 1945. The Soviet government received Roosevelt's consent to its proposal that Belarus and the Ukraine, two of the affiliated Soviet republics, should be granted individual votes in the United Nations Assembly. When Burns learned of this, he raised vigorous objection, reminding Roosevelt that some of the opposition to America's entrance into the League of Nations was based on the argument that Britain would have 5 votes, 1 for each member of the Commonwealth. Roosevelt then asked for and obtained Stalin's consent to an arrangement which would give the United States 3 votes in the Assembly. This compensation was never pressed for and did not go into effect. In reason and logic, there was no case for giving separate votes to the Ukraine and Belarus. If the Soviet Union was a loose federation of independent states, like the British Commonwealth, each of its 16 constituent republics should have been entitled to a vote. If it was a centralized unitary state, it should have received only 1 vote. No one with an elementary knowledge of Soviet political realities could doubt that the Soviet Union belongs in the second category. It would cause no special shock or surprise to see Canada, South Africa, Australia, or India voting in opposition to Britain on some issues. It would be unthinkable for the Ukraine or Belarus to oppose the Soviet Union. So far as the Assembly is concerned, Moscow's 3 votes have thus far been of little practical importance. The Assembly possesses little power and the Soviet satellites are in the minority. But, as Burns was to discover later during the arduous negotiation of the peace treaties with Italy, Hungary, Bulgaria, Romania, and Finland, it was an advantage for the Soviet Union to start with 3 of the 21 votes of the participating nations in its pocket. Contempt for the rights of smaller and weaker nations was conspicuous in the Soviet attitude at Yalta. At the first dinner, Vyshinsky declared that the Soviet Union would never agree to the right of the small nations to judge the acts of the great powers. Charles E. Bolin, American State Department expert on Russia, 3, replied that the American people were not likely to approve of any denial of the small nation's right. Vyshinsky's comment was that the American people should learn to obey their leaders. 4. Churchill, discussing the same subject with Stalin, quoted the proverb, "The eagle should permit the small birds to sing, and not care wherefore they sang." Stalin's low opinion of France, as a country that had been knocked out early in the war, was reflected in his remark, "I cannot forget that in this war, France opened the gates to the enemy." What Stalin did forget, and what no one reminded him of, was that while France was fighting the Germans, the Soviet government was enthusiastically collaborating with the Nazi dictatorship, sending messages of congratulation after every new victory of the Wehrmacht. French communists, acting under Stalin's orders, certainly contributed more than other Frenchmen to opening the gates to the enemy. Stalin was only willing to grant France a zone of occupation on condition that this should be carved out of territory assigned to the United States and Great Britain. For a time, he held out against giving France a place on the Allied Control Council for Germany. In the end, he yielded to Roosevelt on this point. The president's attitude toward General de Gaulle had always been strained and chilly, but in Hopkins' words, Winston and Anthony Eden fought like tigers for France. They enlisted the aid of Hopkins, who persuaded Roosevelt to use his influence, in this case successfully, with Stalin. On the subject of Iran, there was complete disagreement. That country had been jointly occupied by Russia and Britain since 1942. There had been an agreement at Tehran that all foreign troops should be withdrawn 6 months after the end of the war. But the Soviet government was already displaying the balkiness about implementing this agreement, which was to lead to a serious international crisis in 1946. The brief text of the final discussion at the meeting of foreign ministers on February 10 is worth quoting as a foretaste of Molotov's methods in negotiation. Mr. Eden inquired whether Mr. Molotov had considered the British document on Iran. Mr. Molotov stated that he had nothing to add to what he had said several days ago on the subject. Mr. Eden inquired whether it might be advisable to issue a communiqué on Iran. Mr. Molotov stated that this would be inadvisable. Mr. Stettinius urged that some reference be made that Iranian problems had been discussed and clarified during the Crimean Conference. Mr. Molotov stated that he opposed this idea. Mr. Eden suggested that it be stated that the declaration on Iran had been reaffirmed and re-examined during the present meeting. Mr. Molotov opposed this suggestion. 5. In Yugoslavia, as in Poland, the Yalta Agreement provided a screen of fair words behind which the friends of the West were ruthlessly liquidated. It was decided to recommend that a new government be formed on the basis of agreement between Tito and Subasic. 6. The Anti-Fascist Assembly of National Liberation an organization of Tito's predominantly communist followers was to be enlarged by the Honja edition of all members of the last Yugoslav parliament who had not compromised themselves by the collaboration with the enemy. No legislative acts passed by or one the assembly were to be subject to ratification by a constituent assembly. All this sounded fair enough. What is meant in practice was that two non-communists, Subasic and Groll, joined Tito's regime, the former as foreign minister, the latter as vice premier. But their tenure of office was precarious and brief. Groll's newspaper was suppressed, and he resigned from the government in August 1945, accusing the regime of a long series of violations of elementary political and civil liberties. Subasic followed his example soon afterwards and was placed under house arrest. And Tito's constituent assembly was chosen under an electoral law, which rendered the very appearance of a candidate's name on the opposition list a danger to that candidate's life. 7. The New Democracy. 7. The New Democracy. So very like the old fascism in psychology and methods, marched on to further victories. Yalta put the seal on the process which had begun at Tehran of betraying the East Europeans who preferred free institutions to communism. All that followed, or could follow, was a long series of futile diplomatic protests from Washington and London. Another country was offered up as a sacrifice on the altar of appeasement at Yalta. This was China. Stalin had told Hull at Moscow and Roosevelt at Tehran that he would be on the side of the United States and Great Britain against Japan after the end of the war with Germany. At Yalta, with German military collapse clearly impending, the Soviet dictator set a price for his intervention in the Far East. The price was stiff, and it included items which it was not morally justifiable for the United States to accept. The Big Three agreed that the former rights of Russia, violated by the treacherous attack of Japan in 1904, shall be restored, viz. A. The southern part of Sakhalin, as well as the islands adjacent to it, shall be returned to the Soviet Union. B. The commercial port of Darren shall be internationalized, the preeminent interest of the Soviet Union in this port being safeguarded, and the lease of Port Arthur as a naval base of the Soviet Union restored. C. The Chinese Eastern Railway and the South Manchuria Railway, which provide an outlet to Darren, shall be jointly operated by the establishment of a joint Soviet-Chinese company. It being understood that the eminent interests of the Soviet Union shall be safeguarded, and that China shall retain full sovereignty in Manchuria. The Kuril Islands, a long chain of barren, volcanic islands extending into the North Pacific northeast of Japan proper, were to be handed over to the Soviet Union. The status quo was to be preserved in Outer Mongolia, a huge, sparsely populated, arid region, which the Soviet Union took over without formal annexation in 1924. South Sakhalin, which had belonged to Russia until 1905, and the Kuril Islands might be regarded as war booty to be taken from Japan. And China had no prospect of upsetting de facto Soviet rule of Outer Mongolia by its own strength. But the concessions which Roosevelt and Churchill made to Stalin in Manchuria were of fateful importance for China's independence and territorial integrity. Manchuria, because of its natural wealth in coal, iron, soybeans, and other resources, and because of the large investment of Japanese capital and technical skill, intensified after 1931, was the most industrially developed part of China. To give a strong foreign power control over its railways, a predominant interest in its chief port, Darren, and a naval base at Port Arthur, was to sign away China's sovereignty in Manchuria. And this was done not only without consulting China, but without informing China. The Chinese government was prevented from even discussing Soviet claims in the future. For at Stalin's insistence, the agreement to satisfy his annexationist claims was put in writing and contained this decisive assurance. The heads of the three great powers have agreed that these claims of the Soviet Union shall be unquestioningly fulfilled after Japan has been defeated. In the opinion of former Ambassador William C. Bullitt, no more unnecessary, disgraceful, and potentially disastrous document has ever been signed by a President of the United States. 9. Severe as this judgment sounds, it has been borne out by the course of subsequent events. The Soviet intervention in the Far Eastern War was of no military benefit to the United States, because it took place only a few days before Japan surrendered. Politically, this intervention was an unmitigated disaster. During the Soviet occupation of Manchuria, industrial equipment of an estimated value of $2 billion was looted and carried off to Russia. This delayed for a long time any prospect of Chinese industrial self-sufficiency. As soon as Soviet troops occupied Manchuria, Chinese communist forces, as if by a mysterious signal, began to converge on that area. The Soviet military commanders shrewdly avoided direct, ostentatious cooperation with the communists. After all, the Soviet government had signed a treaty of friendship and alliance with the nationalist government of China on August 14, 1945. One clause of this treaty prescribed that the Soviet government is ready to render China moral support and assistance with military equipment and other material resources. This support and assistance to be given fully to the national government as the central government of China. This treaty was to prove about as valuable to the co-signatory as the non-aggression pacts which the Soviet government concluded with Poland, Finland, Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia. There is no indication that the Soviet government gave the slightest moral or material support to the Chinese nationalist government. But Manchuria became an arsenal for the Chinese communists, who were able to equip themselves with Japanese arms, obligingly stacked up for them by the Soviet occupation forces. Soviet control of Darren was used to block the use of this important port by nationalist troops. Manchuria became the base from which the Chinese communists could launch a campaign that led to the overrunning of almost all China. Roosevelt's concessions at Yalta represented an abandonment of the historic policy of the United States in the Far East. This policy was in favor of the open door of equal commercial opportunity for all foreign nations, together with respect for Chinese independence. The American State Department had always been opposed to the closed-door methods of Imperial Russia. But at Yalta, the open door was abandoned in a document that repeatedly referred to the preeminent interests of the Soviet Union in Manchuria. Those interests have now become preeminent in China, and the surrender of Manchuria to Stalin is not the least of the reasons for this development. The Yalta concessions were a violation of the American pledge at Cairo that Manchuria should be restored to China. If New York State had been occupied by an enemy and was then handed back to the United States on condition that another alien power should have joint control of its railway system, a predominant voice in the Port of New York Authority, and the right to maintain a naval base on Staten Island, most Americans would not feel that American sovereignty had been respected. Whether considered from the standpoint of consistency with professed war aims, or from the standpoint of serving American national interests, the record of Yalta is profoundly depressing. The large-scale alienation of Polish territory to the Soviet Union, of German territory to Poland, constituted an obvious and flagrant violation of the self-determination clauses of the Atlantic Charter. An offensive note of hypocrisy was added by inserting into the Yalta communique repeated professions of adherence to the Atlantic Charter. The hopes of tens of millions of East Europeans for national independence and personal liberty were betrayed. The leaders of the Axis could scarcely have surpassed the cynicism of Roosevelt and Churchill in throwing over allies like Poland and China. The unwarranted concessions to Stalin in the Far East opened a Pandora's box of troubles for the United States, the end of which has not yet been seen. There was not one positive, worthwhile contribution to European revival and stability in the sordid deals of Yalta, only imperialist power politics at its worst. The vindictive peace settlement, far worse than that of Versailles, which was being prepared, promised little for European reconstruction. Roosevelt not long before had piously declared that the German people are not going to be enslaved, because the United Nations do not traffic in human slavery. But at Yalta, he sanctioned the use of the slave labor of German war prisoners, a throwback to one of the most barbarous practices of antiquity. The agreements, published and secret, concluded at Yalta, are defended mainly on two grounds. 11. It is contended that military necessity forced the president to comply with Stalin's demands in Eastern Europe and East Asia. It is also argued that the source of difficulties in post-war Europe is to be found, not in the Yalta agreements, but in the Soviet failure to abide by these agreements. Neither of these justifications stands up under serious examination. America in February 1945 was close to the peak of its military power. The atomic bomb still lay a few months in the future. But the United States possessed the most powerful navy in the world, the greatest aircraft production in quantity and quality, an army that, with its British and other allies, had swept the Germans from North Africa, France, Belgium, and much of Italy. The lumbering Soviet offensive in the East was dependent in no small degree on Lend-Lease American trucks and communication equipment. There was, therefore, no good reason for approaching Stalin with inferiority complex, or for consenting to a Polish settlement which sacrificed the friends of the West in that country and paved the way for the establishment of a Soviet puppet regime. No doubt Stalin could have imposed such a regime by force. Only the Red Army, in February 1945, was in a position to occupy Poland. How much better the outlook would have been if Churchill's repeated prodding for action in the Balkans had been heeded, if the Polish army of General Anders, battle-hardened in Italy, had been able to reach Poland ahead of the Red Army. But there would have been a great difference between a Soviet stooge regime set up by the naked force of the Red Army and one strengthened by the acquiescence and endorsement of the Western powers. The former would have enjoyed no shred of moral authority. As it was, nationalist guerrilla resistance to the Made-in-Moscow government was prolonged and embittered. Many thousands of lives were lost on both sides before the satellite regime, with a good deal of Russian military and police aid, clamped down its rule more or less effectively over the entire country. How much stronger this resistance would have been if the United States and Great Britain had continued to recognize the government in exile and insisted on adequate guarantees of free and fair elections. There was equally little reason to give in to Stalin's Far Eastern demands. The desire to draw the Soviet Union into this war was fatuous, from the standpoint of America's interest in a truly independent China. Lee Roosevelt was the victim of some extremely bad intelligence work. He was given to understand that the Kwantung Army, the Japanese occupation force in Manchuria, was a formidable fighting machine, which might be used to resist the American invasion of the Japanese home islands, which was planned for the autumn. But the Kwantung Army offered no serious resistance to the Soviet invasion in August. It had evidently been heavily depleted in numbers and lowered in fighting quality. Apologists for the Yalta concessions maintain that Japan in February 1945 presented the aspect of a formidable, unbeaten enemy. Therefore, so the argument runs, Roosevelt was justified in paying a price for Soviet intervention, in the interest of ending the war quickly and saving American lives. but Japanese resistance to American air and naval attacks on its own coasts was already negligible. American warships were able to cruise along the shores of Japan, bombarding at will. According to an account later published by Arthur Kroc of the New York Times, an Air Force general presented a report at Yalta pointing to the complete undermining of the Japanese capacity to resist. But the mistaken and misleading view that Japan still possessed powerful military and naval force prevailed. Acceptance of this view by Roosevelt was especially unwarranted because 2 days before he left for Yalta, Roosevelt received from General MacArthur a 40-page message outlining 5 unofficial Japanese peace overtures, which amounted to an acceptance of unconditional surrender, with the sole reservation that the emperor should be preserved. The other terms offered by the Japanese, who were responsible men in touch with Emperor Hirohito, may be summarized as follows. 1. Complete surrender of all Japanese forces. 2. Surrender of all arms and munitions. 3. Occupation of the Japanese homeland and island possessions by Allied troops under American direction. 4. Japanese relinquishment of Manchuria, Korea, and Formosa, as well as all territory seized during the war. 5. Regulation of Japanese industry to halt present and future production of implements of war. 6. Turning over of any Japanese the United States might designate as war criminals. 7. Immediate release of all prisoners of war and internees in Japan and areas under Japanese control. MacArthur recommended negotiations on the basis of the Japanese overtures, but Roosevelt brushed off this suggestion with the remark, "MacArthur is our greatest general and our poorest politician." That the president, after receiving such a clear indication that Japan was on the verge of military collapse, should have felt it necessary to bribe Stalin into entering the Far Eastern War, must surely be reckoned a major error of judgment, most charitably explained by Roosevelt's failing mental and physical powers. 12. Captain Ellis M. Zacharias, Navy expert on Japan, whose broadcasts in fluent Japanese hastened the surrender, asserts that intelligence reports indicating Japanese impending willingness to surrender were available at the time of the Yalta Conference. One such report, communicated in the utmost secrecy to an American intelligence officer in a neutral capital, predicted the resignation of General Koizo as premier in favor of the Pacific Admiral Suzuki. The admiral, in turn, according to the report, would turn over power to the Imperial Prince Higashi Kuni, who would possess sufficient authority and prestige, backed by a command from the emperor, to arrange the surrender. I am convinced that had this document, later proven to be correct in every detail, been brought to the attention of President Roosevelt and his military advisors, the war might have been viewed in a different light. Both Iwo Jima and Okinawa might have been avoided, and different decisions could have been reached at Yalta. 13. Zacharias also believes that if the Japanese had been given a precise definition of what America understood by unconditional surrender as late as June, or even at the end of July 1945, both Soviet intervention and the dropping of atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki could have been averted. 14. Certainly there was a hopeful alternative to the policy, so disastrous in its results, of encouraging and bribing the Soviet Union to enter the Far Eastern picture. This was to aim at a quick peace with Japan, before the Soviet armies could have been transferred from the west to the east. There is every reason to believe that such a peace was attainable, if the Japanese had been assured of the right to keep the emperor, and perhaps given some assurance that their commercial interests in Manchuria and Korea would not be entirely wiped out. There is little weight in the contention that the Yalta agreements in themselves were excellent, if the Soviet government had only lived up to them. These agreements grossly violated the Atlantic Charter by assigning Polish territory to the Soviet Union and German territory to Poland without plebiscites. They violated the most elementary rules of humanity and civilized warfare by sanctioning slave labor as reparations. And the whole historic basis of American foreign policy in the Far East was upset by the virtual invitation to Stalin to take over Japan's former exclusive and dominant role in Manchuria. There was certainly no reason for self-congratulation on the part of any of the Western representatives at Yalta. But human capacity for self-deception is strong. According to Robert E. Sherwood, the mood of the American delegates, including Roosevelt and Hopkins, could be described as one of supreme exultation as they left Yalta 15, and Hopkins later told Sherwood, "We really believed in our hearts that this was the dawn of the new day we had all been praying for and talking about for so many years. We were absolutely certain that we had won the first great victory of the peace, and by we, I mean all of us, the whole civilized human race. The yell Russians hide proved that they could be reasonable and are seeing, and there wasn't any doubt in the minds of the president or any of U.S. that we could live with them and get along with them style peacefully for as far mail into the future as any of U.S. could imagine. 16. A chorus of hallelujahs went up from the less perspicacious politicians and publicists in the United States. Raymond Graham Swing perhaps took first prize for unqualified enthusiasm. He said, "No more appropriate news could be conceived to celebrate the birthday of Abraham Lincoln." William L. Shirer saw in Yalta a landmark in human history. Senator Alban Barkley pronounced it one of the most important steps ever taken to promote peace and happiness in all the world. News in all the faces of such authoritative declarations, the suicides of scores